Chapter 12:01 Inside the Altar. The broadsword that originally occupied the world seemed to become tiny in an instant. Instead, when Zhao's hand slammed down, the sword beam immediately disintegrated in a rapid collapse. The broadsword in Tianzuo's hand hummed as though it would snap at any moment. Under the immense pressure, every step Zhao took made Tianzuo take a step back. The broadsword's blade began to bend under the pressure.
In front of the Imperial Authority, the law is just a toy. Your nomological sword can't defeat Imperial Authority, so you can't win against me either.
Zhao constantly oppressed Tianzuo while verbally disturbing his will. Tianzuo didn't say a word as he drilled his feet into the rocks like nails. He didn't retreat any further as the broadsword in his hand forcefully resisted the power of Zhao's Imperial Authority. It bent further and further under the pressure. The broadsword seemed to turn into bamboo as it bent to a 90-degree angle.
Tianzuo, you lost because you were too confident and arrogant. If you had both your hands, I might not have been able to clinch victory so easily. Unfortunately, you are too weak with only one hand.
As Zhao spoke, the divine Imperial Authority from his body completely erupted. He threw a punch and the golden light snapped the broadsword, drowning Tianzuo in a brilliant golden light. However, at that moment, Zhao's expression suddenly changed drastically. He circulated his trajectory movement technique and quickly retreated, but it was too late. Boom! The glorious golden Imperial Authority shattered. Tianzuo instantly appeared in front of Zhao with a snapped sword, stabbing at his heart. Zhao's trajectory movement technique changed strangely. Just as he thought he could escape the snapped sword's attack, it suddenly flew out from Tianzuo's hand and penetrated his heart. The force from the broadsword didn't stop as it slammed into the stone pillar behind him, pinning him to it. Zhao reached out to pull out the broken sword, but when his fingers touched it, they were immediately repelled by the power of the broken sword as though they had been electrocuted. At the same time, the broken sword was nailed deeper.
So what if it's Imperial Authority? In my eyes, there's only right and wrong, nothing else. Ignoring the fact that there aren't any emperors in this era, even if there are, they still have to accept the punishment of the law.
As Tianzuo spoke, he rushed towards the altar to rescue Ouyang Lan and company. Zhao, who was nailed to the stone pillar, suddenly cackled crazily. He grabbed the broken sword at his chest with both hands and allowed its nomological power to slice through his body, but he remained unperturbed. His armor and flesh were lacerated by the nomological power, but he managed to pull the broken sword out of his chest. Clang! Zhao threw the broken sword to the ground. His almost shattered heart and the wounds on his body were rapidly healing at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had completely recovered.
Invincible Kane divine art?
Tianzuo frowned as he looked at Zhao. He recognized the power. Floating in the air, Zhao stopped laughing and said coldly,
Your so-called law is just a product of the strong circle jerk. Only by being strong enough can you set the law and ignore Imperial Authority. If you aren't strong enough, talking about the law and sanctions is just a joke. If you, Tianzuo, say that there are laws, there can be laws. That's because you are strong enough. But what's the difference between that and Imperial Authority? It's just a difference in name. Tianzuo, your nomological sword is ultimately a sword of authority. Why are you fooling yourself?
At their level, battle was no longer a battle of pure technique. It was a battle of faith. If a person knew that he was in the wrong, he could fight with all his might without any distractions. But even a momentary lapse in concentration could become a fatal flaw. On the other hand, if one believed that they were in the right, their beliefs unbreakable, they could deliver 120% of their original strength. Tianzuo remained unmoved as he extended his hand and beckoned. The broken sword automatically flew back into his palm. Tianzuo held the broken sword and said,
It doesn't matter. I've never believed in equality for everyone. My methods are for the law, and only for the law.
With that said, Tianzuo walked toward Zhao step by step. The broken sword in his hand produced the nomological law that constantly condensed on it like a chain. It mended the damaged sword body, and made its power stronger. Zhao held the broken bow. His terror power was strange and unpredictable. He had used many powers, so it was difficult to tell which power he had. At the instant Tianzuo raised his sword, Zhao took a step forward. With this step, the entire world seemed to press down on Tianzuo. This wasn't the Dugu family's trajectory movement technique, but the Xia family's path to snatching heaven. No matter how Zhao's movement technique and strength changed, the broken sword in Tianzuo's hand remained the same. It didn't have many tricks or various magical abilities, but all opposing might was destroyed by his sword force. No matter how Zhao transformed, he couldn't gain the upper hand.
Zhao, there's no time for you to continue playing.
A voice sounded from the altar, as a figure walked out from behind a stone pillar with a flag planted. The person was dressed very similarly to Zhao. He was also wearing armor and a mask, but his figure was even taller and brawnier. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and no longer looked like a normal human. And Tianzua and Ensheng's hearts tightened. What they were most worried about had happened. The other party had spent so much effort to lure them here. There was no reason for Xiao to be alone. In fact, it was true. The man walked out from behind the stone pillar, and slowly walked to the stone pillar where Ouyang Lan was. He glanced at the nearly unconscious Ouyang Lan, who was chained to the stone pillar.
It's none of your business,
Xiao said.
I don't want to interfere either, but they have to die,
the man said as he raised his fist. His fist emitted a sun-like glow as it blasted at Ouyang Lan with scorching power.
Stop!
And Sheng slammed into the altar with all his might. He wasn't strong enough to break through the altar's barrier, as it only resulted in him fracturing his bones. Blood seeped out of his mouth and nose. Knowing that it was impossible to rush in, and Sheng gritted his teeth as his eyes emitted a demonic glow. It was as though numbers were flowing in his pupils. Inside the altar, the man's arms seemed to be bound by an invisible rope. He paused slightly, and turned to look at Ensheng. Ensheng bled from his 7 orifices, as the strange light in his eyes intensified.
Annoying worm.
The man turned his arm, and threw a punch at Ensheng. Boom! Ensheng didn't have the time to dodge. As his body was drowned by the sun-like punch, a huge crater was blasted open in the ground. Chapter 1202 Supreme Yin Crack Supreme Yang. Chapter 1202 Supreme Yin Crack Supreme Yang. The armor on Ensheng's body shattered, as his body was severely burned. His flesh was almost charred as he collapsed into the huge crater, smoking. It was difficult to tell if he was dead or alive. The man turned around and was about to attack Ouyang Lan again when he realized that the force had wrapped around his arm again. He turned his head and saw Ensheng struggling to get up from the ground. His injuries were so serious that it was difficult for him to even stand up, but the demonic glint in his eyes didn't weaken.
What a disgusting worm. It's as nauseating as a cockroach.
The man glanced at Ensheng in disgust. The power of Supreme Yan over his fist became stronger and stronger, and soon, it was so intense that one couldn't look straight at it. Even outside the altar, one could sense the terrifying heat from his fist. Clearly, the man wasn't interested in wasting time with Ensheng and wanted to finish him off in one strike. This time, the power of the Supreme Yan over his fist was more than 100 times stronger than before. It was power at the terror grade, unlike the casual strike from before. An evil glint flashed in the man's eyes. He didn't turn his fist towards Ensheng but continued aiming at Ouyang Lan. If Ensheng gave up now, his fist would blast at Ouyang Lan. If he didn't give up, he wouldn't even have a chance of escaping, he would be killed. Ensheng had already seen through the man's plan, but he had no other choice. He stood in the crater with great difficulty as the numbers in his eyes constantly streamed, transforming into a strange force that wrapped around the man's arm, preventing him from attacking Ouyang Lan. Ensheng knew very well that his strength wasn't enough to restrain the man. The reason the man didn't attack Ouyang Lan directly was to deliberately put him in a dilemma and watch him suffer mental torment. Ensheng wasn't outraged. Instead, he felt lucky because his strength wasn't enough to really stop the man, and he couldn't rush into the altar. The man's actions allowed him to stall for time.
Your time is up.
Seeing that Ensheng was unmoved, the man lost his interest in continuing the game. The terrifying sun-like punch blasted at Ensheng. The entire world seemed to be drowned by the incandescent punch. Even the air seemed to melt. And Tianzua wanted to rush over a few times, but he was held back by Xiao. Unable to help, he shouted at Ensheng.
Ah, Sheng, leave! Overseer, I hope that I can still be your adjutant in my next life.
Ensheng faced the sun-like punch calmly. He no longer had the chance to leave, nor did he want to. The terrifying light and heat melted everything. Just as Ensheng's figure was about to be overwhelmed by it, a breeze suddenly blew over. 1. When the terrifying flames encountered the breeze, not only did they fail to intensify, but they were instantly extinguished. In an instant, the sun-like punch silently extinguished. Wherever the breeze blew, frost formed on the ground. A girl who was as graceful as a fairy flew to Ensheng's side on a banana leaf. When Ensheng saw the girl, he was immediately overjoyed. He turned his head and saw Zhou Wen carrying her over.
Young Master One, you're finally here. What took you so long?
Upon seeing Zhou Wen, and Tianzua's expression eased as he stared intently at Xiao.
It's not bad that I managed to arrive alive.
Zhou Wen came in front of the altar and looked at the man on it. The man sized up Zhou Wen and Banana Fairy and asked coldly.
You are Zhou Wen, right? You came at the right time. You saved me the trouble of making another trip. Who are you?
Zhou Wen asked the man.
Saint Blaze,
the man answered arrogantly.
Young Master One, they are from the Holy Temple. The disappearance of the expedition team is related to them.
Ensheng said.
Got it. Leave it to me.
Zhou Wen summoned some pill essences and threw them to Sheng before walking towards the altar.
You sure are confident. Are you just banking on that Terra Grade Supreme Yin Companion beast? Her strength indeed restrains me. She might be able to stop me for a moment, but unfortunately, you can't even enter the altar. You don't even have the right to stop me,
Blaze said coldly, as he threw a punch at Ouyang Lan and company. He didn't want any further trouble. He wanted to kill Ouyang Lan and company immediately. However, before Blaze's fist could land, he suddenly heard a boom. The barrier outside the altar instantly shattered, as a sword beam tore through the air. In his horror, Blaze threw a punch at the sword beam, but his Supreme Yang punch failed to withstand it. The bones in his hand were instantly torn through. If he hadn't ducked to the side, even his body would have been penetrated. The sword beam passed through Blaze's fist bone and circled around it before flying back to Zhou Wen's side, transforming into a sword that floated beside him. Zhou Wen had already arrived beside Ouyang Lan. He held the sword transformed from sword pill and slashed thrice, severing all the chains that bound her. He reached out to catch Ouyang Lan and fed her a pill essence he summoned. Yer and the antelope stayed by Sheng's side. When Sheng saw that Ouyang Lan had been saved, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief. 1. Blaze looked at the sword pill in Zhou Wen's hand, no longer as arrogant as before. The supreme yang glow over Blaze's body constantly condensed as his entire body emitted light and heat like the sun. At the same time, he said loudly,
Xiao, didn't they say that the only Terra grades in Luoyang are in Tianzhua and Lung Zongjing? What's the matter with this fellow? How would I know? I know as much as you do,
Xiao said indifferently.
But that's good. It's more interesting this way. Don't tell me you can't even deal with an adopted son of the Yin family?
Blaze wasn't in the mood to waste his breath on Xiao. The supreme yang glow over his body became stronger and stronger.
You have the power of supreme yang. Are you from the Sun God Temple?
Zhou Wen sized up Blaze and asked.
Don't compare me to worms like you. I'm a saint of the Sun God Holy Temple,
Blaze said coldly.
In that case, you aren't human?
Zhou Wen sized up Blaze in surprise. As the guardian aura on Blaze's body was intense, he couldn't be sure if there was anyone inside the armor. However, he had a feeling that Blaze wasn't a pure guardian.
Of course not.
Blaze constantly gathered his strength, making him look like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment.
Were you the ones who captured Professor Ouyang and the expedition team?
Zhou Wen continued asking.
Ask him in hell,
Blaze said, as the power accumulated in his body instantly erupted. The terrifying power of Supreme Yang exploded like a supernova, producing a terrifying blast of light and fire. Zhou Wen didn't move as Banana Fairy spat out another mouthful of Supreme Yin wind. The power of Supreme Yang that Blaze had accumulated for a long time was blown out by the Supreme Yin wind, as well as the flames over his body. He was swept up by the Supreme Yin wind, and only stopped when he slammed into the stone pillar. When he fell to the ground, frost had already formed over his body, almost turning him to an ice sculpture. Blaze struggled to stand up, but his eyes were filled with horror. He knew that Banana Fairy was a companion beast with the Supreme Yin attribute, but he never expected such intensity. She was his nemesis. His Supreme Yang power was completely suppressed and useless. Chapter 1203 Different Azuras. Zhou Wen teleported to Blaze's side planning on capturing him alive. After investigating for so long, he finally had clues, so he naturally had to get to the bottom of it.
Come to hell with me.
However, before Zhou Wen could touch Blaze, Blaze's body suddenly bloated up. Light and fire spewed out from his body, as he chose to self-destruct without any hesitation. Damn it! Zhou Wen could teleport away, but there were other people chained in the altar. If Blaze self-destructed here, the others would definitely die. Instantly, Zhou Wen made a decision. Almost at the same time Blaze's body exploded, he reached out and pressed down on him, transferring his body away. Boom! In the distant Azura horde, a terrifying explosion happened. The explosive force exploded like a hydrogen bomb, instantly wiping out countless Azuras. When Xiao saw the scene, his figure flashed and drew a strange trajectory as he charged towards the exit of the Azura realm. And Tianzhua chased after Xiao and held him back. Under Tianzhua's attacks, Xiao couldn't escape for the time being. Ouyang Lan woke up after consuming the pill essence. Zhou Wen placed her by Sheng's side and waved his sword to rescue the other prisoners. Only then did he rush over, planning on helping Tianzhua take down Xiao. They could only make headway on the former principal's disappearance through these people. He wanted to know if the former principal was still alive. Zhou Wen held sword pill and joined the battle. His sword art wasn't inferior to Tianzhua's, but their styles were different. Although they had never fought together, it didn't affect their performance at all. They had good teamwork. Facing the siege of the two, Xiao was immediately at a disadvantage. He was in imminent danger. Xiao was a ruthless person.
He endured Tianzua's full-powered strike and forcefully broke out of the encirclement. However, to his surprise, he didn't rush in the direction of the Azura Realm's exit. Instead, he charged towards Ensheng, Ouyang Lan, and company. Zhou Wen and Tianzua rushed over to stop him, when Xiao suddenly did an about-turn and landed on the altar beside him. The two of them immediately knew that something was amiss. Xiao's target was the altar. He had rushed towards Ensheng and company only to divert their attention. This person still has such a clear train of thought under such circumstances, and has such executional ability. He's really good. Zhou Wen teleported over and continued slashing at Xiao. Xiao suffered in Tianzua's strike, but he recovered extremely quickly. Zhou Wen also recognized that it was the Xia family's invincible Kane divine art. He knew that ordinary injuries were useless against him. Zhou Wen even hid Great Brahma's power in this strike. Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his chest and allowed it to face Sword Pill. The extremely sharp Sword Pill penetrated his body, causing blood to gush out and drip onto the altar. Zhou Wen's expression changed slightly, as he guessed the reason for Zhao's actions. However, he had no other choice. He brandished Sword Pill, hoping to slice Zhao's body into two. Zhao's body strangely retreated as Zhou Wen slashed out a foot-long wound in his chest, but he failed to slice him into two. A large amount of Zhao's blood landed on the altar. After the altar came into contact with the blood, it began spinning like a wheel. As the altar spun, the stone pillars began to move. Zhou Wen knew that something bad would definitely happen, so all he wanted was to quickly take down Xiao. The sword pill in his hand struck out at ever-increasing speeds. However, Xiao wasn't bad at movement techniques either. Its trajectory movement technique wasn't inferior to Zhou Wen's transcendent flying immortal. Its speed was in no way inferior, and he was even faster than Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was still at the mythical stage after all. His stats hadn't reached the Terra grade, so he was definitely at a disadvantage. As the altar spun, something strange happened. The Asuras, who weren't afraid of death, suddenly retreated like a tide and quickly left the altar. When all the stone pillars formed a circle, a hole opened in the middle of the altar. Endless demonic aura spewed out from below as though a volcano had erupted. An Asura rushed out with a demonic aura effusing from him. He looked similar to the ordinary Asuras. He wore a mask and was half naked. He wore a feathered dress with a strange bird tattoo on his back. He held an Asura saber in his hand. The difference was that this Asura's hair, mask, feather skirt, strange bird tattoo, and Asura saber were all purple, while ordinary Asuras were black. A Terra grade Asura? Just as Zhou Wen was in thought, the Asura slashed at him. It was unknown what Xiao had done, but despite both of them being on the altar, the Asura ignored him and slashed at Zhou Wen. This strike was filled with a demonic aura. Be it its strength stat or ability, it was completely different from Deva Asura. Zhou Wen brandished his sword to block as the sword pill collided with the Asura saber. A strange thing happened. The Asura saber was like a phantom as the sword pill passed through it, while the Asura saber continued slashing at Zhou Wen. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen teleported away from the altar, having no plans on testing the saber with his body. When Zhou Wen appeared below the altar, the Asura actually chased after him and slashed at his neck like a ghost.
"Let's meet again if fate allows it,"
Xiao said with a chuckle before flying up. He drew a strange trajectory in the air and headed for the Asura realm's exit. And Tianzua immediately chased after him, hoping to stop him. Zhou Wen didn't dare chase after him. He might be able to shake off the Asura with teleportation, but if he and Tianzua left, Ensheng and company would be in danger if the Asura changed targets. Zhou Wen could only hope that Tianzua could capture Xiao while he fought Asura. This Asura was very strange. Zhou Wen used teleportation to dodge his attacks, and the sword pill had stabbed him several times, but it was as though he had stabbed an illusion. The Asura didn't suffer any damage. Could this be an illusion? Zhou Wen was puzzled. When the Asura slashed over again, he deliberately summoned a poison bat to block the Asura saber. The poison bat was cleaved into two by the Asura saber. It couldn't be more dead. Zhou Wen secretly rejoiced that he hadn't experimented using his body of flesh and blood. At the same time, he felt a headache. His attacks were useless against the Asura, so it was equivalent to his adversary being invincible. From the looks of it, it's a power similar to a spirit body. I can only try Great Brahma. Zhou Wen summoned Great Brahma. The four-faced, eight-armed Great Brahma, with a spinning black hole on his back appeared in front of Asura. The Asura didn't know what fear was as it slashed over. Great Brahma automatically counterattacked and struck Asura's saber. With a clang, Asura's saber was blocked. Seeing that Great Brahma could block Asura, Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief. However, Great Brahma wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As the Asura slashed down with his saber, Great Brahma blocked with his palms successfully, albeit unable to kill him. Chapter 12:04 Carving the Ancient Sovereign Sutra again.
Chapter 1204. Carving the Ancient Sovereign Sutra again. The Ashura was blocked by Great Brahma. Zhou looked at the altar, and saw that the exit in the middle of the altar had been sealed. The stone pillars had also returned to their original spots. He heaved a sigh of relief, when no other dimensional creatures rushed out.
Sis-Lan, are you alright?
Zhou went to Ouyang Lan's side and asked.
I'm fine.
Ouyang Lan felt much better after eating some pills. She said to Zhou.
Little one, my father might still be alive. You found the former principal?
Zhou's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly.
We previously saw the undead Chu He in Netherworld City. We used some special abilities to extract some memories from him. Although the memories are incomplete, we still gained something.
Ouyang Lan said.
What did you discover?
Zhou hurriedly asked. Ouyang Lan pointed at the flag on the stone pillar.
This. Before Chu He was replaced, he had seen the symbol more than once on those fake expedition members.
Zhou didn't know if this had anything to do with the conclusion that the former principal remained alive. This only meant that they came from such an organization.
Ouyang Lan continued. Now, we have learned that this symbol is related to the Holy Temple. And after those two fellows captured us, they kept asking about my father. It's very likely that they are looking for something. If my father has something they need, and they haven't found it, would you kill my father if you were in their shoes? No.
Zhou finally understood why Ouyang Lan said that the former principal might still be alive. In other words, the former principal might be in the Holy Temple? Zhou was somewhat excited. After such a long investigation, he finally knew where the former principal might be.
Although it's only a possibility, it's better than blindly searching. Unfortunately, entering the Holy Land isn't an easy task.
Ouyang Lan said with a sigh. The Holy Land had a restriction on the level of entry. High-level humans couldn't enter, and low-level humans were useless even if they entered. They would only have their fates toyed inside. Zhou had entered the Holy Land before, so he naturally knew that the 6 holy temples there looked like guardians of humanity, but in fact, it was an extremely strange place. If someone of a lower level were to investigate this matter, it would be no different from courting death.
Sis-Lan, this isn't a place to talk. Get some rest. We'll return together after I finish off Ashura.
Zhou got in Sheng to take care of Ouyang Lan and company before walking towards the Ashura. Zhou yearned to chase after Xiao, but with Tianzua already chasing after him, he couldn't join in the chase. Otherwise, Xiao might suddenly do an unexpected return, causing even more trouble if he captured Ouyang Lan as a hostage. Zhao's trajectory movement technique was too bizarre. Even Zhou wasn't 100% confident that he could intercept him. Among the few terror-grade creatures on him, only Banana Fairy and Demonic Neonate could match Zhao's speed. Jade Rabbit and Ice Maiden were slow. It would be impossible for them to stop Xiao if they were released. And when Zhou fought the Ashura, Banana Fairy had to guard Ouyang Lan and company to prevent Xiao from launching a sneak attack. It was difficult for her to simultaneously take on another role. As for Demonic Neonate, she had always been good at sneak attacks. Direct combat wasn't her forte. Zhou was good at movement techniques to begin with. He knew how terrifying an enemy like Xiao was. Zhou could kill a strength-type enemy like Blaze without any qualms. Killing Xiao wasn't that easy. He was very similar to Zhou in every aspect. He was the type of person that wasn't easily killed. The power of Ashura was extremely bizarre. Among the few terror form powers Zhou had, only Great Brahma could deal with him. However, after observing for a while, Zhou had other ideas. If he used the back-facing side of Great Brahma, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Ashura. However, its power was similar to Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World. Once it was used, even if he could kill the enemy, he wouldn't obtain anything. Since it was too late to rush over, Zhou could only choose to trust in Tianzua. He would stay behind to kill the Ashura and see if he could get something good. The power of this Ashura should be demonic in nature. However, it also exudes a smell of death. Zhou couldn't tell what kind of power it was. I'll give it a try. I wonder if the power of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra can restrain the Ashura's power. Zhou engraved the Ancient Sovereign Sutra on his Wheel of Destiny. The mythical Ancient Sovereign Sutra naturally wouldn't be of much use against terror-grade creatures. Therefore, Zhou wanted to attempt to let the Ancient Sovereign Sutra break through to the terror grade. Only then could it be effective against the Ashura. As the Ancient Sovereign Sutra was engraved on the Wheel of Destiny, a figure that resembled an ancient sovereign appeared. And Tianzua wasn't slow, at least not slower than Xiao. However, Tianzua had a serious problem. His straight line speed was very fast, but his variability was inferior. Once he changed directions, his speed would drop drastically. As for Xiao, it was the opposite. No matter what kind of turns he did, it didn't affect his speed, preventing Tianzua from catching up to him. However, Xiao wasn't able to shake Tianzua off. and Tianzue had a good idea of Zhao's general direction of escape, making it difficult for Xiao to shake him off. And Tianzue was ultimately one step ahead of Xiao. He occupied the exit of the Azura realm, and stood there with his broadsword, staring coldly at Xiao. Xiao naturally understood that he had to rush out before Zhou Wen arrived. He couldn't be entangled with Tianzue here, so not only did he not slow down, but he also rushed over even faster. With his terror-grade speed and excellent movement techniques, Zhao's movement had long exceeded the limits of human vision. And Tianzue didn't move, as though he was an extremely precise instrument. He didn't move at all, but once he did, it would trigger a chain reaction. In Zhao's eyes, although Tianzue was just standing there, his entire aura was like an invisible net. The net seemed to be woven by a fairy without any flaws.
The law shows no kindness, but so what? I'll use kindness to break it.
Zhao's eyes shimmered with a strange glint. He held the bow with the broken string and followed a profound trajectory, instantly arriving in front of Tianzue. And Tianzue slashed down with the broken sword, as though an invisible net had fallen. Countless criss-crossing sword beams sealed off Zhao's path of retreat. Crack! Crack! Under the ruthless nomological net, the bow in Zhao's hand and the armor on his body were shattered inch by inch. Blood spewed out from Zhao's wounds, but he remained undeterred. He charged straight at Tianzue like a person covered in blood, as though he wanted to perish together with him. His eyes were peeled to Tianzue, as though he was provoking him.
Don't dodge if you have the guts.
Chapter 1205 Ancient Sovereign Battles Azura. And Tianzue had already slashed out with all his might with the broken sword in his left hand, almost shaving a piece off Xiao, but he ultimately failed to kill him. If Tianzue still had both his hands, he could smash the bloody Xiao into meat paste with one palm. Unfortunately, Tianzue only had one hand left. Even so, Tianzue had no intention of retreating as he stood there like a mountain and looked into Zhao's blood-stained eyes. The blood that spewed out of Zhao's body seemed to have a life of its own as it charged towards Tianzue. The bloody Xiao was like a blood-colored devil. Its ferocity made one shudder. And Tianzue didn't retreat. At the instant Xiao slammed into him, and Tianzue headbutted Zhao's head. Bam! The two unreserved terror powers collided as Zhao's head exploded. After his bloody body slammed into Tianzue, he was sent retreating. Blood splattered everywhere, no longer able to cling on to Zhao's ravaged body. The machine armor on Tianzue's head shattered, as his forehead kept bleeding. However, he ultimately guarded the Azura Realm's exit, and didn't take a step back. Seeing Zhao's corpse fall, Tianzue's expression suddenly changed. He immediately turned to look at the Azura Realm's exit, and saw a drop of blood that had spewed out of Zhao's body falling towards the door. Tianzue drew his sword and slashed, but he was still a step too late. The drop of blood landed on the door like a stone thrown into a lake, causing spatial ripples to appear before it vanished. Li Xian, Lu Bushun, and Jingyu and company waited beyond the bridge of helplessness.
Why aren't Overseer and the rest out after so long?
Lu Bushun's fat body paced around without stopping.
Can you stop pacing around? My head is spinning from watching you,
Li Xian said.
What has your dizziness got to do with me? That's because your kidney is weak,
Lu Bushun retorted.
Get out of the way.
Just as Li Xian was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Lu Bushun and company immediately recognized Tianzue's voice. All of them stood up warily, and looked in the direction of the Bridge of Helplessness. However, they didn't see anything. There was nothing on the Bridge of Helplessness. Li Xian saw Tianzue rush out of the Bridge of Helplessness. At the same time, he saw a drop of blood shoot towards Lu Bushun at an unbelievable speed. Li Xian didn't have the time to completely turn into his terror form. All he could do was terror transform his palm and block Lu Bushun's forehead. Bam! The drop of blood penetrated Li Xian's terror form palm like a bullet. Thankfully, with Li Xian blocking him, he bought Lu Bushun time. The latter's reaction was fast enough. He did a roll as the drop of blood brushed past his head. In midair, the drop of blood took Zhao's form. Sucking two officers towards him, each of his hands grabbed one by the head. If he were to exert a little more force, their heads would explode.
Tianzue, take another step and I'll crush their heads,
Xiao said calmly. Tianzue stopped. He knew that Xiao wasn't joking. A person like him didn't bluff.
Overseer, don't worry about us.
The two officers struggled with all their might, but they were like chickens. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the butcher's hands.
Tianzue, what do you say?
Xiao narrowed his eyes as he looked at Tianzue.
Let them go and you can leave,
Tianzue said. Without a word, Xiao released his hand, but he didn't leave immediately. The officer surrounded Xiao, but Tianzue said indifferently,
Let him go. As expected of Tianzue. I hope I can truly determine the outcome of the battle with you another time,
Xiao said as he reached out and grabbed at the air. A wisp of black gas rushed out from the heads of the two officers he had grabbed and landed in Zhao's palm before disappearing.
See you again,
Zhao said to Tianzue. When he turned around, he glanced at Li Xian before flying away and disappearing in the blink of an eye.
Overseer, who was he?
Lu Bushun said in shock.
An enemy? Try your best to avoid him the next time you encounter him.
And Tianzue glanced in the direction Zhao had left as though in thought. And Tianzue didn't chase after him, knowing that he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried.
Li Xian, do you know that person?
And Tianzue finally cast his gaze on Li Xian.
He wore a mask, so I didn't recognize him. However, if I knew such a powerful fellow, I would have an impression of him, but I have none.
Li Xian said.
That's strange.
And Tianzue said after some thought. Li Xian knew that Tianzue implied that the matter was likely related to him, so he asked.
What's strange?
And Tianzue looked at Li Xian and said.
These people know our family very well. They should know that our family values Jingyu very much. In that situation, his best choice of hostages should have been Jingyu and you, but he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to distance himself and abducted two officers that even he might not know. This clearly goes against common sense.
Everyone felt that it made sense when they heard that. In that situation, anyone would have targeted Jingyu, followed by Li Xian, who was physically closest to Jingyu.
Perhaps he knows how powerful I am and saw that Jingyu was too close to me, so he didn't dare attack him.
Li Xian also agreed with Tianzue's speculation.
His goal was very clear. It wasn't you from the beginning, but Lu Bushun. You only used your terror powers after the target was chosen. Your advancement to the terror grade happened in Netherworld City, so it was impossible for them to know about that, much less avoid you from the beginning. It still doesn't make sense.
And Tianzue said with a shake of his head.
I'm stumped. I really don't know that person.
Li Xian said as he spread out his hands.
Yes.
And Tianzue nodded and didn't say anything else as he frowned.
Overseer, we're our young Master One, Adjutant and company. Do we need to help them?
Lu Bushun asked.
There's no need. Just wait here for them to return.
And Tianzue didn't return to the Azura realm. Firstly, he was afraid that Xiao would return, and secondly, he was confident in Zhou Wen. In the Azura realm, Zhou Wen's body emitted a glow like a sun god. He had already fused with the primordial human sovereign and was constantly transforming. With a thought, Zhou Wen landed on the top of Great Brahma's head. When the Azura attacked again, his fist emitted a virile glow as he struck at the Azura. The Azura's attack was completely blocked by Great Brahma. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to strike with his fist, leaving him no room to dodge. Zhou Wen's punch struck the chest of the spirit like Azura body, which seemed impervious to any force. A fist-sized hole melted into existence when it was struck by Zhou Wen's punch. Chapter 1206 Alive. It works. Zhou Wen was delighted. Unfortunately, the Azura quickly recovered from the dent produced by the ancient sovereign sutra's power. This left Zhou Wen somewhat vexed. The power of the primordial human sovereign gave Zhou Wen the ability to heal. No matter how badly he beat his opponent or how serious the damage was, they would ultimately recover. This was because the usage of the primordial human sovereign's power to beat someone was actually saving them. Zhou Wen originally imagined that since there were traces of death powers in the Azura's body, the power of human sovereign might possess true lethality. From the looks of it, Zhou Wen was overthinking things. Could it be that the power of the ancient sovereign sutra really doesn't have any lethality? Zhou Wen had thought of this problem back when he was trapped, but he failed to come up with an answer. In fact, the ancient sovereign sutra wasn't necessarily without lethality. It was just that Zhou Wen's own insights and advancement direction had made the ancient sovereign sutra lean towards this aspect. This eventually led him to condensing a strange life soul, like the primordial human sovereign. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, the Azura lunged forward again. Fortunately, it was blocked by Great Brahma. Zhou Wen stood on Great Brahma's head. No matter how the Azura attacked, Great Brahma could withstand his attacks. Even if Zhou Wen stood there in a daze, he wouldn't be injured at all. As Zhou Wen thought about it, he put theory into practice. From time to time, he would throw a punch at Azura. The ancient sovereign sutra's power grew stronger, making Zhou Wen feel as though he was about to turn into light. However, the power of the ancient sovereign sutra remained the same. It didn't have any true destructive power. The wounds that were inflicted healed in a short while. Furthermore, the power of the mythical ancient sovereign sutra couldn't really harm the Azura. Zhou Wen kept pursuing lethality, but he realized that it was counterproductive. Not only did the ancient sovereign sutra's power undergo terror transformation, but it also weakened. The marks left on the wheel of destiny became shallower and shallower. Realization dawned on Zhou Wen. He knew that he had been too stubborn. Some things couldn't be forced. After giving up on forcefully changing the ancient sovereign sutra's characteristics, Zhou Wen restarted his deductions on the ancient Sovereign Sutra. He engraved all his thoughts and insights into the Wheel of Destiny. The Sovereign forged from blood and fire led humanity to defy the heavens and seek the true meaning of life. This was Zhou Wen's previous understanding of the ancient Sovereign Sutra, but being trapped for 100 years had given him a deeper understanding of life. Even if Zhou Wen didn't deliberately think about it, he inevitably thought of this problem during his time in imprisonment. What was life? In the past, Zhou Wen felt that as long as one was alive, it was life. However, after 100 years of imprisonment, Zhou Wen realized that life wasn't as simple as being alive. Living happily, living in sorrow, living while traveling the world and taking in the world scenery, even lying in bed, like a vegetable was living. There were many ways of living. 10,000 people had 10,000 ways to live, but which way was meaningful? Different people might have different answers. Such questions might crop up in a person's extreme boredom. Zhou Wen would occasionally have such thoughts, and had seriously considered this question, but he hadn't obtained a final answer. From Zhou Wen's point of view, there was no such thing as a better, more outstanding way to live. Some people were very happy just lying there under the sun, eating peanuts and drinking a bottle of beer. Some people put in all their efforts and only achieved happiness when they obtained higher achievements and status. In fact, there was no right or wrong. As long as one could make themselves feel happy, they would be living their dream. Such an understanding didn't allow the ancient Sovereign Sutra to advance to the Terra grade. Therefore, Zhou Wen knew that he hadn't grasped the core. What kind of life does the ancient Sovereign Sutra pursue? Longevity? Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he felt that this wasn't the answer. Qi refinement warriors pursued immortality, but not the ancient sovereign. From the beginning, the ancient sovereign only wanted survival. If the conditions for survival are satisfied, what should I do next? Zhou Wen planned on considering the problem from a different angle. And Sheng and company watched Zhou Wen fight Asura. Although they couldn't see the terror form Asura and Great Brahma, they could see the shockwaves produced by their battle. From their point of view, Zhou Wen floated in the air and spent most of his time thinking. He would occasionally deliver a punch, but even if he stood there motionless, the terror grade Asura failed to injure him at all. The terrifying shockwaves shattered everything nearby. Madam, young master Wen's strength is probably not inferior to Overseer's. An officer who had been rescued said to Ouyang Lan. My sons naturally won't be bad. Ouyang Lan said matter-of-factly. And Sheng also nodded and said, Young Master Wen is extremely talented. His future achievements will definitely not be limited to this. In the future, with Overseer and Young Master Wen presiding over Luoyang, it will definitely be as stable as a mountain. The other officers felt something amiss when they heard that. As the saying went, a mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. In the past, they felt that any genius was an underling in front of Tianzua. There was always a main and a support, so there was naturally no need to worry about the 2 tigers fighting. However, the ability Zhou Wen displayed made them worry. What if Overseer can't suppress Zhou Wen? Will Luoyang become a battle between dragons and tigers in the future? Experiences from the ancients and cruel reality told them that such things were too common. They naturally couldn't help but worry. However, Ouyang Lan and Sheng didn't have such concerns. This was because they knew that Zhou Wen's ambition wasn't that small. At the very least, Luoyang wasn't enough. At that moment, the light on Zhou Wen's body stopped growing stronger. Instead, it gradually dimmed. The primordial human sovereign was still fusing with him, but the sun-like glow was converging, as though Zhou Wen was degenerating from a god to a mortal. However, Zhou Wen's aura didn't weaken as a result. Instead, it grew stronger. 1,000 people have 1,000 ways of survival. With my intelligence, I'm unable to tell which way of survival is the correct one. However, I'm certain of one thing. The form of living I want depends on age. The things done at different ages should be things done at that age. At the age of 5, I wanted an ordinary plush toy. That would be my greatest joy, but I failed to obtain it back then. This was because the money my father left me was only enough for my daily meals. If I used the money to buy a toy, I would starve for a week. Therefore, I chose to give up on the toy. At this point, it's easy for me to buy thousands of toys, but that happiness, that desire back then, can never be retrieved again. Zhou Wen closed his eyes, as the past surfaced in his mind like a movie. Chapter 1207 Human Sovereign. Every compromise, every concession, every act of tolerance in the past, the reasons that seemed imposing to him in the past, appeared pathetic and laughable when he recalled them. Life is long, but it doesn't regress. No matter how ridiculous the things you wish to pursue today are, it will only be meaningful if you do it today. If you miss this day, even if there are countless tomorrows in the future, you won't gain the satisfaction you get today. The glow over Zhou Wen had completely vanished. He didn't seem to have the god-like halo of a sovereign, but there was an indescribable aura over him. Perhaps they might be very humble and laughable, but that's what I only want to do today. I only live in the now, not tomorrow. Zhou Wen's eyes gradually became firm, as the ancient sovereign in his body produced a strange resonance. On the Wheel of Destiny, the mark that belonged to the ancient sovereign sutra became more and more resplendent. It nearly illuminated the entire Wheel of Destiny space, but Zhou Wen's body didn't emit any light that could be seen with the naked eye. Zhou Wen's body didn't vanish. And Sheng and company could still see him, but Zhou Wen knew that the ancient sovereign sutra had completed its terror transformation. Some terror forms were invisible to others. Or rather, some powers weren't something humans could see with their naked eyes. If Zhou Wen had only understood the ancient sovereign's superficialities in the past, he now grasped the ancient sovereign's spirit. The Asura slashed out again. This time, Zhou Wen didn't let Great Brahma stop him. He even unsummoned Great Brahma and allowed the Asura to charge at him. The bizarre Asura saber came with a monstrous demonic aura. However, from Zhou Wen's point of view, the Asura wasn't as ferocious and terrifying as before. It could even be said to be fun. When one's heart had no fear, there would no longer be any fear in the world. Even when facing death, fear was something that only brushed past. At the instant, the Asura saber slashed in front of Zhou Wen finally moved. He extended his bare hand and grabbed the Asura saber. The sharp blade sliced into his palm as blood flowed out and stained the blade. The terror form Asura saber lost its terror powers and gradually appeared in Sheng and company's eyes. It wasn't just Asura saber. The Asura, who was holding the Asura saber, also slowly regressed from his terror form, allowing everyone to see him. After losing his terror transformation powers, although the Asura was still at the terror grade, his stats dropped drastically in every aspect. It was no longer as powerful and invincible as before. Crack! Zhou Wen's palm snapped the Asura saber and punched the Asura. The powerful Asura was sent flying by Zhou Wen's punch. His chest exploded as his body flew out like a cannonball and slammed into the Asura altar. His body shattered into pieces as blood and bones splattered across the ground. Ouyang Lan and company looked at Zhou Wen in a daze. Although there was no divine light or glorious brilliance, his figure was even more shocking. The wise man saying is right, all demons and ghosts are paper tigers that can't withstand a single blow. Zhou Wen sighed and retracted his fist, having the melancholic feeling of loneliness by being at the very top. However, in the next second, the Asura that Zhou Wen had blasted apart instantly recovered under the power of the ancient sovereign sutra. He condensed his body again without any injuries. Holy sh*t. Zhou Wen nearly staggered and fell from the sky. After all this time, the power of the ancient sovereign sutra couldn't really injure anyone. He had already forgotten about it. Seeing the Asura charge over again, Zhou Wen felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. A certain part of his body emitted heat as demonic neonate rushed out. The demonic sword in her arms automatically unsheathed and instantly penetrated the Asura's heart. In the next second, the demonic aura over the Asura's body was crazily devoured by the demonic sword. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured. Only a skill crystal and a stack crystal dropped. After the demonic sword devoured the Asura, it circled around and returned to the scabbard in demonic neonate's arms. Then, demonic neonate automatically returned to his body and transformed into a tattoo. What's going on? That's it? Zhou Wen was still stunned. He had gone through all the trouble only to have demonic neonate kill the Asura with a single strike. This was completely different from his expectations.
Young Master One, why don't we head back now?
And Sheng ran over and picked up the skill crystal and stack crystal dropped by the Asura before handing them to the stunned Zhou Wen.
Ahem, alright. Let's head back.
Zhou Wen coughed lightly and accepted the skill crystal and stack crystal.
Sislon, how did you pass Netherworld City and the Bridge of Helplessness?
Zhou Wen asked on the way back. Without suffering all the punishments of Netherworld City, it was impossible for them to reach the Bridge of Helplessness. They wouldn't be able to leave their names on the 3 live stone and retain their memories to enter the 6 realms of rebirth and existence. It was understandable that 1 or 2 of Ouyang Lan's entourage were special. However, Zhou Wen found it unbelievable that all of them were special.
We aren't very sure either. After we were forced into Netherworld City by them, we were captured and knocked unconscious. When we woke up, we were already tied to the altar.
Ouyang Lan said.
So entering the Asura realm wasn't your choice?
Zhou Wen's expression turned solemn. Xiao and company could even determine which path Tianzua would choose, so it was obvious that they knew the Yin family like the back of their hands. Such an enemy made one shudder. On the way back, Zhou Wen stole a glance at the ancient sovereign sutra's terror transformation information on his phone. Terror transformation, human sovereign S grade. It was very simple. Even the word primordial had been dropped. It felt like it was regressing. Demon god body, Heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, God-fiend era, singularity universe, great Brahma, sword pill, and human sovereign. Only the Chaos Egg and Slaughterer haven't undergone terror transformation. The path to advancing to the terror grade shouldn't be far for me, Zhou Wen thought to himself. After walking off the bridge of helplessness, he saw Tianzua sitting there. An officer was treating his severed arm, but it didn't seem to be effective. Regeneration of severed limbs wasn't easy for ordinary people, but not for a person like Tianzua, who had all sorts of officers with him. There were also many who had healing abilities, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to regrow the severed limb. However, when such power was used on Tianzua, it didn't seem to be effective. Although the wound had healed, he couldn't regrow his severed arm.
Young Master One, don't you have a healing ability? Why don't you treat the overseer?
And Sheng handed the arm he had picked up to Zhou Wen.
There's no need.
And Tianzua said directly before Zhou Wen could say a word. His tone was firm, without any intention of it just being an act of politeness. Chapter 1208 Treatment. Chapter 1208 Treatment.
Little Zhuozhua, there's no need to stand on ceremony. We are family.
Ouyang Lan said, as she took the arm from Sheng and stuffed it into Zhou Wen's hand. She continued,
Little One, ignore him. If he's sick, he needs to be treated. Who doesn't let doctors treat them? Please treat him.
With that said, Ouyang Lan winked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss as to what Ouyang Lan's wink meant. When the others heard Ouyang Lan call Tianzua Little Zhuozhua, their expressions changed, but they didn't dare say a word.
I said there's no need.
And Tianzua got up to leave. He knew Ouyang Lan too well. However, it was already too late. Ouyang Lan had already pressed down on Tianzua's shoulder, and Tianzua didn't dare to shake her off by force. All he could do was say,
It's just one arm. It's no big deal. There's no need to treat it.
Ouyang Lan ignored Tianzua and said to Zhou Wen,
Little Wen, I call the shots. Ignore him and quickly treat him. I saw that you were great at treating wounds, so please treat Little Zhuozhua.
1. When Zhou Wen heard Ouyang Lan's words, he immediately came to a realization. Ouyang Lan was referring to the time he beat up the Ashura. Then does she mean that she wants me to take the opportunity to beat up Tianzua? Zhou Wen held the severed arm and looked at Tianzua, understanding what Ouyang Lan meant. Zhou Wen originally believed that even if he wanted to beat Tianzua up, he should have done it openly without using such tricks. However, on second thought, I'm not beating him up, I'm treating him. With this in mind, Zhou Wen no longer hesitated. He walked in front of Tianzua with the severed arm.
Mom, I'm fine. There's really no need to treat me.
And Tianzua wanted to convince Ouyang Lan, but it was useless.
Overseer, and bear with it. It does hurt a little during the treatment, but you'll be fine soon.
Zhou Wen said as he threw a punch at Tianzua's face. Everyone was stunned. That was Tianzua, Overseer, the war god from Luoyang. And Tianzua was stunned. He never expected Zhou Wen to suddenly hit him, so he failed to react.
Little Zhuozhua, this is a treatment. Don't move.
When Tianzua reacted and tried to stand up, Ouyang Lan pressed down on his shoulder. Zhou Wen felt every cell in his body crackle with exuberance and ignored everything else. He quickly threw out a punch that rained down on Tianzua's face and stump, causing his angular face to cave in. If looks could kill, Zhou Wen would have died 10,000 times over. If Ouyang Lan hadn't held Tianzua back, he would have long turned hostile. And Tianzua could tell that Zhou Wen wasn't treating his injuries. He was clearly abusing the mandate he received for personal revenge. Bam! Zhou Wen's final punch struck Tianzua's high nose, causing it to collapse. Seeing that Tianzua couldn't hold back, Zhou Wen took 2 steps back and muttered to himself.
From the looks of it, it's mostly done.
With that said, Zhou Wen shattered the broken arm in his hand and threw it at Tianzua. The broken arm automatically connected to the wound that had also been shattered by Zhou Wen. In a moment, Tianzua's severed arm recovered. His face that had caved in from Zhou Wen's strike also returned to its original state. The injuries from his battle with Xiao had completely vanished.
Little Wen's treatment is really excellent. You don't look injured at all. We're family, so there's no need to thank him.
Ouyang Lan didn't dare tease Tianzua further when she saw his cold expression. She hurriedly released her grip and pulled Zhou Wen away.
The weather today is rather fine, don't you think so, Ah Sheng? Indeed, madam. The weather is excellent today. Why don't we go back and have a good meal?
And Sheng hurriedly followed Ouyang Lan, not daring to stay behind to face the fuming Tianzua.
Ah Sheng, you are most considerate. Little Zhuozhua just doesn't understand me.
Ouyang Lan walked as she spoke without stopping. The group left Netherworld City and rushed back to Luoyang. The stat crystal left behind by the Ashura was a 96 constitution crystal. After Zhou Wen absorbed it, his constitution only reached 81 points without any further breakthroughs. The other skill crystal was named
Azura's evil.
It was a Terra-grade skill crystal that required 81 constitution. It also required 1 to cultivate an essence energy art with a demonic attribute, as well as a demonic wheel of destiny. Zhou thought for a moment, and realized that he had never cultivated a demonic essence energy art. After giving it a try, he realized that he couldn't absorb it. All he could do was temporarily put it away. 2. Should I open up Netherworld City in-game? Zhou was very interested in the dimensional creatures in the 6 realms. There were many mythical creatures there, and there were also Terra-grade ones that could be killed. It was an excellent place for farming resources. However, when he thought of Netherworld City's punishments, Zhou had no choice but to temporarily give up. Ignoring everything else, it wouldn't be easy to clear the final dream chamber. Zhou didn't have Li Xian's ability that was similar to an AI brain and data stream powers. Just the thought of being punished in a dream for more than 1,000 years made even someone as determined as Zhou shiver. After returning to Luoyang, the Yin family began to study the possibility of entering the Holy Land. At the very least, they had to let a Terra-grade human enter the Holy Land. Otherwise, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths.
Sis Lan, do you know what they want from the former principal?
Zhou privately asked Ouyang Lan when no one else was around. Ouyang Lan shook her head slightly.
I don't know either. From what they said, I'm guessing that my father obtained something from Zhuolu.
Zhou whispered.
Could it be the silver-haired companion beast in Shiyuan's shop?
Ouyang Lan was slightly taken aback.
Why would you have such thoughts? Typically, companion beasts can't be traded. The chances of them seeking a companion beast isn't high.
Zhou thought for a moment, and felt that Ouyang Lan was right. The companion beast they wanted was probably the strongest companion beast on Earth. The silver-haired companion beast didn't seem to make the cut. The thing they are looking for is definitely related to the strongest companion beast on Earth. But what is it? What did the former principal take out from Zhuolu? Zhou thought about it but couldn't figure it out.
Why did you think of that silver-haired companion beast?
Ouyang Lan was a shrewd person. Upon hearing Zhou's question, she felt that there was something amiss. Zhou recounted the matter about the passcode. Ouyang Lan was the former principal's daughter, so she should know the former principal better.
That actually happened? Are you sure that the passcode was given to you by my father?
Ouyang Lan was very surprised when she heard that.
I'm not sure.
Zhou shook his head. He really couldn't be sure.
This matter is odd. There's something wrong with that silver-haired companion beast. It's right that you didn't rashly open it.
Ouyang Lan pondered and was about to say something when she heard hurried footsteps from outside.
Madam, the cube has been activated again.
And Sheng's voice sounded from outside. Chapter 1209 The cube starts again.
Why would the cube activate at such a time?
Ouyang Lan and Zhou found it odd. Ever since human sovereign slew Ditian, there hadn't been any more battles of the cube. Due to the existence of human sovereign, the dimension didn't dare to randomly activate the battle of the cube. He switched on his phone for the live stream. Indeed, everywhere in the Federation was reporting the restarting of the cube. However, the opening of the cube this time was different from the previous times. There was no ranking. All the cube showed the same scene. It was a red planet, and most of it was covered in hard rock. There were some spots on the planet's surface that were bubbling with boiling magma. The heat made space seem distorted, making it look very strange.
This is Venus?
Ouyang Lan looked at it for a while before recognizing the planet on the screen. She looked at Sheng in puzzlement. And Sheng hurriedly said,
Yes, madam. Many astronomers have confirmed that the planet on the cube is undoubtedly Venus. However, it's still unknown why the cube is showing Venus.
After a pause, Sheng pointed at a corner of the cube's screen and said,
There's a 72-hour count here. We don't know what its use is for now. Everyone is guessing. Let's go to a cube. There's too little we can gather from a phone.
Ouyang Lan said to Zhou as she walked.
From Earth, Venus's brightness is second only to the moon. In ancient times, Venus was also known as Chang'e, Tai Bai, Qiming, Evening Star, and so on. The name Venus comes from the West District. Now that it's suddenly appearing on cube, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Nothing good has ever come from the cube's appearance, right?
Zhou said helplessly. Ouyang Lan asked Sheng again.
Has anyone attempted to use the cube to enter the rankings? Someone has already tried, but they can't enter the rankings.
And Sheng answered.
Cannot enter the rankings? What are those fellows from the dimension up to?
Ouyang Lan frowned even more. When Zhou and company rushed to the cube, and Tianzua and Jing were already there. Seeing Zhou follow Ouyang Lan over, and Tianzua's gaze met Zhou for less than a second before he immediately turned to the side without looking at him again.
Little Zhou, we meet again.
Qin Wufu was also there, as he greeted Zhou with a smile.
Governor Qin, what's the situation now?
Zhou wasn't willing to ask Tianzua, so he asked Qin Wufu. Qin Wufu explained.
It's been about half an hour since the cube lit up. The various factions in the Federation are actively probing it, but there's no movement from it. We can't enter the rankings, nor is there a combat arena. There's only the image and countdown of Venus. Don't tell me they want to use Venus as a combat arena?
Zhou Wen asked.
Qin Wufu said. Many people think so. There are large amounts of basalt on the surface of Venus. Furthermore, the surface temperature is extremely high. The amount of carbon dioxide in the air exceeds 97%. There will often be sulfuric acid rain.
Zhou Wen carefully listened to Qin Wufu's introduction. He didn't know much about Venus. He had heard that the surface temperature of Venus could reach more than 500 degrees Celsius. Even at the mythical stage, it was very difficult to stay on Venus for long. Furthermore, with current aerospace technology, it wasn't easy to reach Venus. Some teleportation abilities could speed up interstellar traveling. However, not many people had interstellar teleportation abilities. They were considered rare in the Federation. Zhou Wen carefully sized up Venus through the cube. At the same time, he used Great Brahma's power to strengthen his vision, hoping to see something. After some observation, Zhou Wen's expression gradually turned solemn. Ouyang Lan noticed that Zhou Wen's expression was odd, so she asked,
"Little one, did you discover something?"
Everyone looked at Zhou Wen as he pondered for a moment before saying,
"There seems to be a shadow slowly surfacing in the magma. However, I can only see a shadow. I can't tell what it is."
Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Tianzua and company looked at the scene of Venus in the cube, but they couldn't see anything. And Sheng's heart stirred as he looked at Zhou Wen and asked,
"Young Master One, look at the countdown. Could it be the countdown to when the shadow surfaces? It's very likely, but I can't be sure. The distance from the cube is too far. Furthermore, the magma has blocked my vision. There's too little I can see,"
Zhou Wen said. Everyone's mood was somewhat heavy. For the dimension to suddenly activate the cube and have it hosted on Venus, they were definitely up to no good. As they couldn't verify any of their hypotheses, they could only wait for time to pass, and wait for the shadow Zhou Wen mentioned to appear. Luoyang City had already entered a state of high alert. The citizens who could be evacuated into the dimensional zones began to move into them. If a terrifying creature appeared on Venus, it wouldn't be difficult for it to reach Earth from that distance. Just as Zhou Wen was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone shout,
"Someone! There's someone on Venus!"
Zhou Wen and company, who were chatting, hurriedly looked at the cube. The scene was still Venus, but a humanoid creature appeared on the screen. It floated above Venus and stared at the magma, as though it was observing something. After taking a closer look, Zhou Wen was certain that it wasn't a human. Although the figure looked like a human, his entire body was like gold. It wasn't in the form of armor, but his body was like a golden sculpture. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense his aura through the cube. He didn't know what kind of creature he belonged to. As Zhou Wen and company were watching, the unknown creature suddenly plunged into the magma and quickly vanished. Others only knew that the creature had burrowed into the magma, but Zhou Wen could roughly tell that it was heading for the shadow. After the golden person entered the magma, it didn't come out again. After waiting for almost an hour, there was still no movement. After a while, another dragon from Western legends flew over and similarly arrived beside the magma. Like the golden person, it quickly rushed into the magma. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the shadow might not be a creature. Instead, it might be some treasure. Although the two fellows that had appeared hadn't undergone terror transformation, they were most likely at the terror grade to be able to enter the magma so easily. No matter how low their intelligence was, it was impossible for a terror grade creature to tempt fate, right? Should I take a look? Zhou Wen was somewhat tempted. His singularity universe had interstellar teleportation abilities, so it would be very easy for him to reach Venus. Chapter 12:10 Successful Birth. Zhou Wen was originally worried that this was the Dimension's ploy as a way to lure him over. However, Zhou Wen quickly dispelled this thought, because he saw Tsukuyami on the cube's screen. However, Tsukuyami arrived at Venus in her terror form. Ordinary people couldn't see her at all. Zhou Wen nearly exclaimed when he saw Tsukuyami dressed in white like a goddess of the moon. However, Tsukuyami didn't enter the magma. She only looked at it for a while, before turning around and disappearing again. In the next few hours, Zhou Wen saw two strange creatures appear. One was an angel with black wings, while the other was a skeleton creature that resembled the Grim Reaper. They arrived near Venus's magma, but just like Tsukuyami, they quickly left. Not long after, the golden person and dragon that had entered the magma came out one after another before disappearing again. Zhou Wen was already very curious. He wanted to know what was in Venus's magma that could attract so many powerful creatures. Even the calamity grade Tsukuyami had come. Although he was extremely curious, Zhou Wen held back and continued gaming at home. Thankfully, he obtained a demon blood true dragon companion egg. Now, Zhou had 8 Demon Blood True Dragon Companion Eggs. All that was left was the Wu Dragon Pearl. Ding! Just as Zhou was grinding the Pill Furnace Mountain dungeon, he suddenly heard a notification on his phone. Then, a message popped up. Light Concealment Sword and Night Immaculate Sword have had a successful birth. Obtained a companion egg. Zhou was slightly taken aback before he realized that 36 days had passed without him realizing it. Light Concealment Sword and Night Immaculate Sword had really produced a companion egg. He hurriedly opened the birth interface and indeed, he discovered a companion egg. The companion egg was somewhat different from the Light Concealment Sword and the Night Immaculate Sword. It wasn't completely transparent, nor was it in vapor form, like the Night Immaculate Sword. Instead, it was like a shadow, only a shadow without any form. Could this be the Shadow Concealment Sword? Zhou was puzzled as he opened the companion egg's information. It was indeed the Shadow Concealment Sword. Shadow Concealment Sword, mythical. The stats of the Shadow Concealment Sword were very similar to the Light Concealment Sword and Night Immaculate Sword. Its skills and life providence were somewhat different, but it was also a very good mythical companion beast. Its abilities weren't inferior to Light Concealment and Night Immaculate. However, Zhou was somewhat disappointed. If the birth ability could only give birth to companion eggs of the same grade, the birth of mythical companion eggs wouldn't be of much help to him. Zhou was originally looking forward to it. Even if the function couldn't produce a Terror-grade companion egg, it wouldn't be bad if it could produce an evolvable companion egg. However, it was just an ordinary mythical companion egg. A mythical sword was indeed of little use to Zhou with the Terror-grade Azura Saber. He suddenly recalled that he could try out and see the effects a fusion of the 3 swords would have. Zhou had been looking forward to obtaining the 9 Demon Blood True Dragon Companion Beasts, because he wanted to fuse them, but he didn't know if there would be any special effects after fusing them. Light Concealment, Shadow Concealment, and Night Immaculate were said to be a set of swords. Furthermore, Light Concealment and Night Immaculate had an extremely high compatibility when matched to each other. Perhaps he could give it a try. After incubating the Shadow Concealment Sword, he launched the synthesis interface and placed Light Concealment, Shadow Concealment, and Night Immaculate together. After the 3 swords were in place, a beam of light flashed on the synthesis column. The synthesis compatibility reached 99%. Furthermore, the 3 swords were glowing as though they were covered in a layer of divine light. However, other than that, there was nothing special. There were no special hints. Zhou thought for a moment, and pressed the fusion button. In the next second, the 3 swords glowed brightly and instantly occupied the entire screen, preventing him from seeing anything. After a while, the light converged. However, after the light vanished, Zhou looked again and realized that a companion beast wasn't the product. In the fusion interface, a companion egg appeared. There were words under the fusion and a percentage indicator. It was only at 1%. Zhou waited for more than 10 minutes, but the percentage was still 1%. It didn't move. He didn't know how long the fusion would take. After about an hour, it finally jumped to 2%. Zhou estimated that it would take 4 days to reach 100%. He had no choice but to ignore it and continue grinding Pill Furnace Mountain. His luck today was pretty good. Zhou had actually obtained another Resurrection Pill Essence. Although its effects were inferior to the Dragon Tiger Elixir, it was still a good healing item. Even if his heart shattered, he could be revived with 1 pill. Of course, he couldn't really die. At the very least, it would only be effective if he ate it on his last breath. After that, Zhou luck seemed to run out. He farmed many mythical creatures, but nothing dropped. Zhou had already figured out the respawn pattern of the Terror-grade creatures he had killed. They could respawn in a week, but the drop rate of companion eggs wasn't high, so he didn't gain anything. As time passed, the shadow in the magma became more and more obvious. Zhou was no longer the only one who could see it. Many people in the Federation could see the shadow. There were also impressive people who managed to deduce that the shadow was likely a building. Furthermore, it was certain that the shadow would appear when the countdown was up. Now, people were guessing that the building in the magma was likely the arena for the Battle of the Cube. When the building appeared, it would be the true beginning of the battle. However, some people believed that the building wasn't a combat arena. It was very likely a dimensional zone on Venus. There were also all sorts of random guesses. Zhou had also read some of them, but he didn't really find them plausible. Tai Sui has eaten all kinds of good stuff. Why isn't there any reaction? Zhou realized that most of the Dragon King goo in the calabash had been eaten by Tai Sui. Only a segment, about 4 meters long, was left of its huge body. It wouldn't be able to last much longer. He was somewhat conflicted about Tai Sui's advancement. Tai Sui was too infamous. If it advanced to the Terror grade and brought disaster to Zhou, it wouldn't be worth it. After grinding all the dimensional zones, he could with no harvest to speak of, All he could do was wait for the respawn time and study the shadow on Venus. It had been 2 days since Venus appeared on the cube. There were less than 24 hours left on the countdown. When Zhou went to the cube to take a look, he could see the true appearance of the shadow despite it not having surfaced. Chapter 12:11 Done. Chapter 12:11 Done. Beneath the magma, one could see a metal palace. It was completely bronze and mixed with the magma, making it difficult to see it at its core. Zhou carefully observed it for a while, before roughly figuring out that the metal palace looked like a hemisphere. However, this was only the upper half. He couldn't see the lower half, nor did he know how big it was. The front of the hemispherical building appeared more than 1,000 meters in diameter. There were latitude-like grooves along its parallels. At the topmost parallel, a platform could be seen. It was also circular, and about 20 to 30 meters in diameter. It looked like an entrance, but it was sealed. There were no gaps, buttons, or handles. Zhou looked at it for a while, unsure what the building was. When his gaze accidentally swept across a corner of the hemisphere, Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. In the grid divided by the longitude and latitude meridians and parallels, there was a tiny palm symbol engraved at the bottom periphery. In the palm was a golden circle symbol. It looked like Venus. There's actually a tiny palm symbol. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He held his phone up at the cube's screen to see if he could snap it, but he realized that it was useless. Even if he really stood on Venus, it was too far away. He had to dive into the magma and take a close-up shot. Zhou hadn't originally planned on taking the risk on Venus, but when he saw the tiny palm symbol, he knew that the metal building was definitely not a combat arena, but a dimensional zone. Furthermore, the creatures that had appeared previously had safely come out after entering. Zhou felt that it wasn't too dangerous, so he planned on making a trip and snapping the tiny palm symbol. However, before that, Zhou needed to be fully prepared. After the antelope returned, it slept on the sofa all day. Zhou used to think that it was lazy, but now, he knew that it was heavily injured and was recuperating. Without a calamity grade protecting him, Zhou didn't dare take her on adventures. He made her stay with Yan family, so that they could take care of her. Although Zhou's relationship with Tianzua was terrible, he had to admit that Tianzua's care for Yer was even more meticulous than his own. He took Jade Rabbit and Ice Maiden with him, but Zhou felt that Ice Maiden wasn't of much use. That place was too hot, so Ice Maiden's strength would be greatly weakened. Her combat strength would definitely plummet. Deva Azura, Banana Fairy, and Demonic Neonate should be of considerable use. There was also the Seven Seas Dragon King. It was unknown if the fellow's mucus was susceptible to high temperatures. He put on the invisibility cloak, put on the earrings, and had Dr. Darkness possess him. Although Dr. Darkness was only at the mythical stage, his light of penetration and darkness right hand were still very useful. After making sufficient preparations, Zhou used Singularity Universe's ability and chose Venus as his teleportation target. He instantly arrived above Venus. Singularity Universe allowed for distant teleportation, but it wasn't precise enough. When Zhou appeared on Venus, he didn't land near the magma. He was in a huge mountain range. The mountain was even taller than the Himalayas. After gathering his bearings, Zhou was about to head for the magma when he suddenly realized that there was a faint sound coming from the Rift Valley at the foot of the mountain. What's there? Zhou was alarmed as he hurriedly activated the invisibility cloak's complete invisibility ability before carefully listening to the commotion in the Rift Valley. After using Truth Listener to listen for a while, he realized that there weren't any creatures in the Rift Valley. What made the sound was a fake flower. The reason it was called a fake flower was that it had 3 red leaves. Above those were white petals. Its entire body was metal, looking nothing like a living plant at all. It looked like a work of art. However, after listening carefully for a while, Zhou realized that the metal flower wasn't an artwork, but a living plant. Its roots were embedded in the rocks, and it seemed to survive rather well in the high temperatures and air that was filled with carbon dioxide. As the heat flowed, the leaves rustled slightly and emitted a strange sound. The sound Zhou had heard was from the leaf. A metal flower? Zhou was especially sensitive to flowers, and didn't dare head straight into the rift. With a flash, he summoned a golden battle god halberd and sent it flying into the Rift Valley. It wasn't that Zhou didn't wish to use ordinary companion beasts to probe. The temperature of Venus was just too high. Typical companion beasts would probably be killed by the high temperature before reaching the Rift Valley. The golden battle god halberd flew down the mountain and into the Rift Valley. Not long after it entered, the golden battle god halberd suddenly disintegrated before it could approach the metal flower. It was somewhat similar to the shattering of tempered glass. The golden battle god halberd immediately disintegrated into countless fragments. The fragments were much smaller than tempered glass shards, only the size of sesame seeds. Before the fragments fell to the bottom of the valley, they vanished. The golden battle god Halbert's name also vanished from Zhou Wen's companion beast list. Zhou Wen felt his heart ache, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. He only knew that the metal flower's power had disintegrated the golden battle god Halbert. As for what kind of power it was, he couldn't tell. After some thought, Zhou Wen dispelled his plans to continue exploring. After determining where he was, he teleported towards the magma abyss. Clown Mask's teleportation ability was already very powerful. His teleportation distance was much further than before, so it didn't take him long to arrive in the vicinity of the magma abyss. Zhou Wen didn't walk over directly because it was within the confines of the cube's field of view. Even if he went in his terror form, ordinary people might not be able to see him, but he could still be seen by terror-grade experts. Therefore, after Zhou Wen determined the distance, he teleported into the magma to prevent himself from being discovered. The moment he entered the magma, he experienced the terrifying temperature. Thankfully, he had already fused with the terror form Human Sovereign. Although Human Sovereign could only heal others and not himself, just the increase in strength produced by the fusion was enough to withstand the high temperature. Not daring to stay for too long, Zhou Wen continued teleporting inside the magma and quickly arrived in front of the metal building. Just as he had seen on the screen, there was a huge metal hemisphere at the front. However, in front of it, it looked even more spectacular, making him feel tiny. What was even more terrifying was that the temperature emitted by the metal building was even more terrifying than the temperature of magma. Even with Zhou Wen's terror-grade power protecting him, he still felt a burning sensation. Thankfully, Zhou Wen didn't plan on searching the metal building. He found the tiny palm symbol and forcefully dispersed the surrounding magma. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of it. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when the long-awaited download screen appeared. He put away his phone and let it download slowly. Chapter 12:12 New Mythical Serum. He didn't dare stay for too long. Since a calamity-grade creature like Tsukuyomi had appeared, there might be other calamity-grade existences. It would be a tragedy if he encountered a calamity-grade who wanted his life. Using Singularity Universe, Zhou Wen returned to Earth. The coordinates of his destination were similarly inaccurate, so he didn't return to Luoyang. This is Holy City? Zhou Wen carefully observed his surroundings and realized that he was standing in an alley. People were coming and going on the streets. He used Truth Listener to scan the area and realized that this was Holy City. Back then, Wang Mingyuan had used the power of the 6 holy temples to break through the barrier between Earth and the dimension and forced his way into the dimension. At the same time, he nearly destroyed the Holy Land. This was Holy City, but it was different from the tragic scene back then. Holy City had been rebuilt. Although it was slightly smaller than before, it could be considered a medium-sized human city. However, Holy City's defensive barrier hadn't been repaired. It had lost its greatest defense, and could only rely on human experts to protect it. According to what Zhou Wen knew, the federal government led by Hui Haifeng had its headquarters in the Holy Land. Hui Haifeng had chosen this place himself. As for why he didn't use the former president's office, the reason wasn't something Zhou Wen was privy to. He took out his phone and took a look. It was still downloading, and it didn't look like it would be done quickly. Since I'm already here, it won't be a bad idea to visit Hui Haifeng. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to identify the buildings in Holy City, and easily found the building for the president's office. However, Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to scan the interior of the building, hoping to find Hui Haifeng. He teleported over and realized that Truth Listener's power couldn't infiltrate the building. The ring-shaped building was screened by an unknown force. Truth Listener was completely unable to probe the interior. Interesting. I wonder if it was made by Hui Haifeng or an expert from the Federation. Zhou Wen couldn't find Hui Haifeng, so after some thought, he gave up on the idea of looking for him.
What are you doing here?
Just as Zhou Wen was about to teleport away from Holy City, a boy with a backpack walked over. He looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. He wore a pair of wide black framed glasses that covered most of his face. At that moment, the boy was looking at him in puzzlement, his eyes constantly sizing him up.
I'm passing by,
Zhou Wen answered.
Passing by?
The boy looked back at the alley before returning his gaze to Zhou Wen's face. His expression seemed to say, "Are you an idiot?" Zhou Wen took a careful look and realized that the alley was a dead end. Furthermore, there was only one house in the entire alley, and there was only one door. Zhou Wen's excuse of passing by seemed a little forced. Zhou Wen didn't mind the details and said with a smile,
I took the wrong path. I'll leave now. Wait,
the boy said as he placed his backpack on the ground. After opening it, he took out something and threw it at Zhou Wen.
Consider yourself lucky. Take this.
Zhou Wen caught it and saw that it was a palm-sized crystal bottle with a golden liquid inside.
What's this? Why are you giving it to me?
Zhou Wen looked at the golden liquid in the tiny bottle before looking at the boy in puzzlement. From the looks of it, the boy didn't seem to be deliberately plotting against him. Ignoring the fact that he wasn't suitable for such matters at his age, even if someone really wanted to scheme against Showun, no one knew that he had come to Holy City. It would be impossible for them to plot a scheme against him in advance.
I forgot that ordinary people like you have never seen exclusive mythical serums before.
The boy revealed a look of enlightenment before saying to Showun,
It's fine if you don't know what it is. This is mythical serum. It's very high level, and is somewhat different from the one circulating on the market. Children above the age of 3 can use it. The effects aren't as intense as ordinary mythical serums. It won't completely fuse with the consumer from the beginning. There will be a long process. This reduces the burden on your body. The effects of the fusion will be better, and it will be more suitable for your body. However, you are a little too old. Even if you use it, the chances of you advancing to the mythical stage are very slim. I suggest you give it to any children of yours. It's best if they are between 3 and 6 years old. Of course, you can use it yourself. It will still be beneficial.
With that said, the boy packed his bag and picked it up again before turning to leave.
Wait.
Showun found the boy odd. He didn't know whose child it was.
Is there something else you don't understand?
The boy turned around and asked Showun without any signs of impatience.
Why are you giving me this mythical serum?
Showun asked as he pointed at the tiny bottle. The boy didn't answer him and only asked,
Don't you want it? No.
Showun shook his head. The boy nudged his glasses with his finger and looked at Showun in puzzlement.
According to what I know, ordinary mythical serum is difficult to find. Many people are fighting to buy a bottle. Such a new mythical serum is priceless. Do you really not want it?
As the boy spoke, he seemed to come to a realization. He looked at Showun and said,
You don't have to doubt it. This mythical serum is genuine. It's from the Hui family. Look at the mark at the bottom of the bottle. No one will dare forge the mark of the Hui family in Holy City. Your surname is Hui?
Showun asked the boy.
This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want it, you can return the mythical serum to me,
the boy said. From his expression, Showun had zero doubts that the boy's surname was Hui. However, he didn't know what relationship he had with Hui Haifeng.
I believe this is a mythical serum and I want it. However, I didn't put in any effort. I can't take something from others for nothing. If there's anything you need me to do, we can make a deal. This way, it won't be me getting it for nothing.
Showun knew that there had to be a reason for the boy's odd actions. If he really had something to do with Hui Haifeng, Showun couldn't just ignore him. The boy nodded as though he felt that Showun's words made sense. However, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before muttering to himself.
But I don't have anything I need you to do. Anything is fine. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me,
Showun said. The boy shook his head.
If it's something I find difficult, it's even more impossible for you to complete.
Why isn't this fellow cute at all? He doesn't sound like a child his age. Showun was somewhat exasperated. The boy thought for a moment and said again,
How about this? You can't do something if it's too difficult. Lead the way. I'm going to Fireworks Lane to find a woman.
Chapter 12:13 Fireworks Lane. Fireworks Lane? Find a woman? Showun looked at the boy with an odd expression before using Truth Listener to scan Holy City. Soon, he found Fireworks Lane. However, after figuring out where Fireworks Lane was, Showun's expression turned even odder. He originally believed that the name of the place was just something prone to misunderstanding. It was likely a normal place where the boy was looking for his family and friends. However, Showun realized that Fireworks Lane was really as he first imagined. It was filled with colorful neon lights and strange men coming and going. Other than that were a bunch of strange women.
Don't tell me you don't even know where Fireworks Lane is. I heard from Aquan that all men in Holy City know where it is,
the boy said with a frown.
I know, but who are you looking for at a place like that?
Showun asked.
That's my business. Just lead the way. Take me to the place and the mythical serum will be yours.
The boy clearly didn't wish to say too much to a stranger.
All right.
Showun didn't ask further. He wanted to go with him to see what he was up to.
What's your name? I have to know how to address you, right?
Showun asked the boy.
Hui Wan.
The boy hesitated for a moment before giving his name.
Did I catch it right? Hui Wan? Is that your name?
Showun looked at the boy with an odd expression.
Let's go now. I don't have much time. In 2 hours, I have to return for piano lessons. There's also the violin, zither, and eru after that.
The boy raised his wrist and looked at his watch.
Why are you learning all that?
Showun was even more curious. In this era, he had heard of people forcing their children to cultivate in essence energy arts. He had never heard of anyone letting their children practice so many musical instruments.
Why do you have so many questions? If you are going, I'll go by myself.
As Hui Wan spoke, he walked towards the lane.
Let's go now,
Zhou Wen said as he walked.
Fireworks Lane is very long. Do you have the exact address?
Hui Wan shook his head.
No. Then do you know the name of the woman you are looking for?
Zhou Wen asked again.
I only know that others call her Akai,
Hui Wan said after some thought.
It's much easier with a name. We can ask around when we get there. Why are you looking for Akai?
Zhou Wen continued probing. However, Hui Wan didn't answer him this time. He just walked by himself. Seeing Hui Wan ignore him, Zhou Wen stopped asking. Since he already knew that he was going to find Akai, he could just follow him and not let anything happen to him. This was the central area of Holy City, and Fireworks Lane was in a relatively remote area. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a slum. To save time, Zhou Wen summoned an inconspicuous companion beast mount and took Hui Wan over. To his surprise, Hui Wan didn't sit on Zhou Wen's companion beast. He took out a blanket from his backpack, which had a companion beast sealed using some unknown method. Although the companion beast didn't belong to Hui Wan, he could control the blanket to fly with a few buttons on the blanket. As a 5-year-old child, Hui Wan could easily steer it.
What's this?
Zhou Wen looked curiously at Hui Wan's flying carpet.
This is a pet flying carpet that our family recently developed. It hasn't been mass-produced yet, and is not sold on the market. If you want it, you have to wait at least 3 months. However, there will only be some trial products then. It won't be sold on a large scale,
Hui Wan explained. The Hui family sure knows how to rile things up. This thing is interesting. Zhou Wen sized up the flying carpet and roughly knew how it was done. Although the method wasn't difficult, the person who could do it was undoubtedly a genius. Soon, the two of them arrived at Fireworks Lane. The combination of the adult and child, together with the flying carpet, was very eye-catching. Many ladies standing at the entrance were looking at them. The bolder ladies even wanted to get their business. Hui Wan wasn't shy at all. He didn't look like a 5-year-old child at all.
Little friend, you're so cute. Wanna come to my shop to play?
A woman came over to tease Hui Wan.
Hello, sister. I'm looking for Akai. Do you know where she is?
Hui Wan asked. The woman who had reached out to pinch Hui Wan's cheek suddenly had a drastic change in expression. As though she had been electrocuted, she retracted her hand and turned to leave. She even whispered,
I don't know. Sister, do you know where Akai is?
Hui Wan asked as he went shop to ask while sitting on the flying carpet. However, anyone who was asked by him, be it men or women, seemed to be bitten by a scorpion. They turned around and left. Some shops even pulled down their shutters, as though they were the plague. Interesting. Zhou Wen originally wanted to ensure that Hui Wan could return safely, but now, he realized that this matter was much more interesting than he had imagined. No matter if it was the women or the guests who entered the pubs, as long as Hui Wan asked about Akai, all of them wanted to escape immediately. Even Zhou Wen was somewhat interested in Akai, considering how her name had such magical power. As the two of them walked, the originally lively Fireworks Lane suddenly turned bleak and empty. Almost all the bars and clubs closed. The reason why it was almost was that one pub remained open. The signboard of the pub was still lit, and the door wasn't closed. Zhou Wen saw that the signboard said, Non-alcoholic pub. Hui Wan was still a child after all. Although he was a little odd, he was only bent on finding Akai. Seeing that the non-alcoholic pub was still open, he decided to go in and ask if the person inside knew where Akai was. However, before Hui Wan could enter, someone drew the curtains open and came out. It was a middle-aged man. His face was fierce, and he looked a little ferocious.
Go back. The one you're looking for isn't here,
the middle-aged man said.
Do you know where Akai is?
Although Hui Wan was young, he was very smart. He could immediately tell that there was something odd with the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man ignored Hui Wan and said to Zhou Wen,
It's still not too late to leave now. I'm afraid it will be too late if you wait any longer.
He believed that Zhou Wen had been sent by Hui Wan's family to protect him, but he was mistaken.
I'm afraid it's too late.
As Zhou Wen spoke, he turned his head and saw that on both sides of the street, a large number of people had appeared with weapons. They filled up both ends of the street. They didn't say a word as they surrounded Zhou Wen and Hui Wan. It looked like they wanted to trap them here.
Come in.
The middle-aged man frowned slightly and moved aside to open the door. 1. A homophone to Playboy. Chapter 12:14 Faceless Buddha. Chapter 12:14 Faceless Buddha. Before Hui Wan could say anything, Zhou Wen had already pulled him in. Although he didn't think much of these people, he couldn't just massacre them in Hui Haifeng's territory. After entering the non-alcoholic pub, Zhou Wen realized that it was empty. Apart from a male bartender and a waitress, he didn't see a single customer.
Little kid, what would you like to drink?
A girl in a bunny costume walked over and bent down to ask Hui Wan with a smile.
I'm not drinking anything. I'm here to find Ah Kai. Is she here?
Hui Wan said.
Give him a cup of warm milk,
the bartender said. The bunny girl responded tersely, and quickly placed a cup of hot milk in front of Hui Wan.
Little kid, try it. It's delicious. What would you like to drink?
The bunny girl asked Zhou Wen.
What's there?
Zhou Wen asked.
Hot milk, iced milk, and yogurt,
the bunny girl answered.
Isn't this a pub?
Zhou Wen looked at the bunny girl in puzzlement. Why was everything milk-based? Was this a pub or a milk shop?
Is this your first time in Fireworks Lane?
The bunny girl asked.
It's my first time here.
Zhou Wen nodded.
No wonder. Didn't you see that our shop's name is Non-Alcoholic Pub? In other words, we don't sell alcohol. We only sell milk products here,
explained the bunny girl. Selling milk at Fireworks Lane. Zhou Wen's expression was odd. This was the first time he had heard of such a shop. Furthermore, it did business in a place like Fireworks Lane. It would be odd if business was good. It was no wonder it was so empty.
Then give me a cup of warm milk.
Zhou Wen had no choice but to order a cup of warm milk. The moment the bunny girl brought the milk over, the people outside had already blocked the entrance of the non-alcoholic pub.
Hand him over.
Zhou Wen heard someone shouting outside. However, it wasn't random shouting. Only the leader spoke.
Hand who over?
The middle-aged man standing at the door said coldly.
Old demon, stop pretending. Do you think we are blind?
When the leader said that, the crowd behind him was immediately enraged. Instantly, shouts reverberated across the sky as the huge crowd seemed eager to rush in.
Is it convenient for us to be here?
Zhou Wen asked the bartender. He could naturally tell that the bartender was the head of the non-alcoholic pub. Perhaps he was the boss here.
Since you've ordered milk, you are my customers. No one can bully my customers here,
the bartender said calmly.
But something doesn't seem right outside.
Zhou Wen heard the commotion outside. The bartender glanced at the door and said loudly,
Old demon, let them in.
With the bartender saying that, the clamoring outside immediately quieted down. After a while, Old Demon led the leader in. However, he was the only one who entered. Even though there were many people outside, they only stood outside obediently. No one dared to enter.
Brother Milk.
The leader saw the bartender and squeezed out a smile.
Brother Gene, they are just two insensible children. They don't have any ill intentions. Don't make things difficult for them,
said Brother Milk.
Brother Milk, aren't you mocking me? Just call me Old Gene. Since you've already said the word, I won't say anything. I can choose not to capture them. However,
Brother Milk, don't make things difficult for us.
We can't let them stay in Fireworks Lane any longer,
said Old Gene. Before Brother Milk could say anything, Hui Wan said directly.
Why can't I stay in Fireworks Lane? I want to find Ah Kai. I won't leave without finding her.
Brother Milk, as you can see, it's not that we aren't cutting you some slack and want to make things ugly, but we really can't answer our boss when we return, Old Gene said with a bitter expression.
Sorry to trouble you. Give me some time,
Brother Milk said as he looked at Zhou Wen.
Shouldn't you take him back? It's none of my business if he wants to come or leave,
Zhou Wen said with a shrug. He didn't mind watching the matter escalate. It was getting more and more interesting. Brother Milk was taken aback when he heard that. Old Gene read the situation well. Seeing what was happening, he got up and said,
How about this, Brother Milk? I'll wait for you outside. I reckon my boss won't be able to make it here in half an hour. I really can't guarantee anything after that. You know my boss's temper. Sorry to trouble you, Old Gene,
said Brother Milk.
Brother Milk, there's no need for that. I'm just doing my part.
As Old Gene spoke, he left the non-alcoholic pub. However, he didn't retreat. He let his men wait outside.
Are you really not leaving?
Brother Milk asked Zhou Wen.
You have to ask him.
Zhou Wen pointed at Hui Wan.
I'm not leaving. I won't go back unless I find Ah Kai,
Hui Wan said firmly.
Aren't you from the Hui family?
Brother Milk asked Zhou Wen.
No,
Brother Milk said.
It doesn't matter if you're from the Hui family. Since you brought him here, you have the obligation to take him back safely. Leave now.
You heard what Old Gene said.
In half an hour, if that person really comes, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to leave. He's just looking for someone. Is there a need to go that far? This child is from the Hui family after all,
Zhou Wen said. Old Demon said coldly.
It looks like you are a greenhorn who doesn't know anything. It's because he's from the Hui family that it's dangerous. Why would the Hui family let a person like you bring a child out? I was just about to ask, what's going on?
Zhou Wen was also extremely curious. Hui Haifeng was now the federal president, and Holy City was now the Hui family's territory. It was too strange for him to say that it was dangerous, because Hui Wan was from the Hui family.
You really don't know anything? That old saying is right. The ignorant are fearless.
The bunny girl smiled and roughly explained the situation. Zhou Wen's jaw nearly dropped when he heard the story. He never expected such a thing. Someone had actually gone to the Hui family to snatch a woman. Furthermore, the Hui family didn't dare demand her return. The woman who had been taken away was the Akai that Hui Wan had mentioned. The person who snatched her was the boss of Fireworks Lane. No one knew his real name, but they knew that he had a nickname, Faceless Buddha.
Is it possible for a person to go to the president's residence to take a woman away without the president having the guts to demand her return?
Zhou Wen felt like he was listening to a fantasy.
It's not a possibility, but a fact. Don't underestimate Fireworks Lane. This is Holy City's underground market. There are countless good things flowing here from all over the Federation every day. The number of transactions is unimaginable for you. If the president is the ruler of Holy City's day, then Faceless Buddha is the king of Holy City's night.
Old Demon snorted coldly.
Old Jean and company gave you a chance to leave Fireworks Lane on account of Brother Milk. If you don't leave now, when that Faceless Buddha comes, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Even if Hui Haifeng comes personally, he might not be able to take the two of you back.
Chapter 12-15 Super Genius. Zhou Wen still found it unbelievable. He dares to fight the entire Federation with his strength alone, and in such a blatant manner? Old Demon said coldly.
Hui Haifeng only represents the federal government. Now, there's not only the federal government on Earth, but there are also the League of Guardians, the Holy Spirit Association, the Overseas Faction, and others. And these factions need a place to exchange resources. And that's the underground market at Fireworks Lane. Here, as long as you have money, you can exchange for anything you want. Even the 6 families need resources that they don't have. There aren't many people who can balance the relationships between the various factions and complete this matter. Do you think the Hui family can touch such a person?
With Old Demon giving this explanation, Zhou Wen understood that the Faceless Buddha in Fireworks Lane didn't only represent himself. It also represented the interests of the League of Guardians, the Holy Spirit Association, Overseas, and even the Federation itself. Ignoring the fact that the Federation president didn't control the entire federal government, even if he could fully control the federal government, he still needed to consider carefully if he wanted to touch Fireworks Lane and Faceless Buddha. However, Zhou Wen still found it ridiculous for Faceless Buddha to abduct a woman from the Hui family. There had to be another reason.
Who's that Akai? Why would Faceless Buddha abduct her?
Zhou Wen asked.
I'm afraid only Faceless Buddha knows why. Perhaps you could ask the Hui family. However, Faceless Buddha once ordered that no one from the Hui family is allowed to enter Fireworks Lane. He's a man of action. Previously, there were people from the 6 families who refused to believe his claim and were killed in Fireworks Lane.
Old Demon glanced at Hui Wan. Clearly, the Hui family member he was referring to was Hui Wan.
Faceless Buddha is a big baddie. He snatched Akai away.
Hui Wan said through gritted teeth.
I don't know if Faceless Buddha is a big baddie, but ever since he came to Fireworks Lane, this place, which was at the bottom of society and suffered bullying, is no longer having women like us suffer random bullying. No one dares to wantonly kill for fun.
The bunny girl said seriously. Zhou Wen couldn't help but fall silent when he heard that. He had previously heard of it, and knew that what the bunny girl said was very pragmatic. As the Earth's anomalies became more and more intense, and the environment became worse, many women who didn't have the ability to protect themselves or even obtain food had to engage in special work. However, those who could come to such a place to enjoy themselves were people with power or money. Furthermore, the mental pressure was too great. Under the circumstances where the laws were weak, it was very common for women to be bullied. They weren't paid for their service, and might even be beaten or killed. It wasn't just Holy City. Many human cities had the same problem.
In that case, Faceless Buddha is not a bad person,
Zhou Wen said.
He's not human. He's the Buddha of Fireworks Lane, the god here.
The bunny girl corrected him seriously.
From the looks of it, it's time for us to leave.
Zhou Wen didn't wish to be embroiled in such a complicated matter. All he wanted was to take Hui Wan back safely.
I'm not going back until I see Akai.
Hui Wan was very insistent. However, he wasn't like ordinary children who did things purely out of spite. He had his own independent thoughts.
I want to see Faceless Buddha and ask him what's needed for him to release Akai. As long as he's willing to release Akai, I'm willing to pay any price. He can take anything within the confines of my abilities, money, or the research products of our Hui family.
Hui Wan continued.
Then how great is the range of your abilities? How much say do you have?
Old Demon asked Hui Wan with contempt. He didn't believe that a 5-year-old child could have many resources at his disposal. Even if his surname was Hui, even if he was Hui Haifeng's son, He would at most have some pocket money that ordinary children couldn't have. If such money could settle Faceless Buddha, Akai wouldn't have been forced to leave the Hui family. It looked like Hui Wan had come prepared. He opened his bag and took out some documents.
These are the shares of the dimensional zones that I have in Holy City. There are also some shares of the dimensional zones in the North and South District that I bought from the 6 families. As long as the 6 families don't collapse, the profits should be very stable. There's also my company here. I own 73% of the shares.
Hui Wan gave a general introduction. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that. Even Brother Milk's expression changed when he looked at Hui Wan. He picked up some documents and looked at them before saying with a strange expression,
"These are all genuine."
Old Demon also picked up one of the documents and took a look. He immediately shouted,
"Is the Great Fun Group yours?"
Hui Wan nodded.
"Strictly speaking, it belongs to me after I acquired it half a year ago."
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised when he heard that. He had recently heard of the name,
Great Fun Group.
Its main business was a project that combined companion beasts and technology. For example, the construction of some companion beast power stations was the business of the Great Fun Group. The Yin family and the Great Fun Group had business partnerships, so it could be said that it was a large corporation that covered the Federation.
"You're still so young. Is your family at ease handing such a huge corporation to you?"
The bunny girl said to Hui Wan in disbelief. However, Hui Wan corrected her seriously.
"No, it's not from my family. I bought it myself. Doesn't the money you used to acquire it come from your family?"
Old Demon said.
"No, my money was obtained by selling my inventions and investments. Apart from the experimental equipment and materials that my mother gave me in the beginning, I didn't take a single cent from my family for nothing,"
Hui Wan said.
"What inventions do you have?"
Old Demon asked.
"A recent invention that has been pushed to the market. It's called a companion egg backpack. You should have heard of it, right?"
Hui Wan said.
"You invented the companion egg backpack?"
The bunny girl and Old Demon widened their eyes as they looked at Hui Wan as though they were looking at a monster. They really couldn't believe that the thing had been invented by such a young child.
"If you don't believe me, you can take a look at the contract I signed with the 6 families. The companion egg backpacks made by the 6 families have all purchased my technology."
Hui Wan took out some documents from the thick stack of documents for them to see. After Old Demon and company read it, they couldn't treat Hui Wan as a child when they looked at him again.
"As long as Faceless Buddha is willing, I can use all of this to exchange for Akai,"
Hui Wan said.
"Although you are very sincere, there are some things that can't be resolved with money. It's best you leave quickly,"
said Brother Milk. Zhou Wen naturally knew that if money could resolve the problem, Faceless Buddha wouldn't have abducted Akai from the Hui family.
"Why? The combined value of these can buy half of Holy City. Can't it satisfy Faceless Buddha?"
Hui Wan clearly didn't understand. He might be a super genius in some aspects, but in most aspects, he was still a child. Chapter 12:16 Faceless Buddha. Chapter 12:16 Faceless Buddha.
"Not enough."
Brother Milk didn't explain much. He only said 2 simple words.
"How much more is needed?"
Hui Wan asked seriously.
100 times more."
Brother Milk gave a number only because he wanted Hui Wan to return. He didn't believe that Hui Wan could really do it, at least not in a short period of time.
"All right, I'll earn more money. When I return, I can exchange it for Akai."
Hui Wan was only a child after all, so he took Brother Milk's word seriously.
"All right, I'll send you out."
Brother Milk sent Zhou Wen and Hui Wan out. When Old Jean saw Brother Milk take them out, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He didn't wish to clash with Brother Milk.
"Everyone, they are just children. Can you not make things difficult for them and give them a way out?"
Brother Milk said as he looked at the crowd.
"Since you said so, it must be a misunderstanding,"
Old Jean hurriedly added. Most people took Brother Milk's prestige into consideration and automatically made way. Zhou Wen thanked Brother Milk and company. Just as he was about to leave with Hui Wan, he suddenly heard the strange sounds of hooves. With the sound of hooves, everyone's expression changed. Even the color in Brother Milk's face drained. Zhou Wen immediately realized what had happened. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound of hooves. He saw a person slowly walking over on a 2-headed dragon. The 2-headed dragon's body was pitch black, as though it was carved from black gemstones. Every scale emitted a dark light, as though it was an abyss in a mirror. The person sitting on the double-headed dragon's back was extremely majestic. He was nearly 3 meters tall and looked like a giant. However, although he was majestic, he didn't appear clumsy. His body was in a muscular, streamlined shape, making him exude explosive strength. Compared to the tight black armor, he looked even more domineering and mysterious. No one could see the face underneath the faceless mask. Upon seeing the mask, Zhou Wen roughly guessed who he was. Actually, there was no need to guess. The reaction of the people in Fireworks Lane was enough to explain everything. The person who had arrived was likely Faceless Buddha, a godlike existence in Fireworks Lane. Wherever Faceless Buddha passed, everyone automatically retreated to the sides of the street. They pressed their palms together and bowed their heads as though they were praying to Buddha. No one dared to look up at Faceless Buddha. Old Jin's face was pale. When he saw Faceless Buddha approach from afar, he immediately knelt down and said,
"Your Excellency, I saw that they were only children and thought it was a prank, so I wanted to spare them."
Even Brother Milk, who was rather respected, was less carefree in front of Faceless Buddha. He said with a heavy expression,
"Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with Old Jin and company. I forced Old Jin to release them. The two of them are only children. You won't hold anything against two children, right? Didn't I say that the Hui family isn't allowed to enter Fireworks Lane?"
Faceless Buddha said indifferently.
"Yes,"
Brother Milk answered bitterly.
"Are they from the Hui family?"
Faceless Buddha asked again. Brother Milk opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer.
"I'm from the Hui family. My name is Hui Wan. I came independently. It has nothing to do with them,"
Hui Wan said as he came in front of the horse. He took out the various contracts in his backpack and introduced the value of the items.
"As long as you release Akai, these will all be yours. If you think it's not enough, you can name a price. It doesn't matter if it's 10 times or 100 times more. I'll give it to you as soon as possible."
Hui Wan's tiny body stood in front of the majestic double-headed dragon, showing zero fear.
"Even if it's 1,000 or 10,000 times, it won't be enough to exchange for Akai,"
Faceless Buddha said indifferently. Hui Wan froze. Although he was good at earning money, it would still be too difficult to earn 1,000 or 10,000 times more. Furthermore, even if he could amass that fortune, the other party wasn't willing to exchange Akai for it. This made him feel unprecedented helplessness. Only then did Hui Wan look like an ordinary child. He looked at Zhou Wen, at a loss, his eyes filled with helplessness and unease. The two-headed dragon continued walking forward, and was about to touch Hui Wan. Brother Milk thought that Faceless Buddha was really going to attack Hui Wan, so he hurriedly pulled Hui Wan away. However, he didn't dare attack Faceless Buddha. He pleaded,
"Your Excellency, he's only a child. Even if his surname is Hui, what the Hui family has done has nothing to do with him. Please spare him."
Only Brother Milk had the guts to speak. The others, like Old Jin and Old Demon, didn't even dare breathe. The pressure Faceless Buddha gave was too terrifying. This person seemed to be born with a terrifying pressure. Despite Brother Milk's pleas, the two-headed dragon didn't stop. However, Faceless Buddha didn't attack Hui Wan either. The two-headed dragon walked past them, and arrived in front of Zhou Wen.
"When did your surname become Hui?"
Faceless Buddha looked at Zhou Wen and asked out of the blue. It left Brother Milk, Old Demon, and company taken aback.
"When did my surname become Hui? Don't you know my surname?"
Zhou Wen said with a smile. He had already recognized the person the moment Faceless Buddha appeared.
"When did you arrive?"
Faceless Buddha asked again.
"I just arrived today,"
Zhou Wen answered.
"When are you leaving?"
Faceless Buddha asked again.
"I originally planned on leaving now, but since you are here, I have to let you bleed a little. I'll leave after having a feast,"
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
"Come on up."
Faceless Buddha turned the two-headed dragon around, clearly letting Zhou Wen sit on it. This action made everyone in Fireworks Lane widen their eyes. Although Faceless Buddha was the king of Fireworks Lane, he had always been a loner. He never took anyone with him. No one had ever been to his residence, much less ride with him.
"I brought this child here. I have the responsibility to take him back safely. Can I bring him with me?"
Zhou Wen knew that this person wasn't someone who would attack a child.
"Whatever. It's up to you."
Faceless Buddha's answer left everyone gaping in surprise. Old Demon, Old Jin, and company stole glances at Zhou Wen. They had never heard of anyone who could make Faceless Buddha make such a concession. Back when the Cape family beat up a woman in Fireworks Lane, Faceless Buddha broke all their limbs, and ordered that the Cape family was not to enter Fireworks Lane for 3 months. However, a young man from the Cape family ignored him, and came to Fireworks Lane. In the end, he was mercilessly killed by Faceless Buddha. The Cape family failed to do anything to him. Now, because of Zhou Wen's words, not only did Faceless Buddha let Hui Wan go, but he was also willing to let Hui Wan, a member of the Hui family, go to his house. This was unbelievable. Hui Wan also looked at Zhou Wen in a daze, as he stood there motionless. It was unknown what he was thinking. Zhou Wen grabbed Hui Wan, and got onto the two-headed dragon's back. Under the gazes of everyone in Fireworks Lane, the two-headed dragon carried them, and vanished deep into the long street. 1. Chapter 12-17 Reunion. Chapter 12-17 Reunion. In an ordinary-looking yard, there were many plants, all kinds of grass and flowers. Most of them were edible vegetables. These weren't plant-type dimensional creatures, but the most ordinary plants on Earth.
Do you still have to wear a mask at home?
Zhou said to Faceless Buddha, who was sitting on the stone bench in the yard.
I just don't want to scare others.
Faceless Buddha said, as he took off his mask, revealing a face that wasn't ugly, but was extremely ferocious. Just a look from him was enough to make one shiver. 1.
Ah!
When Hui Wan saw that face, he immediately retreated in fright as though he had seen a ferocious serial killer. The person known as the Faceless Buddha was none other than Zhou Wen's classmate Gu Dian. In the past, Gu Dian had also been a member of the Xianwen Club. Zhou Wen never expected him to become the famous Faceless Buddha of Fireworks Lane.
Why did you come here to become Faceless Buddha?
Zhou Wen ignored the terrified Hui Wan and asked Gu Dian.
To survive.
Gu Dian said it very casually, as though it was something extremely normal. However, Zhou Wen could sense the pain and helplessness contained within.
Ah, Kai!
Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, Hui Wan shouted excitedly. Zhou Wen turned his head, and saw Hui Wan excitedly rushing towards a beautiful girl in a cloak. Zhou Wen finally saw the legendary Ah Kai. She was a delicate and gentle woman, who looked to be less than 20 years old. She had a sweet smile that warmed a person's heart.
Ah Kai, you don't have to be afraid. I'll protect you.
Hui Wan mustered his courage, and stood in front of Ah Kai. He glanced at Gu Dian and his legs went limp again, but he didn't retreat. He remained very firm.
Little Wan, no one will hurt me.
Ah Kai said gently, as she stroked Hui Wan's head.
Didn't he force you here?
Hui Wan wanted to point at Gu Dian, but when he saw him, he didn't dare do so.
No, I came here willingly with him. Although he looks very fierce, he's very nice and gentle.
Ah Kai said.
You don't have to be afraid. Zhou Wen and I will protect you.
Hui Wan didn't believe her. No matter how he looked at Gu Dian, he didn't seem like a very nice and gentle person.
Take him out to play,
Gu Dian said to Ah Kai. Ah Kai responded and took Hui Wan out of the yard. Only then did Gu Dian say to Zhou Wen.
Is it a coincidence that you came here, or are you here specifically for me? A coincidence. After I returned to school, I asked around for your whereabouts, but no one knew where you were. What happened? Why did you become Faceless Buddha?
Zhou Wen opened the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and great Brahma. One blocked any possible nomological forces, while the other prevented anyone nearby from eavesdropping on their conversation. Gu Dian said.
Many factions need a place where they can conduct transactions. And the person presiding over this place has to be unrelated to any party. At the same time, he has to be trusted by many parties. It shouldn't be difficult to find such a person,
Zhou Wen said.
It's not difficult to find such a person, but there aren't many people who aren't human,
Gu Dian said expressionlessly. Zhou Wen couldn't help but fall silent. Half of Gu Dian's bloodline wasn't human. Although Zhou Wen and the members of the Xianwen Club didn't mind, he would still be categorized as an anomaly among the human race. However, Gu Dian didn't seem to mind this as he continued.
Most importantly, the dimension also needs a non-human person like me to work for them. That's why I became Faceless Buddha of Fireworks Lane. Dimension?
Zhou Wen's body trembled. If Gu Dian were to surrender to the dimension, how would he deal with him when Zhou Wen fought the dimension in the future?
There's something here. Take a look. Destroy it after you're done. If there's nothing else, don't come again.
Gu Dian took out a package and handed it to Zhou Wen.
What is it?
Zhou Wen asked.
See for yourself when you return.
With that said, Gu Dian got up and walked out of the yard. Seeing that he was determined to see him off, Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the package and get up to walk out of the yard with Gu Dian.
Ah Kai, you really don't have to be afraid. I'll definitely save you.
Hui Wan still didn't believe that Ah Kai had stayed here willingly. Ah Kai still wanted to explain, but Gu Dian grabbed Hui Wan's head and pulled him in front of him.
Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I'm saving Ah Kai.
Hui Wan punched and kicked in the air, but his tiny arms and legs couldn't touch Gu Dian.
Come again when you have the ability to save her.
Gu Dian casually threw Hui Wan to the ground. Hui Wan's buttocks nearly split open as he cried out in pain. Then, Gu Dian took Ah Kai back to the yard and closed the door. Hui Wan gritted his teeth and got up, but he didn't chase after them again. He also didn't clamor to save Ah Kai.
Let's go back.
Zhou Wen left Fireworks Lane with Hui Wan. This time, Hui Wan didn't insist on staying. When they passed by Fireworks Lane, everyone consciously made way for them. Not long after leaving, Hui Wan suddenly asked Zhou Wen seriously.
Faceless Buddha is very polite to you. You must be very powerful, right? So. It's passable,
Zhou Wen said with a shrug.
Who's stronger between you and Faceless Buddha?
Hui Wan asked again.
We've never competed, so I don't know. Why are you asking?
Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan in surprise.
I want to defeat Faceless Buddha. No one in the Hui family is stronger than him. I want you to teach me. Tell me whatever conditions you have. I'll meet them as long as I can.
Hui Wan's expression was very serious.
I don't like money,
Zhou Wen said with a smile. Hui Wan immediately panicked and hurriedly said,
Do you have any companion beasts or mythical serums you want? I can think of a way to help you obtain them. Can you obtain such a companion beast? If you can, I'll teach you.
Zhou Wen summoned Banana Fairy. Hui Wan watched as Banana Fairy's beautiful figure gradually vanished in front of him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. A humanoid terror-grade companion beast?
How is that? Do you still want to learn from me?
Zhou Wen said with a smile. Hui Wan lowered his head, but he quickly looked up and said with a serious expression,
I can work for you. I'm still very young. I can't obtain such a companion beast now, but I'll definitely be able to obtain it in 10 or 20 years. In those 10 years. No. 20 years. I can work for you.
Seeing Zhou Wen's expression remain unchanged, Hui Wan continued guiltily.
What about 30 years? Would you be willing to work for me your entire life?
Zhou Wen asked Hui Wan with a smile. Hui Wan's body trembled, but his gaze quickly turned firm. He looked at Zhou Wen and said,
If you can promise to help me defeat Faceless Buddha, I will work for you for the rest of my life.
Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan in surprise and asked,
Is Akai that important to you? It's not just for Akai. I can't let my family be harmed like Akai. I want to have the power to protect them. Just having money isn't enough.
Hui Wan said. Chapter 12:18 Imparting the Qi Refinement Art. Chapter 12:18 Imparting the Qi Refinement Art.
I can teach you, but to what extent you can learn depends on your talent and hard work. It's not guaranteed that you can defeat Faceless Buddha,
Zhou Wen said.
I understand. In that case, are you willing to teach me?
Hui Wan said happily.
I can teach you, but I don't need you to work for me forever. I just need you to help me do 3 things,
Zhou Wen said.
What are they?
Hui Wan hurriedly asked.
I haven't thought of them yet. I'll tell you what I think of them.
Zhou Wen didn't plan on getting Hui Wan to help him. He had only made a passing remark. To his surprise, Hui Wan was very serious.
I'll do anything it takes, as long as it's moral and doesn't harm my family or friends. Even if I have to give up everything, I will definitely do the 3 things you want. That's good.
Zhou Wen nodded.
When are you going to teach me?
Hui Wan pressed anxiously.
What do you want to learn?
Zhou Wen asked. This question stumped Hui Wan. Although his knowledge far exceeded his peers, he didn't know what he should learn to defeat Faceless Buddha.
Of course, I want to learn what you're best at. I want to have the strength to defeat Faceless Buddha.
Hui Wan thought for a moment and said,
Does the essence energy art you cultivate require a special physique? I don't have a special physique, but I can use the mythical serum to change my physique. Let me take a look,
Zhou Wen said as he grabbed Hui Wan's hand and injected his essence energy into his body. Zhou Wen used the demon god body. He didn't need to transform into Hui Wan's appearance. All he needed to do was understand his body. Moments later, Zhou Wen dispelled his demon god body and said to Hui Wan,
Your body really doesn't have any special physiques. I can give you 2 choices. Both of these essence energy arts suit you. The first choice is to cultivate the Qi Refinement Art. This essence energy art is very difficult to cultivate. Not only do you need massive amounts of resources, but you also need perceptivity and hard work. If you cultivate it well, you can become a first-rate expert or a top expert in the future. If you don't cultivate it well, as long as you have large amounts of resources, you can barely become a third-rate expert. Everything depends on your effort and hard work. There's also another one called the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. This essence energy art requires fewer resources than the Qi Refinement Art, but it has extremely high requirements for one's talent and perceptivity. If you can succeed, you might soar to the sky. If you can't, you won't even be considered a third-rate expert. It will be difficult for you to achieve anything in this lifetime. Which one do you choose?
Hui Wan thought for a while, and quickly made a choice.
Qi Refinement Art. Why did you choose the Qi Refinement Art?
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Typically, geniuses who were confident in themselves would choose the latter. Hui Wan answered,
Talent is something that can't be controlled. I don't like things that can't be controlled, so I want to cultivate an essence energy art that's within my control. Alright, I'll teach you the Qi Refinement Art.
Upon hearing Hui Wan's words, Zhou Wen began to like this child. He indeed had the mind and qualities that were rare in ordinary children. Although his cultivation talent might not be top-notch, as long as he could maintain such a mindset, and with the Hui family's immense capital, constantly cultivating the essence energy arts would lead to a certain level of achievements in the future. Zhou Wen immediately taught the Qi Refinement Art to Hui Wan. Hui Wan was really smart. His memory was excellent. His photographic memory was just a basic trait of his.
Can the Qi Refinement Art really make me an expert who can defeat Faceless Buddha?
After Hui Wan memorized the Qi refinement art that Zhou Wen had imparted to him, he couldn't help but have some doubts. It wasn't that Hui Wan was doubting Zhou Wen. He only wanted him to demonstrate the might of the Qi refinement art so that he could have some confidence.
I've said it before. Whether you can defeat Faceless Buddha depends on your effort and hard work. The more effort you put in, the greater your future achievements will be. The more likely it is to defeat Faceless Buddha.
Zhou Wen had no intention of demonstrating its prowess.
Then can you use the Qi refinement art to defeat Faceless Buddha?
Hui Wan asked again.
I don't know,
Zhou Wen answered. Hui Wan was slightly disappointed, but not knowing was better than definitely not being able to defeat him. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked out of Fireworks Lane. Not long after they walked out, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers. One of them was a well-dressed man with glasses. He walked in front of Zhou Wen and stared at him.
Who are you? Why did you take young master to Fireworks Lane? Secretary Liu, this is the coach I hired. Arrange for him to stay in my yard,
Hui Wan said. When Secretary Liu heard Hui Wan's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly.
Young master, you already have many coaches. If you still want to learn something new, I can hire the best experts in the Federation for you. You can't casually bring someone of unknown origins into the residence. This is against the rules. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the president. I'll explain this matter to my father myself,
Hui Wan said as he pulled Zhou Wen's hand and walked forward. He knew that Liu Yujin was a very strict person. He maintained a suspicious attitude towards everything. In his eyes, anyone was either a criminal or a suspect. It wasn't only Zhou Wen. Even if the family heads of the 6 families came, Liu Yujin would treat them as suspects. As far as Hui Wan could remember, he had never seen any changes in Liu Yujin's ice-cold face. Secretary Liu called for an officer and whispered a few words into his ear. Then, he led his men and followed. Instead of calling it protection, it was more like a tight surveillance.
May I know how to address you?
Secretary Liu walked beside Zhou Wen and asked. Liu Yujin didn't underestimate Zhou Wen because of his young age, but he was familiar with the young geniuses from all over the Federation. He compared Zhou Wen's appearance to similar aged experts of the Federation, and even overseas, and realized that he was momentarily unsure of Zhou Wen's identity. It was no wonder Liu Yujin didn't know Zhou Wen. Liu Yujin knew Zhou Wen's name, and had even seen his old photo. However, the photos he had seen were of Jing's impersonation of Zhou Wen. There was already a difference in their temperaments. Furthermore, in the past 5 years of impersonating Zhou Wen, Jing had been guarding Chess Mountain and had chosen to keep a low profile. Therefore, Zhou Wen's name had been silent for too long.
Zhou Wen,
Zhou Wen answered. Liu Yujin was slightly taken aback when he heard that. After carefully sizing up Zhou Wen, he frowned and said,
You are Zhou Wen from Luoyang?
He was very confident in his memory. Although he had only seen the Zhou Wen in the photo, and the Zhou Wen in the photo was somewhat similar to the Zhou Wen in front of him, he still felt that they weren't the same person.
I attended school in Luoyang and stayed for quite some time,
Zhou Wen answered.
Are you an overseer in family?
Liu Yujin asked again.
No, not really.
Zhou Wen's answer left Liu Yujin slightly taken aback as he sized up Zhou Wen again in surprise. Chapter 12-19 I'm not good at movement techniques. Under Liu Yujin's escort, Zhou Wen arrived in front of a mansion again. However, Hui Wan had taken the side door previously. This time, they were taking the main entrance. This was the Hui family's private residence, not Hui Haifeng's office. However, the area it covered was still rather sizable. After passing through the entrance, the first thing he saw was a large empty space. It was like a field with many soldiers training. Zhou Wen glanced at the soldiers who were practicing and realized that they were practicing a movement technique that looked familiar. Isn't this Hui Haifeng's double true movement technique? Zhou Wen quickly recalled. Seeing Zhou Wen watch the soldiers practice their movement techniques, Hui Wan said proudly.
Zhou Wen, what do you think of the movement technique? It's average,
Zhou Wen said casually. Zhou Wen had partial responsibility for naming the double true movement technique. Hui Haifeng also said that half of the movement technique was Zhou Wen's. He was embarrassed to praise the potency of the movement technique as it would be akin to praising himself. Furthermore, this movement technique was only considered average to Zhou Wen. Hui Wan originally wanted to say that this movement technique was created by his father, but when he heard Zhou Wen say that, the latter half of the sentence was stuck in his throat as his face flushed red. Liu Yujin couldn't accept what he was hearing. He said coldly,
The double true movement technique originated from the Hui family, but it's used by many families in the Federation's 4 districts. It's a compulsory movement technique for the military. It has been verified by countless soldiers in numerous battles. Even an army as strong as Luoyang Sunset Army practices the double true movement technique on a large scale. Sir, you said that this movement technique is average. I believe you possess a better movement technique than the double true movement technique.
Hui Wan also looked at Zhou Wen. Although he believed that Zhou Wen was very strong, his father was also his pride.
I'm not good at movement techniques.
Zhou Wen didn't wish to argue with him, nor was there a need to. Doing so would be no different from having his left hand fight his right. It was to Zhou Wen's surprise that the double true movement technique was widely used in the military. He had to admit that Hui Haifeng was a genius. Unfortunately, he had spent most of his energy on research and later became president. Otherwise, with his talent, his cultivation level would have been top-notch. Seeing Zhou Wen admit defeat, Lu Yujin didn't say anything else. Hui Wan was somewhat disappointed. He had mixed feelings. Although he didn't wish for his father's reputation to be damaged, he also hoped that Zhou Wen would be as strong as possible. As long as that was the case, the value of what he learned from Zhou Wen would be higher. With Zhou Wen admitting that his movement technique was lacking, Hui Wan naturally wasn't happy.
Young master, His Excellency will be back soon. You and Mr. Zhou can wait in the living room for the time being.
Lu Yujin stopped Hui Wan from taking Zhou Wen to the backyard. Hui Wan also knew that this matter needed Hui Haifeng's permission. After some thought, he nodded in agreement and entered the living room with Zhou Wen as they waited for Hui Haifeng's return.
May I know which aspect you are good at? What would you be teaching, young master?
Lu Yujin asked again after instructing someone to pour Zhou Wen some tea. Zhou Wen thought seriously for a moment before answering.
I'm best at life preservation. However, I can't teach this ability to others. Even if I teach it, they won't be able to learn it. Therefore, I only plan on teaching Hui Wan Essence Energy Arts. Life preservation?
Lu Yujin was slightly taken aback. When he heard that Zhou Wen was going to teach Hui Wan an Essence Energy Art, he couldn't control his expression. He said seriously,
Essence Energy Arts are the foundation of everything. How can one randomly learn one? Even the scions of the 6 families have to go through repeated selections to find the most suitable Essence Energy Art for their cultivation. Is your Essence Energy Art better than the Essence Energy Arts of the 6 families? I can't say it's better for sure. The quality of an Essence Energy Art depends mainly on a cultivator's talent and ability,
Zhou Wen said. Lu Yujin couldn't help but sneer. He felt that Zhou Wen was resembling a charlatan. Just as Lu Yujin was about to say something, he saw someone enter. It was none other than Hui Haifeng, who was dressed in formal attire.
Your Excellency, this.
Lu Yujin was just about to warn Hui Haifeng that Zhou Wen was very problematic. However, to his surprise, when Hui Haifeng saw Zhou Wen, he went over and punched him in the chest.
Why didn't you inform me before coming to Holy City? You even abducted little Wan. What's the meaning of this? Are you jealous that I have a son? If you're jealous, say it. I'll get little Wan to be your godson to prevent you from getting jealous. It's best if you keep him for yourself. I can't afford handling someone like him,
Zhou Wen said with a smile.
Your Excellency.
Lu Yujin was somewhat surprised. From Hui Haifeng's expression, he seemed to be certain that this was the real Zhou Wen. Hui Haifeng didn't wait for Lu Yujin to finish before introducing.
Yujin, this is my junior Zhou Wen. Make a pass for him so that he can enter and leave freely to avoid trouble in the future.
With that said, Hui Haifeng said to Zhou Wen.
Zhou Wen, I don't care if you want it or not. Anyway, little Wan is your nephew. Do as you see fit and teach him something. Let me think about it. Let's start with movement techniques. Dad.
Hui Wan's expression was odd, as though he wanted to say something.
Little Wan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give your Uncle Zhou your New Year's greetings. A red packet is definitely in order,
Hui Haifeng said with a smile.
Aren't you shameless? It's only the middle of the year, all right? New Year's greetings? Isn't that too early?
Zhou Wen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
I don't care. In any case, you have to teach him. I only have this one son. Do as you deem fit.
Hui Haifeng sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, ignoring Zhou Wen. He looked as though he was a scoundrel, and that he was proud to have a son.
Dad, he said that he's not good at movement techniques.
Hui Wan found an opportunity and whispered. Hui Haifeng nearly spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk when he heard that.
He isn't good at movement techniques? If his movement technique isn't good, is there anyone on Earth who has good movement techniques? He's partially responsible for naming the double true movement technique. Part of this movement technique was imitating him. Do you think his movement technique isn't good?
Standing beside them, Lu Yujin was dumbfounded. The double true movement technique that Hui Haifeng had created had spread throughout the various military circles of the Federation. Even many people overseas were learning it, but it was actually an imitation of Zhou Wen's movement technique.
I didn't say so.
He said it himself. Hui Wan waved his hand and pointed at Zhou Wen.
What's the point of lying to a child? This won't do. My son's young heart has suffered a heavy blow. This will leave an indelible shadow in his life. You have to pay.
Hui Haifeng looked like he was about to extort Zhou Wen's last coin.
I've already taught your son an essence energy art. Is that enough compensation?
Zhou Wen said with a bitter expression.
That's more like it.
Hui Haifeng pressed Hui Wan's head and asked.
Cultivate the essence energy art your uncle Zhou taught you. You don't have to cultivate other essence energy arts in the future. Your Excellency, we spent so much effort to obtain the essence energy art from the family clan of gods and created the corresponding mythical serum.
Lu Yujin hurriedly reminded Hui Haifeng.
With my junior's essence energy art, what do you need that crap for?
Hui Haifeng's words left Lu Yujin's mouth agape. That wasn't what Hui Haifeng had said in the past. The crap he was talking about was a top essence energy art he had paid a huge price to obtain from the family clan of gods. Furthermore, in order to allow Hui Wan to cultivate it, he had specially created a mythical serum that could bestow a special physique on him. The price was unimaginable. Now, without even knowing what essence energy art Zhou Wen had imparted, Hui Haifeng had described it as crap. This change was too surprising.
Junior, you can't only teach him essence energy arts, right? You have to teach him your movement techniques. I only have one son, and you only have one nephew. You have to make sure he stays alive.
Hui Haifeng continued trying to squeeze Zhou Wen dry. Chapter 1220 Venusian Dungeon. Chapter 1220 Venusian Dungeon. In a chamber, there was only Zhou Wen and Hui Haifeng.
Where have you been for the past 5 years?
Hui Haifeng asked Zhou Wen.
How did you know that I wasn't the one at Chess Mountain?
Zhou Wen asked in surprise. For Hui Haifeng to accurately say 5 years was clearly not a wild guess. Hui Haifeng rolled his eyes.
Do you think I don't know your character? Just a glance at a photo was sufficient for me to tell that it wasn't you. Alright,
Zhou Wen said helplessly.
I was trapped by teacher. It was no different from being dead. I only came out after 5 years.
Hui Haifeng nodded.
I roughly guessed it. You are human sovereign, right? The dimension wouldn't let your killing of DT on rest. If you hadn't died, the past 5 years wouldn't have been so peaceful. However, with teacher's personality, he probably wouldn't just let you die for 5 years. There must be some scheme, right? Sort of. Time passed very slowly in the place where I was trapped. It felt like more than 100 years had passed.
Zhou Wen said. Hui Haifeng said jealously.
Teacher really dotes on you the most. 5 years for 100 years. If I had so much time, I might have even developed a calamity-grade dimensional serum. It's only time for the mind. Your body can't even move. What can you research?
Zhou Wen was somewhat speechless.
That's true.
Hui Haifeng chuckled.
In just 5 years, you became the Federation president. Impressive,
Zhou Wen said.
It's considered a multifaceted coincidence. On the one hand, it's because of my research. Also, didn't teacher give us some things before you went to the dimension? Those things were very helpful to me.
Hui Haifeng paused for a moment before continuing.
However, as the president, it's all in name with no actual power. In fact, most of the Federation's power is in the hands of the League of Guardians and the 6 families. As the president, I can't even completely control Holy City. Then why are you still the president?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
Why not? Although I'm only a figurehead, I'm already in this position. I can slowly change some things and think of ways to realize my dreams. Just like an actor, only by appearing on stage can you let others see your acting skills and infect others with your emotions. If I were to only stand off stage, no matter how good my acting skills were or how much I fantasized, I wouldn't be able to affect anyone.
Hui Haifeng said.
What do you want?
Zhou Wen looked at Hui Haifeng.
I want to make sure that there are no more orphans in this world.
Hui Haifeng said seriously.
You might find it ridiculous, and I know that this is almost an impossible goal, but I just want to give it a try. It's not funny at all.
Zhou Wen was somewhat moved. Although he didn't have such lofty goals, it didn't stop him from admiring such a person.
Of course, I also want to see what it's like to stand at the peak of the world.
Hui Haifeng chuckled and continued. Hui Haifeng's change in attitude left Zhou Wen at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
Now that you've almost done it, how does it feel to be president? Not good at all. There's many things I wish to do but can't.
Hui Haifeng shook his head, clearly not wanting to say too much. Zhou Wen didn't ask further. This wasn't his specialty. He couldn't help Hui Haifeng with anything, so asking was useless.
What's going on between you and Gu Dian?
Zhou Wen asked.
Some fellows don't wish for me to get too close to Gu Dian, or rather, they don't wish for me to get too close to the underground market, so this happened.
Hui Haifeng said vaguely, but Zhou Wen still understood. The two of them chatted about some matters, but they didn't chat for long. Hui Haifeng was just too busy. Soon, he had to leave to handle some matters. Hui Haifeng got Zhou Wen to stay and wait for him to come back for dinner. Zhou Wen returned to the temporary room Hui Haifeng had arranged for him. He took out his phone and realized that he had successfully downloaded the Venusian Instance dungeon. It took much less time than he had imagined. After tapping open the Venusian Instance dungeon, the blood-colored avatar quickly appeared on the top platform of the hemispherical metal building. It was likely the entrance to the metal building, but it didn't open. Zhou knew that such an entrance that couldn't be open needed a special method to enter. Using Human Sovereign's power, he attempted to forcefully break through the entrance, but he failed. The metal building was unimaginably hard. Even a Terra-grade power couldn't damage it. He tried using Truth Listener and Eyes of Penetration, but he failed to see what was happening inside the metal building. After carving out Clown Mask, Zhou used teleportation to enter. He succeeded. The scene in front of him changed, as the blood-colored avatar found itself inside the hemispherical metal building. However, the scene he saw left him slightly taken aback. Beneath the entrance was a hexagonal room. In the middle of the room stood a metal statue that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The metal statue was bright silver in color and looked very strange. It was like a huge human wearing modern metal armor. However, he was certain that there was no human inside. It was a pure metal statue. In his left hand, he was actually holding a weapon. No matter how he looked at it, the weapon looked like a submachine gun, but it looked more technologically advanced. The body of the gun was also bright silver metal. Just as Zhou was planning what to do with the strange metal statue, its eyes suddenly lit up with a golden glow. Click! Click! Following that, Zhou saw the spear in the metal statue's hand spew fire at the blood-colored avatar. Large amounts of metal bullets spewed out at an unbelievable speed. Zhou controlled the blood-colored avatar and teleported to the back of the metal statue. He slashed down with the Azura saber in his hand, splitting the metal statue into two. Killed mythical creature, Metal Guard. Discovered dimensional crystal. A strength crystal dropped. Before Zhou could pick it up, a door appeared on each of the 6 walls of the hexagonal room. A large number of metal guards rushed in with guns in hand. At the same time, a large number of bullets shot from all directions. Their firepower covered the entire room, leaving almost no room for dodging. Zhou was an expert who could teleport after all. However, he didn't choose to teleport. He underwent terror transformation and allowed the bullets to hit him. They passed through his body, as though his body was an illusion. The bullets couldn't injure him at all. The bullets hit the wall and many of them hit the metal guards, but they quickly melted into the walls or the metal guards. They didn't harm themselves. If one isn't at the Terra grade, a mythical human would probably have been killed instantly. This is just the beginning. This dungeon is interesting. Zhou now wanted to know what was deep inside the dungeon. Chapter 1221 Golden Gun. Chapter 1221 Golden Gun. The metal guards that rushed out of the 6 doors came wave after wave. Zhou slashed out, and large swaths of metal guards were killed. The tinkling sounds of dimensional crystals dropping could be heard. Among them was a silver metal companion egg. Zhou picked it up. Metal Guard, Mythical. Life Providence, Metal Life. Life Soul, Metal Armor. Wheel of Destiny, Bullet Storm. Strength, 78. Speed, 71. Constitution, 80. Essence Energy, 67. Talent Skill, Precision Shooting, Armor-Piercing Bullets, Crazy Sweep. Companion Form, Metal Submachine Gun. Zhou attempted to summon it in the form of a submachine gun. The metal guard transformed into a bright silver submachine gun that was the same as the ones in his opponent's hands. He pulled the trigger at the metal guard that was rushing over. Flames spewed out, and under the continuous recoil, bullets shot out one after another, hitting a metal guard, riddling his body with holes, and turning him into a hornet's nest. 1. However, the metal guard's injuries quickly recovered. The metal bullets were completely useless against him. From the looks of it, it's impossible to use the metal guard to kill the other metal guards. I can only use it elsewhere in the future. Zhou needed to continue using the Azura saber to kill the metal guards that rushed in. Finally, after killing more than 100 metal guards, no new metal guards poured in. Zhou wanted to walk through the 6 doors. However, just as he approached the door, his body was repelled by a force. It was as though an invisible force was blocking the door, preventing him from passing. Zhou tried using teleportation again, but he was similarly unable to teleport over. Even spatial teleportation was blocked by some force. Just as Zhou was wondering how he could enter, an alarm sounded above one of the doors. Accompanying the shrill alarm, a figure walked out of the door. It was also a metal life form, but this fellow was more than 10 meters tall. His entire body was gold in color, and he held a golden revolver in each hand. His body was burning with golden flames. After coming out, he began firing at the blood-colored avatar crazily. Bullets with golden beams rained down on the blood-colored avatar. Zhou teleported behind the golden guard and slashed at its head. However,
The golden guard's joints spewed out golden flames that quickly propelled his body, allowing him to dodge Zhou Wen's strike. A terror-grade creature appeared so quickly? Zhou Wen's eyes flashed as his saber continued accelerating in midair. With Transcendent Flying Immortal, he caught up to the golden guard and split its head into two. Half of the golden guard's head was sliced off, revealing a large number of metal components, but it didn't immediately die. The Azura saber in Zhou Wen's hand slashed repeatedly. As he dodged the twin golden guns firing, he diced up his adversary's body into several pieces, revealing a golden energy source in his chest. After destroying the golden energy source with one strike, the golden guard finally collapsed. Killed terror-grade creature, Golden Battle God Mark I, discovered dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen picked it up and realized that it was an 89-speed crystal. He hurriedly picked it up and absorbed it. Before he could finish absorbing it, he heard another alarm. Another Golden Battle God walked out from another door. He was very similar to the Golden Battle God Mark I from before, but the golden guns in his hand were somewhat different. Another terror grade. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He was just worrying about finding a place to grind a large number of terror creatures. The Venusian dungeon was an answer to his dreams. The Golden Battle God here had powerful offensive strength and extremely strong defense. Its speed wasn't slow either. It was considered a very powerful terror-grade dimensional creature. However, in front of Zhou Wen, who was good at teleportation and had powerful offensive strength, these Golden Battle Gods were basically lambs to be slaughtered. The second Golden Battle God didn't last long before being slain under Zhou Wen's blade. Killed terror-grade creature, Golden Battle God Mark II. Unfortunately, nothing dropped this time, leaving Zhou Wen somewhat disappointed. Thankfully, the third Golden Battle God quickly appeared. These Golden Battle Gods looked similar. They couldn't touch Zhou Wen at all before being killed. This time, the Golden Battle God Mark III dropped another dimensional crystal, allowing Zhou Wen's 4 stats to successfully reach 81 points, but there were no signs of him advancing to the terror grade. One Golden Battle God after another was killed by Zhou Wen. When the Golden Battle God that walked out of the 6th door was killed by Zhou Wen, a companion egg dropped. The companion egg was made of gold. It was burning with golden flames, and there were magma-like cracks that lined the surface of the companion egg. It looked extremely cool. Zhou Wen was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the companion egg and chose to hatch it. Golden Battle God Mark VI, Terror Grade. Life Providence, Metal Life. Life Soul, Metal Armor. Wheel of Destiny, Infinite Bullets. Terror Transformation, Golden Battle God. Strength, 97. Speed, 94. Constitution, 98. Essence Energy, 98. Talent Skill, Explosive Bullets, Crazy Sweep, Rapid Fire. Companion Form, Golden Gun Mark VI. Zhou Wen extended his hand and beckoned. A golden revolver appeared in his hand. It looked gorgeous and beautiful, identical to the one in the Golden Battle God Mark VI's hand. However, the model was clearly much smaller, making it suitable for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen wanted to test the might of the golden gun, but the Golden Battle Gods didn't continue appearing. The 6 doors fell silent as though there were only 6 Golden Battle Gods. Just as Zhou Wen was sizing up the doors, the alarm on the 6 doors suddenly sounded. The ear-piercing sound made him nervous. What the hell will it be this time? Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, he suddenly heard a gunshot. Before Zhou Wen could react, a hole in the blood-colored avatar's head blasted open. Its head exploded, and the phone screen went black. 1. Thankfully I'm in game. Zhou Wen secretly rejoiced that he hadn't entered this dungeon in real life. The person who had killed him with a bullet was most likely a calamity-grade creature. He wanted to drip his blood into the Venus Instance dungeon again, but he was notified by the system that the Instance dungeon could only be reopened after 24 hours. Hui Haifeng hadn't returned, so Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He took out the package Gu Dian had given him. Opening the package, he saw a set of clothes inside. The clothes were naturally not the run-of-the-mill clothes, but a high-tech combat uniform. This combat uniform was typically used for ordinary soldiers. It was basically useless for humans at Zhou Wen's level. Zhou Wen felt that Gu Dian wasn't the kind of person who would gift clothes, so he scanned the combat uniform and quickly found a hidden memory card in the first aid kit that came with it. Chapter 1222 Live Broadcast of the Cube Battle. Chapter 1222 Live Broadcast of the Cube Battle. He inserted the memory card into his phone and read the contents. After he was done, Zhou Wen's expression turned solemn. The content was very simple. There were no videos or pictures. There was only some short text. The cube's activation this time wasn't initiated by the dimension? Zhou Wen frowned and thought. According to Gu Dian's intelligence, the dimension couldn't completely control the cube's operations. Venus's appearance was an operation initiated by the cube. According to Gu Dian's analysis,
The dimension seemed bent on clearing the dimensional zone on Venus first. Furthermore, it was secretly pushing for this to happen. The League of Guardians had already taken action. Many Guardians that had contracted humans were secretly preparing for battle and buying many items they needed. The dimension is determined to clear the dimensional zone on Venus? What do they want from Venus's dimensional zone? Zhou Wen's expression turned even more solemn after he was done reading. Zhou Wen destroyed the memory card, not daring to leave any traces of it. Otherwise, it might be restored by some special ability. I naturally can't let the dimension obtain what they want. Since they can't interfere with the operation of the cube, that makes things simpler. I'll first explore Venus, and might be able to succeed before them. Zhou Wen wanted to enter the dungeon, but the countdown wasn't up. When Hui Haifeng returned, the two of them had a meal together. Hui Wan was beside them, chatting as they ate. After the meal, Hui Haifeng left again. Zhou Wen stayed for half a day, and taught Hui Wan the key to cultivating the Qi refinement art before letting him practice it himself. Little could go wrong with an essence energy art like the Qi refinement art. As long as he had essence energy crystals, there wouldn't be too many problems with his cultivation. After leaving the Hui residence, Zhou Wen repeatedly teleported all the way back to Luoyang, hoping to reach his destination before the countdown ended. However, Earth had suffered drastic anomalies, so it took longer to return to Luoyang than Zhou Wen had expected. By the time he returned, the huge metal building had already surfaced. Only the hemispherical metal part was exposed above the magma. No one knew how deep it went. Just as the Venusian Instance dungeon appeared, the golden person from before came in front of the metal building again. He landed on the platform at the top of the hemispherical building without any hesitation. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had already arrived at a place with a phone signal and could watch the live broadcast on his phone. I teleported in, whereas the golden person doesn't look like he knows spatial skills. How is he going to enter? As Zhou Wen was pondering, he saw the golden person slice off a piece of gold from his body and place it on the platform. After the piece of gold touched the platform, it seemed to sink like it had dropped into a swamp and was quickly devoured by it. As the gold was devoured, the platform automatically opened. The golden person immediately rushed over. As he entered the hemispherical building, the platform's entrance automatically closed. Zhou Wen originally imagined that he wouldn't be able to see anything, but to his surprise, the scene of the cube changed to the interior of the building. He could see the golden person standing inside the hemispherical building. Just as Zhou Wen had encountered in-game, there was a metal guard inside the building. After seeing the golden person, he immediately raised his metal submachine gun and shot at him. The golden person extended a palm that emitted golden light, transforming into a light shield in front of him. All the bullets that struck the light shield were blocked. When the metal guard stopped shooting, the golden person's figure blinked and appeared in front of him. He blasted the metal guard's body apart with a punch, turning it into fragments. Following that, the situation was identical to Zhou Wen's. The 6 doors opened as hordes of metal guards rushed out and shot at the golden person from different directions. The ferocious firepower terrified the spectating humans. It was virtually impossible to dodge. The golden person's light shield couldn't block all the bullets from every direction. In the next second, the golden person's body turned translucent like a visible spirit body. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he saw the bullet pass through the golden person's body without injuring him at all. This was likely a terror transformation. However, after a terror transformation, he should be completely invisible. Why was he still visible? Could it be that his terror transformation is a relatively rare type? Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and felt that something was amiss. I get it. It's not that the terror transformation of the golden person is rare, but the cube deliberately allows ordinary creatures to see the golden person despite the terror transformation. The subsequent battle was a one-sided massacre. The terror-formed golden person slaughtered mythical metal guards, like livestock. He didn't even pick up the dimensional crystals that fell to the ground. Many of the spectating humans widened their eyes as they looked at the shimmering dimensional crystals on the ground. They wished they could help the golden person pick them up.
He's really not picking them up. They are all mythical dimensional crystals. A companion egg. A companion egg dropped. He's still not picking it up.
The golden person quickly finished off all the metal guards. Following that, a familiar scene appeared. The alarm sounded as the golden battle god Mark I appeared. Bam! The golden battle god raised a golden revolver and shot a bullet at the golden person. The golden person clearly didn't have Zhou Wen's teleportation ability. The bullet was too fast, so he couldn't shoot and deflect it. He condensed a golden shield again, hoping to block the golden battle god's bullet. The bullet struck the light shield, but it failed to penetrate it. Instead, the bullet shattered. However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. The shattered bullet turned into a mist of white frost. The frost mist froze whatever it touched. First was the light shield, then the golden person's body. Moments later, it was covered in thick frost. Although the golden person wasn't really frozen, its mobility was severely affected, and its speed slowed down significantly. The golden battle god fired both his guns at the same time, and bullets hit the golden person. Every bullet strengthened the freezing effect on the golden person. Under a barrage of firing, the golden person's body exploded, turning into ice shards and gold. I never expected the golden battle god to have such a move. Zhou Wen was alarmed because he had attacked too quickly. The golden battle god hadn't had the chance to use his full strength, and was easily dispatched. Now, Zhou Wen realized that it wasn't that the golden battle god was weak, but that he was too fast. Once the golden person died, the cube screen returned to its previous point of view, returning to a zoomed-out shot of Venus. Now, Zhou Wen understood that the cube would broadcast the battle in the dungeon. Since the cube isn't controlled by the dimension, what's its goal? Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Chapter 1223 A way to take advantage. Everyone was discussing the death of the golden person, and the terror of the golden battle god. Zhou Wen thought more about it. Tsukuyami was forced to leave Earth not because she entered the dimension. She didn't even leave the solar system. Then, if she said that leaving Earth would be dangerous, where does the danger come from? Zhou Wen thought further. There's a companion egg in the moon. Now that Venus has produced such a dimensional zone, could the danger they mentioned be referring to this? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss when he thought about it. There had to be something he didn't know, but he couldn't figure it out from speculation. It made him feel terrible. I'll just ignore it. No matter what, I can't let the dimension succeed. I have to think of a way to obtain the item in the Venusian Instance dungeon. Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang as everyone discussed the matter.
Old Zhou, what do you think is going on with the dimensional zone on Venus? Why was it live streamed by the cube?
Li Xian came to Zhou Wen and raised the matter.
How would I know?
Zhou Wen also wanted to know why the cube was doing this. Unfortunately, the cube was beyond the dimension's control. Humans knew nothing about it.
I think the cube loves to watch people fight to the death. It definitely doesn't have any good intentions for coming out with a Venusian dimensional zone. Could it be that it wants to lure humans to explore Venus and watch the thrill of humans being killed?
Li Xian said jokingly.
That's not impossible.
Just as Zhou Wen was speaking, he suddenly saw the live broadcast stir again. A human figure appeared on the platform of the hemispherical building. On careful look, it was a human covered in armor.
A human actually went?
Li Xian looked and quickly recognized him.
That's a fellow from the League of Guardians. How did he get there? It's likely through the cube,
Zhou Wen guessed. As the two of them were talking, the Guardian scratched his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the platform. Then, the platform automatically opened and sucked the Guardian in. After the Guardian entered, he didn't encounter the golden battle god. The one who came out was still the metal guard. When the metal guard shot the bullets, the Guardian released a terrifying frost power that froze the bullets in midair. The Guardian was like a figure skater walking on ice as he shuttled through the metal guards. Wherever he passed, the metal guards would be frozen into ice sculptures. When all the metal guards had turned into ice sculptures and the Guardian had retreated to a distance, the ice sculpture-like metal guards' bodies suddenly shattered, turning into ice cubes. Unlike the golden person, the Guardian picked up the dimensional crystals and companion eggs on the ground. However, before he could finish picking them up, the golden battle god had already rushed out of the door. The bullets shot out again at terrifying speeds. The Guardian also underwent terror transformation, but under the effects of the cube, humans could still see a transparent figure that didn't completely vanish. He quickly moved and dodged some bullets, but his speed was clearly not as fast as the golden battle god shooting. Just as he was about to fail at dodging a few bullets, the Guardian grabbed the bullets with both hands and actually squeezed them between his fingers. The bullets exploded and turned into a terrifying ice mist. However, this ice mist didn't injure the Guardian. Instead, it strengthened the Guardian's freezing power.
The League of Guardians idea isn't bad. They can use ice-type Guardians to fight those strange dimensional creatures.
Li Xian watched for a while, and knew that the outcome was decided. However, Zhou Wen knew that things weren't that simple. Although the Guardian's ice elemental powers did restrain the golden battle god Mark I, there were a total of 6 golden battle gods. Their bullets were different. This Guardian was purely ice type. He could restrain one type, but he would probably be at a disadvantage if he encountered others. The Guardian fought bitterly for more than an hour before finally killing the golden battle god. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. Not to mention companion eggs, not a single dimensional crystal dropped. Soon, the golden battle god Mark II rushed out again and shot crazily at the Guardian. The Guardian didn't dare let his guard down. He condensed an ice wall to block the bullets. The bullets struck the ice wall and immediately exploded. However, this time, it wasn't a bullet of frost. Terrifyingly high temperature flames quickly swept through the room. Such terrifying flames were the nemesis of the Guardian. His ice elemental abilities were greatly suppressed as the situation became more and more dangerous. Unfortunately, the room was sealed. It was impossible for him to escape. In the end, he was burned to death in the room. After that Guardian, no one entered the Venusian dimensional zone. The dragon, the black-winged angel, and skeleton monster that had previously visited Venus didn't appear again, nor did Tsukuyomi appear again. It was unknown if they were no longer interested, or if they were waiting for an opportunity. Soon, Joe received confirmed news that it was possible to reach the hemispherical building through the cube. However, no one dared to head over for the time being. Only mythical creatures could survive on Venus. However, if they entered the Venusian dimensional zone, the two terror-grade creatures before them were examples of the outcome. It was easy to enter, but not so easy to come out again. Joe looked at Venus on the screen, and suddenly had an idea. In the game, one had to wait 24 hours after dying in the Venusian instance dungeon. However, in reality, there didn't seem to be such a restriction. The interval between the golden person and the Guardian wasn't 24 hours, but there were equally many metal guards. If he only killed the metal guards and the golden battle god before leaving the Venusian instance dungeon, he could kill large numbers of mythical creatures and terror-grade creatures in a short span of time. The chances of companion eggs and good items dropping would greatly increase. Although Zhou had such thoughts, he wasn't in a rush to take the risk. He still needed to confirm something. It was an excruciating 24-hour wait before he could enter the Venusian instance dungeon again. Zhou immediately entered and grinded the metal guards and the golden battle gods inside. However, this time, Zhou wasn't that lucky. He didn't have a golden battle god companion egg drop and only obtained a skill crystal. The skill crystal required 81 constitution and 41 fire stat. He also needed a metal essence energy art to absorb it. Zhou had no choice but to give it up since he couldn't meet the requirements. When the 6 alarm sounded at the same time, Zhou used spatial teleportation to leave the Venusian dungeon and arrive at the entrance's platform. It does work. Zhou was overjoyed. Following that, Zhou made another attempt. He got the blood-colored avatar to drip a drop of blood on the platform and used the normal method to enter Venus. After entering again, the alarm on the 6 doors stopped ringing. However, there were no more metal guards or golden battle gods. The 6 doors remained open. The dungeon clearly hadn't refreshed. Chapter 12:24 Son of Heaven's 3 Swords. Zhou immediately use spatial teleportation to leave the dungeon, but it didn't work this time. The blood-colored avatar failed to teleport out. Bam! In the next second, the blood-colored avatar's head exploded before the gunshot rang. The game screen went black again. In that case, it means that any creature that enters by normal means can only fight to the death. They won't have a chance to come out until the end. Zhou frowned and thought. If that's the case, I can't get my allies to enter. I can only wait for others to enter, and pick up the spoils after them. Suddenly, Zhou's eyes lit up. That's right. I can definitely enter to pick up the spoils. After all, those fellows won't survive after entering, and won't be able to take anything out. It would be a waste if I don't take the spoils. With this in mind, Zhou looked forward to someone quickly entering the Venusian dimensional zone. However, after a day and a half, no creature challenged the Venusian dimensional zone. This was also normal. Be it contracting a guardian or using mythical serum, there were very few terror-grade humans. The death of one in the League of Guardians was probably enough to deeply upset them. Before figuring out the situation, no one would send someone in rashly. Seeing the lack of opportunity, Zhou could only continue grinding at home. As long as he ensured that the League of Guardians didn't clear the Venusian dungeon first, and that the dimension couldn't obtain anything, he was in no rush. Progress, 100%. Synthesis complete. Just as Zhou was grinding, a message suddenly popped up. Zhou took a careful look and realized that the fusion synthesis of Light Concealment, Shadow Concealment, and Night Immaculate had completed. Let me see what the outcome of the fusion is. Zhou opened the fusion window, and saw an ancient sword floating there. It wasn't the formless Light Concealment sword, nor was it the shadow of the Shadow Concealment sword, nor was it the aura of the Night Immaculate sword. It was an ordinary sheathed ancient sword. Zhou checked the ancient sword stats and saw the words. Son of Heaven's 3 Swords. Strange, I've clearly fused a sword. Why is it called the Son of Heaven's 3 Swords? Zhou was puzzled as he looked at the detailed stats of the Son of Heaven's 3 Swords. Son of Heaven's 3 Swords. Terror Grade, Evolvable. Life Providence. Sword of the Son of Heaven. Life Soul, Tao's Sword. Wheel of Destiny. Sword of Unkilling. Terror Form. Son of Heaven. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Constitution, 99. Essence Energy, 99. Talent Skill, none. Companion form. Sword of the Son of Heaven. What the hell are these attributes? Sword of Unkilling? Could it be that this sword can't kill? It's a Terra-grade companion beast after all. It doesn't even have a single skill. Isn't this too extreme? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. The only thing that left him gratified was that the Son of Heaven's 3 swords had an evolutionary attribute. This meant that the Son of Heaven's 3 swords might reach the Calamity grade in the future. Furthermore, the Son of Heaven's 3 sword stats were rather impressive. All 4 stats were 99. This was the highest stats among Zhou Wen's companion beasts. Summoning the Son of Heaven's sword, Zhou Wen held the hilt and wanted to pull it out to take a look. However, after a few attempts, the sword remained motionless as though it was stuck from all the rust. It can't be. I can't pull this thing out. It really lives up to its Sword of Unkilling name. Zhou Wen fiddled with it for a while, hoping to figure it out. However, he tragically realized that no matter what strength he used, he couldn't pull the sword out. Furthermore, the sword didn't have any special strength. It was no different from a hard rod. When it appeared in its own form, it was like a dead object. It didn't even move, much less fly up to fight. Are you kidding me? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Wen had no choice but to put away the Son of Heaven's sword. He would slowly study it in the future. Zhou Wen also knew that there was definitely something special about the sword, but he was momentarily stumped. In the next few days, Zhou Wen didn't see any creatures enter the Venusian Instance dungeon. He stayed home to grind. Ding! When Zhou Wen grinded the underground sea again, a crisp sound of a drop sounded, causing his body to tremble. When he focused his gaze, he realized that it was a Demon Blood True Dragon companion egg. It's finally here. Zhou Wen's hands trembled in excitement. After grinding for so long, he had finally obtained the 9 Demon Blood True Dragon companion eggs. He picked up the companion egg, and saw that it was indeed the Wu Dragon's companion egg. Zhou Wen hurriedly hatched it. The Wu Dragon companion egg stats were about the same as the others. It wasn't too special, so Zhou Wen didn't expect it to be very powerful. What he wanted to know the most was whether he could fuse the 9 Demon Blood True Dragons together. He first placed the Wu Dragon in the window. The game immediately indicated that it could be fused. Zhou Wen attempted to put the remaining 8 dragons on it, and it really worked. There was no indication that it lacked a core. When Zhou Wen pressed the fusion button, the intense light devoured the 9 Demon Blood True Dragons and flooded the entire phone screen. When the light dissipated, a black crystal-like companion egg appeared in the fusion window. There was also a percentage progress bar below. From the looks of it, I'll have to wait another 2 days. Zhou Wen really wanted to know what the outcome of the fusion was, but all he could do was wait. Now, he only hoped that there wouldn't be a strange companion egg like the Son of Heaven's 3 swords. It just so happens that I don't have any particularly good armor. I hope they fuse into some good Terra-grade armor. Zhou Wen's body was only at the mythical stage after all. He was somewhat inferior to a true Terra grade. For instance, demonic neonates seldom participated in head-on battles because of her weak body. If he had Terra grade armor, it would greatly enhance Zhou Wen's strength. At the very least, his life preservation abilities would be elevated. With another wish fulfilled, what depressed Zhou Wen the most was his failure to obtain the last of the 28 Lunar Mansion skills. The main reason was that the endless sea of stars was just too huge. It took a lot of time just to grind it once, so Zhou Wen could only rely on luck.
Living quite a good life recently, eh?
A message made Zhou Wen, who had been enjoying his days, shiver involuntarily. The message was from the Dharch, who had been silent for a long time.
What's the matter?
Zhou Wen replied, but he felt extremely worried. Every time the Dharch came to him, nothing good would happen. Even with his Terra-grade strength, Zhou Wen didn't dare rashly head to Chess Mountain. The stronger he was, the more he could understand how terrifying the Dharch was. After obtaining powerful strength, Zhou Wen knew how terrifying the power of wishes was.
I want to make a deal with you.
The Dharch quickly sent another message. Chapter 1225 Here comes the opportunity. Chapter 1225 Here comes the opportunity. Zhou Wen felt his scalp tingle when he saw the word. Deal. A deal with the Dharch definitely didn't end well. John was a perfect example that remained fresh in his mind.
Ahem, the Dharch. I recently saw quite a number of powerful fellows among humans. The Great Skyfiend and Hermit in the League of Guardians are especially strong.
Zhou Wen wanted to change the topic.
Why don't you say that there's Blood Shaman and Cave Era?
The Dharch replied.
Those two are also super strong. I didn't have the time to tell you.
Zhou Wen hurriedly replied.
Why don't I help you destroy the League of Guardians? What say you?
The Dharch replied mockingly.
The League of Guardians has nothing to do with me. Whether it's destroyed or not is up to you.
Zhou Wen was no longer the kid from before. He didn't blush even when his thoughts were seen through. The Dharch clearly wasn't in the mood to talk to him about this. She directly sent a message and asked,
You didn't contract a guardian or fuse with other creatures, so how did you advance to the mythical stage? I just cultivated an essence energy art, and as time went by I advanced.
Zhou Wen answered. The Dharch naturally didn't believe him. In fact, it was impossible.
If you don't wish to say, I can just let it pass. However, if you continue talking to me like this, do you believe that I'll let your fifth limb grow on your head?
The Dharch replied. Zhou Wen really wanted to see if his present ability could withstand the Thearka's wish powers. However, considering the immense risk of his fifth limb growing on his head, he decided to see what the Dharch wanted of him.
What deal do you want to make with me?
Zhou Wen asked.
I won't ask how you advanced. But tell me, did you advance to the mythical stage purely as a human?
The Dharch asked again.
Yes.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and answered truthfully.
That's enough. Help me get something. After it's done, I'll tell you a secret.
The Dharch said.
Can you be more detailed? What do I need to get? What's the secret you want to tell me?
Zhou Wen was working on a way to reject the Dharch.
Your hometown is in Guide City, right? There's a fire god platform in Guide Ancient City. There's a stone saber on it. Pull it out and give it to me.
The Dharch sent a message. Zhou Wen was alarmed. The Dharch actually wants that stone saber. What does she want? Could it be that the stone saber can help her escape? As Zhou Wen thought about it, he said,
I've heard of that stone saber, but I've heard that no one can pull it out. As long as you are a pure human who advanced to the mythical stage, you will definitely be able to pull it out.
The Dharch seemed very confident and ignored Zhou Wen's excuse. Just as Zhou Wen was about to say something, the Dharch sent another message.
You should have seen the situation in the Venusian dimensional zone. However, you might not know what that dimensional zone implies. You know about the Venusian dimensional zone?
Zhou Wen asked in surprise.
If you can help me retrieve the stone saber, I can tell you how to obtain the item inside through the Venusian dimensional zone.
The Dharch threw out the bait.
What's inside the Venusian dimensional zone?
Zhou Wen hurriedly asked.
Help me retrieve the stone saber, and you will know everything.
The Dharch immediately sent another message.
There's no rush. You can think about it. However, if the fellows from the dimension obtain the thing from the Venusian dimensional zone, I'm afraid the Earth Federation will really become a breeding ground for the dimension. Let me consider it.
Since the Dharch didn't elaborate, Zhou Wen knew that it was useless to ask further. If it were in the past, Zhou Wen would definitely have rejected it without any hesitation. However, the bait the Dharch threw out was too much. It left Zhou Wen somewhat tempted. Zhou Wen had already learned from Gu Dian that the dimension placed great importance on the item in Venus. If he really couldn't clear the Venusian instance dungeon before the dimension did, he might really have to rely on the Thearka's strength. However, Zhou Wen couldn't confirm if the Dharch was telling the truth, so he naturally wouldn't easily believe her.
There's no rush. I can divulge some information first. There are 6 Terra-grade golden battle gods in Venus, who can fire bullets of different attributes. After them, there will be a Calamity-grade metal creature. Help me get the stone saber. I have a way that will allow you to kill that Calamity-grade metal creature. What's the name of that Calamity-grade metal creature?
Zhou Wen knew that the Dharch wasn't spouting nonsense. He had already verified the existence of the subsequent Calamity-grade creature.
Bring the stone saber to Chess Mountain when you've thought it through.
The Dharch didn't answer him. She didn't send any more messages after that. Zhou Wen frowned and thought. From the looks of it, the Dharch really knows something about the Venusian instance dungeon, but she doesn't want the item in the Venusian instance dungeon. Instead, she wants the stone saber. Could it be that the stone saber is more precious than the item in the Venusian instance dungeon? Or can the stone saber help her escape? After some thought, Zhou Wen still couldn't figure out what the Dharch was up to. The stone saber in Guide Ancient City couldn't be pulled out. Otherwise, not only would Guide Ancient City undergo a breakout, but a large number of high-level dimensional creatures would appear. Zhou Wen didn't know what would ensue if he completely pulled out the stone saber. Zhou Wen had previously investigated its origins. The Fire God platform was also known as the Yanbao platform. It was the first place in the East District used for astronomy, and Yanbao was the Fire God, also the founder of the Shang dynasty. Speaking of which, it was somewhat related to Chess Mountain. However, when it came to a Fire God, the first thing most people in the East District thought of was Zhurong, not Yanbao. Although Zhou Wen was born and raised in Guide City, the Fire God he recognized wasn't Yanbao consort, but Suirenchi, who introduced fire to humans. He was the leader of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Could the ancient sovereign sutra engraved on Fire God platform be related to Suirenchi? If the stone saber is related to Suirenchi, it's easier to understand. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more convinced he was of its likelihood. With the Thearka's request, Zhou Wen had the urge to return to Guide Ancient City to take a look. However, Zhou Wen still didn't head to Guide Ancient City to prevent himself from being exploited by the Dharch. He stayed at home and continued grinding dungeons. He grinded the Venusian Instance dungeon once a day, but it was too slow. He couldn't farm companion eggs on a large scale. Instead, he obtained a few Terror-grade dimensional crystals, which he fed to Banana Fairy. Her stats had increased significantly, averaging above 90 points. Unfortunately, he could only farm it once a day. Most of the time, Zhou Wen could only farm ordinary dungeons. Suddenly, the phone's live broadcast stirred. Another creature arrived in front of the Venusian dimensional zone. It was the black dragon that had appeared previously. Here's my chance. Zhou Wen's spirits were lifted. Farming the Venusian Instance dungeon once a day was just too slow. Now was the best time to pick up freebies. Chapter 1226 Limitless Demon Dragon King. Chapter 1226 Limitless Demon Dragon King. Let me wait and see. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to head over. He planned on understanding the situation first. His main goal was to determine the black dragon's level. Although it didn't seem like a calamity-grade creature, the old saying was right. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. If it was a calamity grade, Zhou Wen might very well be killed if he went to pick up the spoils. It wasn't only Zhou Wen. Many people in the Federation had their eyes peeled to screen. Many bigwigs from various factions wanted to figure out what was so special about the Venusian Dimensional Zone, and why the cube was broadcasting it. The black dragon entered the Dimensional Zone. The situation inside was the same as before. The 6 doors were closed, and a metal guard was in the room. This was just as Zhou Wen had imagined. Every time a creature entered the Venusian Dimensional Zone in reality, the same number of dimensional creatures would appear. It felt like a game refreshing its map, but it also felt different. The black dragon spat out dragon breath and killed the metal guard. It looked easy, definitely placing it in the ranks at or above the terror grade. Just as Zhou Wen saw the 6 doors open, his fingers suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that the 9 Demon Blood True Dragon's fusion had reached 100%. He hurriedly opened the fusion window and saw a black demon dragon appear inside. However, this demon dragon was somewhat different from the previous Demon Blood True Dragon. This demon dragon's body seemed to be carved from black gemstones. There was no sign of it having 9 heads. It had only 1 dragon head, with a pair of corresponding dragon horns. It only had 1 pair of eyes as well, but the pupils were in the form of the 8 trigrams Taiji symbol. Apart from that, its body wasn't any smaller than the typical Demon Dragon True Dragon, but it looked much more mightier. 1. Zhou Wen hurriedly looked at its detailed information, hoping that it was a terror-grade armor. After all, the original Demon Blood True Dragons had armor forms. The possibility of this demon dragon being an armor was very high. Limitless Demon Dragon King, Terror. Life Providence, Dragon King. Life Soul, Demon King. Wheel of Destiny, Limitless Wheel. Terror Form, Omega Dao. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Constitution, 99. Essence Energy, 99. Talent Skill, Dragon Breath. Limitless Eyes, Demon Dragon Transformation. Companion Form, Armor. The Armor Companion Form was expected, but the Limitless Demon Dragon King didn't have an evolvable attribute. This left Zhou Wen somewhat disappointed. Apart from that, Zhou Wen was very satisfied with the Limitless Demon Dragon King's various skills and stats. Companion beasts that form a complete set don't necessarily produce one with an evolvable attribute. Zhou Wen carefully looked at the Limitless Demon Dragon King's various abilities. The Dragon King Life Providence had an extremely strong immunity to all sorts of elements. It was a little overboard to say it was immune to all elements, but it was at least immune to 80–90% of them. The Demon King could demonize bodies to give them physical immunity. Although it wasn't completely immune, with the Dragon King Life Providence, it had a high immunity to all sorts of powers. Its defense was astonishing. The Limitless Wheel was an ability that Zhou Wen valued the most. This was a skill that allowed him to freely transfer his strength. When combined with the use of Limitless Eyes, he could achieve the exchange of strength between different creatures, just like the 9 Demon Blood True Dragons. However, Zhou Wen needed to cast the Limitless Wheel on other creatures ahead of time. Furthermore, he needed the cooperation of the creatures to complete it. At the same time, he could only form a limitless connection with 8 creatures. The Terror Form's Omega Dao seemed to be a super state. Zhou Wen hadn't experimented with it yet, so he didn't know how useful it was. Demon Dragon Transformation could make its body stronger. Its effects also needed to be tested in actual combat. After summoning the Limitless Demon Dragon King in its companion form, a mysterious black crystal armor appeared on Zhou Wen. The black crystal scale armor enveloped Zhou Wen's body without leaving any gaps. The helmet was in the shape of a dragon's head, and there was a pair of dragon horns on his head. Zhou Wen, who was wearing the Dragon King armor, was like a humanoid dragon carved from black gems. He exuded mystery and bizarreness, but but he also emitted a terrifying aura. I wonder how its defense is. I'll find an opportunity to test it later. Zhou felt that the armor's appearance was a little exaggerated, but it likely wasn't lacking in ability. After all, its stats and skills were amazing. On the cube screen, the Black Dragon had already finished off a large number of metal guards. Its body was extremely strong, so the bullets from the metal guards were useless against it. They were torn to pieces by the Black Dragon. Many dimensional crystals dropped to the ground, as well as 2 metal guard companion eggs. The Earthlings were envious, but the Black Dragon didn't pick them up. Soon, the Golden Battle God Mark I appeared. His freezing bullets hit the terror-form Black Dragon. Although the freezing effect showed some effects, it was obvious that it wasn't very effective. The Black Dragon pounced forward to engage the Golden Battle God in melee combat. Both of their bodies were especially powerful, but the Black Dragon ultimately gained the upper hand. After fighting for more than an hour, it finally killed the Golden Battle God. The Golden Battle God Mark II appeared next. His flaming bullets weren't very effective against the Black Dragon, so it ended up in a melee battle again. The Black Dragon obtained final victory again, but it was obvious that it had suffered some damage, and was rather drained. A third Golden Battle God appeared. This Golden Battle God had lightning bullets, which had a paralyzing effect. When it struck the Black Dragon, it caused a portion of its body to be paralyzed. Compounded by its earlier injuries and exhaustion, the situation didn't look good. Zhou was already certain that the Black Dragon was at the terror grade. It would be difficult for it to defeat all the Golden Battle Gods. It was time to pick up the spoils. Without any hesitation, Zhou used Singularity Universe's teleportation ability and arrived on Venus again. He wore his new Dragon King armor. Many humans in the Federation and overseas were watching this battle. As neither side was human, they didn't show obvious support for either party. However, the dimensional crystals and companion eggs on the ground were tantalizing. As they watched, the Black Dragon went into berserk mode and withstood the paralyzing effects of the lightning bullets as it charged at the Golden Battle God. After biting at its opponent crazily and paying a considerable price, it finally killed the Golden Battle God Mark III. A golden companion egg dropped. A terror-grade companion egg! Everyone widened their eyes as they looked at the golden companion egg. Their drool was about to drip down. That was a terror-grade companion egg. Furthermore, it had such powerful strength. Who wouldn't want it? Unfortunately, no one could enter. The Black Dragon wasn't interested in the companion egg either. It had no intention of picking it up, making the allure even more irresistible. They wished they could run in and grab it with their mouths before running out. Suddenly, a black figure appeared on the screen, stunning all the spectating beings. Chapter 1227 The Treasure Looter. Chapter 1227 The Treasure Looter. Everyone was stunned when they identified the figure. Strange, the ones that came out previously were all golden robots. Why did something made of black crystal suddenly appear? It's much smaller. Is it a new type? This fellow doesn't seem to have walked out of the door. What's that? Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even the Black Dragon in the room was taken aback. It didn't attack immediately. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, the Golden Battle God Mark IV walked out, leaving them dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Why were there two different creatures? Previously, only one Golden Battle God appeared at a time. Before they could react, Zhou had already flashed across the room and stored away the dimensional crystals and companion eggs on the ground, including the Golden Battle God Mark III companion egg. The people watching the cube's live stream immediately broke out into an uproar. They understood what had happened. Holy sh*T, that fellow isn't from the Venusian dimensional zone. He's there to loot. That's not looting, it's called picking up treasures, alright? That works too? Didn't they say that the cube's teleportation function is disabled when someone is challenging the Venusian dimensional zone? How did he enter? Perhaps he's an otherworldly creature to begin with. Like the gold person and the Black Dragon, he's from the cosmos. But he shouldn't be able to enter the dimensional zone, right? That's not right. Why does he look human? The thing he's wearing is companion beast armor, right? Human? That's impossible, right? The key is how did he enter? As people discussed, the Golden Battle God had already attacked. However, as Zhou retreated behind the Black Dragon, the Golden Battle God's first target was still the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon roared and spewed out dragon breath, hoping to block the Golden Battle God's bullet. However, the Golden Battle God's bullet was somewhat special. It had a powerful spinning and drilling effect. It penetrated the Black Dragon's dragon breath and shot into its body. The bullet drilled into its flesh, causing blood to immediately gush out. The Black Dragon roared in pain. The Golden Battle God Mark IV bullet's destructive power was very strong. It was the nemesis of the Black Dragon's element immunity attribute. Furthermore, the Black Dragon was already quite injured, so it was quickly thrown into a dangerous situation. As though it knew that it was doomed, the black dragon had the intention to go all out. It charged forward, meeting the blanketing bullets. Its abdomen was almost riddled with holes, but it didn't die. It pounced on the golden battle god and wanted to bite off its head. Unfortunately, it was already gravely injured, and its strength was greatly reduced. The golden battle god held its chin up with one hand, preventing it from biting down. The black dragon still held on to the golden battle god, but it was no longer of much use. The other gun in the golden battle god's hand was already aimed at its head. Crack! A black figure appeared behind the golden battle god like a ghost. A narrow saber stabbed through the golden battle god's chest, piercing through the energy source inside. The golden battle god's body immediately lost its strength. The black dragon roared repeatedly and ruthlessly tore the golden battle god's corpse apart. A dimensional crystal dropped and Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to put it away. Then, he retreated to the other corner of the room and maintained a certain distance from the black dragon. The black dragon glanced at Zhou Wen but didn't attack. Clearly, its intelligence wasn't low.
That works? What's that fellow's background? How did he get in?
People from the various factions were guessing Zhou Wen's origins. In the League of Guardians, Blood Shaman, Cave Era, Great Skyfiend, and Hermit were all present. Many Guardians were also watching the battle. Sitting high on the main seat was a masked man. His face couldn't be seen, but his eyes seemed to be so clear that one could see a reflection. Without a doubt, this man was the master of the League of Guardians, Immortal.
Cave Era, what are your thoughts?
Immortal looked at the scene on the cube and asked casually.
It's undoubtedly a human. Furthermore, he has very powerful spatial powers,
said Cave Era. Yusuji now, who had contracted Great Skyfiend, said,
in that case, as long as one has spatial powers, even if one doesn't open the entrance to the Venusian dimensional zone, they can still enter? From the looks of it, that's right,
Cave Era answered.
If that's the case, we only need to find a guardian with spatial teleportation powers to enter the Venusian dimensional zone like that person. Now, the chances of us clearing the dimensional zone are much higher,
Yusuji now said. Hermit continued.
That might not be the case. There are many types of spatial powers. Perhaps not all spatial powers can enter. Furthermore, there aren't many guardians who have spatial abilities like interstellar teleportation. There are even fewer who have reached the Terra grade. If we only rely on flying, it will take too long to reach Venus. When that happens, the Venusian dimensional zone might have long been cleared. Can you tell who this person is?
Immortal asked again. Hermit shook his head slightly.
I can't tell. However, I'm certain that it's not someone from the Holy Spirit Association. The Holy Spirit Association only has one Terra grade expert who specializes in spatial powers. We've all seen him before. It's not him. Could it be Thief Sage?
Asked Blood Shaman.
That's very likely. Thief Sage is best at spatial teleportation. Furthermore, such actions are in line with his actions. However, there's no way to confirm that it's him or someone else,
Hermit said.
Regardless of whether he's Thief Sage, find him. It's naturally best if it's him. If it's not him, we can also use his spatial teleportation ability to send our people in,
Immortal said.
Yes, I'll do it now.
Hermit bowed and left. Far away in the South Pole, Lu Yun, who was standing on the snow watching the cube, suddenly felt his nose itch for no reason. He couldn't help but sneeze.
Who's missing me?
Lu Yun rubbed his nose as he muttered to himself. 1. The golden battle god Mark V appeared, and the black dragon could only drag its severely injured body to fight. While the golden battle god was distracted, Zhou Wen teleported behind it and stabbed at its energy source again. The 6 golden battle gods' energy sources appeared in different locations. It wasn't easy to stab them with one strike. However, for someone like Zhou Wen who was familiar with the golden battle gods, it wasn't difficult. With Zhou Wen's help, the black dragon killed the golden battle god Mark V, but unfortunately, nothing dropped. Zhou Wen used the same method to help the black dragon kill the golden battle god Mark VI, but unfortunately, nothing dropped again. The alarms on the 6 doors sounded at the same time. Something truly terrifying was coming. Chapter 1228 The One and Only Looter King. Zhou Wen didn't dare stay for long as he teleported back to Earth. Zhou Wen's luck was pretty good. His teleportation took him to a city. He removed the companion beasts over him, returning to his original appearance. It looked like a city in the West District. Zhou Wen didn't carefully identify where he was. He took out his phone and watched the live broadcast of the Venusian dimensional zone. The alarms on the 6 doors were ringing. The black dragon was heavily injured. Although it looked at the doors warily, it didn't even know which door the other party would come out from. Bam! Before the gunshot was heard, the black dragon's head exploded from a bullet. Dragon blood and brain matter splattered, as the dragon body collapsed. Then, the cube scene switched. Without a doubt, the Terrorgrade Black Dragon had died inside. Humanity didn't even manage to get a gander at the person who killed the Black Dragon. Zhou Wen then found some high-speed slow-motion cameras on the internet, and could barely see that the bullet had shot out from one of the doors. He couldn't even see what it looked like, it was only a blurry shadow. The various factions analyzed the information obtained from this battle. They had pretty much analyzed the first 4 of the 6 Golden Battle Gods' abilities. As for the last 2, due to Zhou Wen's interference, the information wasn't complete, but they could roughly think of a reliable solution. However, everyone shook their heads when they saw the final shot. For the time being, no one had the confidence to block it. Most people were discussing Zhou Wen, who had taken advantage of the situation. They were very curious as to what kind of person had the ability and guts to snatch food from the tiger's mouth under such circumstances and retreat in time. As they didn't know his origins, many media outlets gave Zhou Wen a nickname when writing reports about him. There were all sorts of nicknames such as Looter King, Adventurer King, Shameless Thief, Person Best at Taking Advantage, and Space Transporter. In the end, most people used the term Looter King. Furthermore, many media outlets determined that Looter King might be human, but there were also many people who didn't think of him as human. Many factions on Earth had the same idea. They could naturally tell that Zhou Wen was using spatial teleportation to enter the Venusian dimensional zone. The factions with such talents were eager to have a share of the loot. After Lu Yun finished watching the entire process, he was very tempted. However, after careful consideration, he didn't dare head to Venus. Like Zhou Wen, he waited for the other creatures to enter before taking advantage of the opportunity. Lu Yun's patience didn't mean that everyone was patient. Overseas, there was a contractor with a spatial guardian who chose to enter the Venusian dimensional zone through the cube. Not all spatial powers had interstellar teleportation abilities, much less a mythical guardian. When he reached the entrance to the Venusian dimensional zone, the cube began its live broadcast again. When people saw him use spatial teleportation to enter the dimensional zone and fight the metal guards inside, they immediately realized that he was a mythical guardian who was here to take advantage of the situation. His goal was probably to kill a few metal guards before teleporting out. Due to footage from the previous battles, the guardian knew the metal guard very well. He had already thought of a way to restrain it and easily killed the metal guard. Furthermore, he was very lucky to have a companion egg drop. The guardian gleefully picked up the companion egg and wanted to teleport away before the 6 doors opened. His idea of taking advantage of the situation was to simply kill one metal guard. However, to his surprise, after attempting to teleport, the guardian's expression changed drastically. He couldn't leave the dimensional zone and was still trapped in the room. In the next second, the 6 doors opened. Groups of metal guards rushed out with guns in hand. The bullets intertwined into an inescapable net. The guardian teleported a few times and summoned a companion beast to block them, but in the end, he was riddled with bullets that killed him along with his companion beasts. Instantly, all the humans watching the live broadcast were stunned. They didn't know what was happening. Lu Yun was secretly glad that he had held back from teleporting in.
Heavens, what happened just now? Why didn't the guardian teleport away? Do you think anyone can be the Looter King? Looter King is at the Terrorgrade, an existence who can work with the Black Dragon to kill the Golden Battle Gods. Isn't it courting death for a mythical creature to want to loot? Looter King is really powerful. He managed to escape after looting, but this fellow couldn't even return alive. For the same spatial teleportation ability, the effects of the Terrorgrade and Mythical Grade should be about the same. Why can Looter King escape, but not the Guardian? There must be some other restriction. Looter King is somehow able to break the restrictions. There can only be one Looter King after all. There's a risk when looting. One has to be careful.
Everyone discussed spiritedly. This also alarmed the factions who wanted to use their spatial powers to take advantage of the situation like Zhou Wen. They didn't dare act rashly. Zhou Wen was grinding dungeons in-game and didn't know about the Guardian. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of it. However, after watching the recording, Zhou Wen knew what the problem was. It wasn't that the mythical spatial transmission ability couldn't be used, but that people who used the cube to reach Venus were incapable of leaving the dimensional zone. They could only fight to the end. The spatial ability he used wasn't special. However, he couldn't teleport through the cube or use his blood to open the Venusian instance dungeon. After this incident, no one dared to take advantage of the loopholes in the rules. Zhou Wen farmed the Venusian instance dungeon again in-game, but he still failed to dodge the bullet. The shot was just too terrifying. Even the limitless Demon Dragon King's helmet exploded. His powerful damage immunity couldn't withstand the bullet's headshot. Clearly, the difference in strength was too great. 10% or even 5% of the destructive power wasn't something Zhou Wen's body could withstand. From the looks of it, there's no doubt that it's a Calamity Grade creature. Do humans nowadays really have the ability to defeat a Calamity Grade to clear the Venusian Instance dungeon? Zhou wasn't optimistic at all. After more than a day, another creature entered the Venusian Instance dungeon. Zhou had seen this creature before. It was the skeleton that resembled the Grim Reaper. It wore a cloak and held a scythe in its hands. It had opened the dungeon using the normal method. Zhou watched it kill the metal guard and realized that its strength was likely only at the Terror grade. However, the previous battle had already proven that the survival rate of a Terror grade creature in the dungeon was pathetically low. Zhou really couldn't figure out why the skeleton would choose to enter the Venusian dimensional zone under such circumstances. Wait. What if entering Venus's dimensional zone wasn't of their free will but a result of coercion? An idea flashed in Zhou's mind. Combining Tsukuyami's forced departure from Earth and the continuous attempts of these creatures into the Venusian Instance dungeon, Zhou thought of a possibility. Perhaps these creatures had their reasons for entering the Venusian dimensional zone. They hadn't entered willingly. If that's the case, will Tsukuyami ultimately enter? Zhou couldn't help but worry when he thought of Tsukuyami. Although Tsukuyami was a Calamity Grade creature and might have the possibility of defeating the Venusian Calamity Grade creature, who could guarantee her victory? Chapter 1229 Skeleton. The Grim Reaper-like skeleton shuttled through the bullets like a ghost. The bullets struck its cloak, but they passed through it without injuring its body. Instead, the scythe in the skeleton's hand sliced through the horde of metal guards like it was culling chives. Soon, many dimensional crystals and companion eggs dropped to the ground. Zhou wasn't in a rush to enter, as he continued watching the battle in front of a cube. Soon, the skeleton welcomed the golden battle god Mark I. When the frost bullet hit the skeleton's body, it penetrated its body like an ordinary bullet. Even if the golden battle god took the initiative to detonate the frost bullet, the skeleton wasn't affected at all amidst the cold fog. Instead, it was like a devil in hell. The scythe in its hands turned into an ice scythe, and split the golden battle god's body into two.
What creature is that? It's so powerful. It killed the golden battle god with one strike. This fellow looks like he has a chance of fighting to the end. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Could that Grim Reaper-like fellow be a Calamity Grade existence?
As people discussed, the golden battle god Mark II appeared. Flames exploded as terrifying flames devoured the entire room. However, the skeleton rushed out from the flames. Its body and side were covered in flames, making it appear like a flaming devil. It called the golden battle god Mark II under its scythe. How powerful. Even Zhou was surprised by the skeleton's strength. However, Zhou didn't believe that it was at the Calamity Grade. The skeleton was very strong, but it was still a distance away from the Calamity Grade. At the very least, from the Calamity Grade creatures he had seen, the skeleton wasn't at that level. After the golden battle god Mark II was killed, a companion egg dropped. Just as the skeleton was about to pick up the companion egg, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash. A figure snatched the companion egg in front of him. The skeleton was slightly taken aback. While he was in a daze, Zhou had already taken away the other mythical dimensional crystals and companion eggs.
Holy sh*T, Looter King has appeared again. Is this fellow addicted to looting? Isn't he afraid that the skeleton will kill him from pissing him off? Another Terror Grade companion egg has been taken by him. This killing is way too easy.
Everyone was envious and jealous. As for the skeleton, it was clearly different from the black dragon. When it saw Zhou snatch the companion egg, it didn't hesitate to slash at him. Its figure was like a ghost, so fast that one couldn't see it clearly. However, Zhou teleported and dodged the skeleton's attack. Zhou didn't leave the room, because there was no place on Venus where he could view the cube. There was no signal on his phone either. Even if he teleported back to Earth, he might not be able to teleport to a place with a signal. If he went out, he wouldn't know what was happening in the room. The best way was to stay in the room and leave after picking up all the loot. The skeleton wanted to attack Zhou, but the golden battle god had already appeared. Lightning bullets spewed out crazily, giving the skeleton no chance to pay attention to Zhou. Of the golden battle god companion eggs, I already have 3, Mark II, 3, and 4. If I can gather all 6, will I be able to fuse a set? What can a Terror Grade companion B set produce through fusion? A Calamity Grade creature? Zhou was filled with anticipation. A mythical set fused to form a Terror Grade creature, so it did seem reasonable that a Terror set would fuse into a Calamity Grade creature. The skeleton was really strong. When facing the golden battle god Mark III, it quickly gained the upper hand again. The bullets with special attributes couldn't injure it at all. Even with the lightning around him, the skeleton could draw upon the power of the lightning as his own. It ended up increasing his strength. This fellow's skill is very powerful. Zhou looked at the skeleton and made a plan. Since this fellow is definitely doomed, why don't I kill it? Perhaps a companion egg will drop? Of course, Zhou didn't plan on taking action now. He continued watching the battle from a corner in the room. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth golden battle gods were killed by the skeleton's scythe. They didn't cause too much trouble for him. It could be seen that the skeleton's strength was probably top-notch among the Terra-grade existences. Unfortunately, after killing 4 golden battle gods, only 1 stat crystal dropped. Naturally, it was snatched by Zhou again. The alarms on the 6 doors sounded at the same time. Zhou took a deep breath. This time, he didn't teleport away. Instead, he took out a substitute talisman and stuck it on his head. The success rate of producing a substitute talisman was too low, but it was indeed useful for preserving his life. Zhou would draw a few whenever he was free, but unfortunately, he had too few successes. Up to now, he only had 2. Typically, Zhou couldn't bear to use them. This time, he had only taken it out as a form of insurance. This was because Zhou had already tested it when he entered the Venusian Instance dungeon. If 2 creatures were present at the same time, the monster behind the door would target one at a time. Zhou had previously summoned Banana Fairy, Golden Battle God, and Ashura to accompany him, but the 3 Terra-grade companion beasts were each shot and killed on the spot. He didn't even see what the creature looked like before the blood-colored avatar was killed. However, when Zhou summoned his mythical companion beast, the first to be killed was the blood-colored avatar. Therefore, Zhou could roughly determine that the creature inside the door would target the most powerful creature first. Zhou was only at the mythical stage, so if there was a Terra-grade creature present, the first to be killed would be the Terra-grade creature. And without a Terra-grade creature present, he would be killed for standing out. Of course, just in case, Zhou stuck a substitute talisman on himself. The skeleton was on high alert as he stared intently at one of the doors. It was where the last bullet had shot out. However, according to Zhou's experience, the bullets might not shoot out from the same door. If he focused his attention on the door, he would probably suffer greatly. Now, Zhou wanted to know if the skeleton could withstand the shot. If a top Terra creature like him couldn't even withstand a single shot without a Calamity-grade assistant, the chances of him clearing the Venusian Instance dungeon were almost 0. Bam! Before the gunshot, the cloak on the skeleton's head was lifted by a powerful force, revealing a bald skull. One side of the skull's head shattered and, along with the entire head, exploded like a watermelon. The skeleton's body was also slammed into the wall by the powerful force. All his bones scattered. Zhou originally wanted to teleport away, but he suddenly realized that all the bones of the shattered skeleton were trembling. As for the door, it didn't immediately fire a second shot. In the next second, under everyone's gaze, the bones emitted gray gas before flying up and condensing into the skeleton. Chapter 1230 Grim Reaper Number 10. He withstood the shot. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Although he had withstood the shot at the cost of his life, it was still a huge improvement compared to other Terra-grade creatures. Bang! Another gunshot sounded as the skeleton was reduced to dust. However, its body quickly reformed and walked towards the door that shot the bullet. He blocked it again? In the League of Guardians, Immortal's eyes narrowed. The 4 heavenly kings were also surprised. As long as one could withstand the shots, there was still hope. The most terrifying thing was the inability to withstand the shots at all. That would imply 0 chance. It wasn't just the League of Guardians. Many big shots had strange looks in their eyes when they saw the scene. They were secretly considering the various possibilities. Everyone's first thought was to find an existence, like the skeleton, to block the gunshots. Boom! 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 The skeleton was blasted apart again and again, but it repeatedly stood up. It was obvious that the skeleton possessed very special abilities. It wasn't as simple as self-healing, otherwise, he would have long died. Just as everyone believed that they had finally seen a ray of light, the skeleton's body was once again blasted apart from the 7th gunshot. However, this time, the skeleton's body directly disintegrated. Clang! Clang! An oval bone object dropped from the skeleton's dispersed body, producing a series of crisp and ear-piercing sounds. Zhou reacted extremely fast. He instantly sobered up and teleported over to grab the bone object before teleporting out of the Venusian dimensional zone.
That actually works. He takes advantage of both sides. He loots both parties.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
All the advantages have been taken by Looter King. It's his ability to loot. If you have the ability, try doing so too. That's right. Looter King's spatial teleportation ability is really powerful. The Guardian from before serves as a lesson. It's not that easy to take advantage of the situation.
Ordinary people were discussing the matter of the Looter King, but existences like the League of Guardians' upper echelons weren't focused on Zhou. They wanted to know why the skeleton had died. Did the skeleton's abilities reach their limits, Or did the dimensional creature's abilities behind the door undergo new changes?
Cave Era, can you analyze the 7th shot?
Immortal asked Cave Era. Cave Era was good at time. If anyone could figure out something, it would be her.
I need to give it a try. I need to use some supplementary items to circulate the power of time to reforge the gunshot's progression,
Cave Era said after some hesitation.
How long will it take?
Immortal asked.
At least 3 days,
Cave Era answered. The ultimate family clan of the North District.
Sadie, did you see it?
Lance and company looked at Sadie. Sadie, who had the Eye of Odin, was the person who was most likely to see the 7th shot clearly.
That shot was too fast. It's still difficult to discern it clearly when I slow it down. I need some time to analyze it,
Sadie said helplessly. The same situation kept happening in the various major powers. The analysts of the various factions began taking action. Zhou didn't analyze the shot. At that moment, he was hugging a bone and smiling foolishly. I've made a killing. I've made a huge killing this time. Zhou hugged the oval bone and was just short of kissing it. This was actually the skeleton's companion egg. Furthermore, his stats and abilities were so powerful that Zhou was somewhat alarmed. Grim Reaper number 10, Terror. Life Providence, Undying Body. Life Soul, Grim Reaper Scythe. Wheel of Destiny, Immortality. Terror Form, Grim Reaper's 10th Memorial. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Constitution, 99. Essence Energy, 99. Talent Skill, Grim Reaper's Cull, Shadow of the Underworld, Dance of the Dead, Grim Reaper's Backlash. Companion Form, none. There was no need to mention how powerful Grim Reaper number 10's combat strength was. Its strongest point was that it had an undying body and indestructibility. This was the key to its ability to withstand the Calamity Grade forces. In terms of offensive strength, Grim Reaper number 10 was top-notch among the Terror Grade, but compared to the Calamity Grade, he was still slaughtered. However, its Life Providence and Wheel of Destiny allowed it to have extremely powerful survival abilities. Zhou hatched Grim Reaper number 10 and took it into the game. This time, he wasn't going to the Venusian dungeon, but to have his Terror Grade companion beasts attack Grim Reaper number 10. Grim Reaper number 10's body was destroyed again and again. It was repeatedly destroyed 7 times, but it still managed to recover. Zhou kept trying, but no matter how many times he tried, Grim Reaper number 10 could recover. Clearly, the reason it was killed by the 7th shot wasn't because its abilities had reached their limits, but because the Calamity Grade power had undergone a special change. The various factions could only use their present information to analyze it, but Zhou had an additional advantage. With Grim Reaper number 10, he could enter the game to experiment again and again. This was much more effective than using other Terror Grade companion beasts to forcefully withstand the attack. It was also more likely for him to figure out the secret of the 7th shot. Unfortunately, the 24 hours weren't up. Zhou couldn't immediately take Grim Reaper number 10 into the Venusian dungeon. As for entering the Venusian dimensional zone in real life, Zhou definitely wouldn't go unless he tailed others to loot the spoils. The various families were secretly taking action. Their targets were basically locked onto guardians, or companion beasts with spatial and powerful immortality abilities. Only with these 2 powers could one successfully take down the Venusian dimensional zone. Otherwise, no matter how many people went, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. After Grim Reaper number 10, no creature challenged the Venusian dimensional zone again. Zhou kept grinding and finally managed to wait out the 24 hours. He immediately led Grim Reaper number 10 into the game's Venusian instance dungeon. Perhaps he had used up all his luck in reality, but when he attempted the Venusian instance dungeon again, not even a Metal Guard companion egg dropped. Much less a Golden Battle God companion egg. However, none of this was important. All Zhou wanted to know was why Grim Reaper number 10 died from the 7th shot. The alarm sounded as Zhou used Great Brahma's power. At the same time, he pushed Truth Listener's ability to its limits. He also wanted to analyze the secret of the 7th shot. Bam! The sound of a gunshot rang out. Even someone as powerful as Grim Reaper number 10 had his body blasted apart. Thankfully, Grim Reaper number 10 quickly recovered. Just like in reality, he received the shots over and over again. Grim Reaper number 10 was repeatedly killed and revived. The first 6 shots were identical to the ones in reality, but Zhou still observed them carefully. He had to find the difference between the 7th shot and the first 6 shots. Bang! Finally, the 7th gunshot sounded. Grim Reaper number 10 died, as his body was reduced to ashes. Just like in reality, he couldn't revive. Chapter 1231 7th shot that spells certain death. Zhou hurriedly summoned Banana Fairy, the 3 Golden Battle Gods, Deva Azura, Limitless Demon Dragon King, and Son of Heaven's 3 swords, allowing them to rush towards the door that shot out the bullets. A series of gunshots sounded. Apart from the Son of Heaven's 3 swords held by Zhou Wen, the other terror-grade companion beasts were shot and killed one by one. They didn't even have the chance to dodge, as they were almost immediately wiped out. The reason why it was almost was because Deva Azura dodged the first bullet that was aimed at him. However, with another shot, Deva Azura was still killed. He can actually dodge it? Zhou Wen was surprised that Deva Azura could dodge the shot. He originally imagined that it would be difficult for him to fight a calamity-grade expert, like Grim Reaper No. 10, head-on. However, Deva Azura's successful dodge made Zhou Wen see another possibility. The reason Deva Azura could dodge was naturally due to luck and good fortune. Deva Azura definitely couldn't dodge the shot from speed alone. After all, he couldn't even dodge Zhou Wen's teleportation in time. No matter how fast Deva Azura was, he couldn't be faster than Zhou Wen. If I can dodge using luck and fortune, I might have a solution. Zhou Wen thought of the Devas in the Deva realm. Those Devas had luck and fortune skills, and their companion form was Heavenly Robe. Zhou Wen thought that if the luck and good fortune of the Heavenly Robe and the Deva Azura Saber augmented him, he might be able to dodge the calamity-grade bullets. The augmentation effect of luck and fortune was weakest against large area of effect attacks, but from the looks of it, the calamity-grade creature behind the door didn't seem to have any area of effect attacks. If he only needed to dodge the bullets, luck and fortune were extremely useful. I wonder if the Devas in the Deva realm have any other companion forms. If they are in the form of gloves, hats, boots, or stuff like that, I can get a set of equipment that augments luck and good fortune. With my beloved baby tiger, I might be able to continuously dodge the calamity-grade bullets. However, the trials in the in-game Netherworld City were too difficult. Without Li Xian's help, Zhou Wen could barely give the other punishments a try. The final Millennium Dream was just too difficult. Zhou Wen wasn't confident. Is there no other way to clear Netherworld City? Zhou Wen opened the Netherworld City dungeon and planned on studying it. While Zhou Wen was studying Netherworld City, the various factions were analyzing the 7th shot. In the past few days, no one had challenged the Venusian Dimensional Zone again. They were all thinking of solutions. From the present situation, the Dimension indeed didn't have much control over the cube's operation. Otherwise, they would have definitely given the League of Guardians the green light in everything. The League of Guardians didn't receive such preferential treatment based on the situation. The various factions were also searching for the whereabouts of Looter King. They wanted to figure out who he was, and if he could be used by them. If he couldn't be used by them, it was best to eliminate him. This ability to come and go freely in the Venusian Dimensional Zone was just too terrifying. If he could come and go to Venus, he could go anywhere on Earth. With such a person around, many people couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Many commenters also discussed Looter King. Many media outlets had specially produced special videos of Looter King. They even tabulated and listed the numerous good items Looter King had picked up. According to the statistics, Looter King had already picked up 2 golden battle god companion eggs and the skeleton's bone. It was unknown if it was a companion egg or a dimensional crystal. He had also picked up 7 mythical companion eggs, but there were even more dimensional crystals. With this tabulation, many people's eyes turned red with envy. In just a few days, the benefits obtained by Looter King had exceeded the savings of the Federation's top experts. Many people came forward to denounce Looter King, claiming that he was a reprovable character and that he shouldn't have done such despicable things. There were also experts who said that Looter King should donate the companion eggs he had obtained for the Federation's research efforts. It would aid humans in conquering the Venusian Dimensional Zone. This caused another huge debate on the internet. Some people believe that Looter King should donate his spoils, or at least cooperate with research. Some people believe that they were things that Looter King had obtained with his own abilities. He had risked his life to obtain them. Why should he hand it over to the Federation? When Zhou Wen occasionally paid attention to the cube, he also saw these discussions. He had no intention of donating them at all. It wasn't entirely because he couldn't bear to part with them. Another reason was that no one on Earth knew the Venusian Dimensional Zone better than him. Who could research it faster than him? However, this matter gave Zhou Wen a wake-up call. It's indeed a little troublesome to grind the Deva realm. Furthermore, there might not be a complete set of gloves, boots, and other equipment. Instead of going through so much trouble, why don't I try to purchase companion beasts with luck and good fortune traits? Zhou Wen only had an idea, but he didn't know how to go about doing it. Furthermore, luck and good fortune were rare abilities. Even an epic lucky baby tiger could be sold for an astronomical price. Mythical and terror grade ones were even more priceless. Even if others had them, they might not be willing to exchange them for something else. He couldn't think of a good way to complete the trade for the time being. All he could do was continue seeking a way to clear Netherworld City. At the same time, He waited for the Venusian Instance dungeon to refresh or for other creatures to rush into the Venusian dimensional zone. For 2 consecutive days, no creature entered the Venusian dimensional zone. Zhou farmed the Venus Instance dungeon twice. Each time, Grim Reaper number 10 died at the 7th shot. Even if the other companion beasts were to block the first few shots for it, Grim Reaper number 10 would still die when it took the 7th shot. Zhou made another attempt. If he could stall for time and last out the 7th shot, and let Grim Reaper number 10 take the hit from the 8th shot, would something special happen? With this attempt, Zhou discovered a problem. After outlasting the first 7 bullets, the 8th bullet failed to kill Grim Reaper number 10. Grim Reaper number 10 died at the 7th shot during a new round of firing. As for Deva Azura's dodging ability, its effectiveness was variable. It wasn't very reliable. From the looks of it, only the 7th shot in every round is fatal to Grim Reaper number 10. As long as I can hold out, Grim Reaper number 10 can actually last a long time. Zhou immediately saw hope of clearing the dungeon. Although it hadn't been verified, it was theoretically feasible. Now, Zhou still had a problem to resolve. Just holding out wasn't enough. He had to rush in and find the dimensional creature inside. Only by finding it could he kill it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how long he held on. Zhou tried teleporting to the door that shot out the bullets, but he didn't see the dimensional creature inside. The bullets shot out from the other doors and killed the blood-colored avatar. After trying several methods, he still failed to find the dimensional creature. Chapter 12:32 One Step Ahead. After a few days, another creature challenged the Venusian dimensional zone. However, no human had seen this creature before. It had never appeared around the Venusian dimensional zone when the latter was first born. The creature looked like a huge turtle. Its shell was more than 3 meters in diameter, and its body was crystalline like jade. However, its head was like a dragon. It had horns and whiskers, but it couldn't shrink back into its shell. As no one knew where this dimensional creature came from, the attention on it increased. However, more people wanted to know if Looter King would come in to loot again. Zhou didn't know what level the turtle was, and didn't dare rashly enter. He wasn't in a rush. It wouldn't be too late to enter after the huge turtle killed the golden battle gods. His life was still the most important thing. After the huge turtle entered the Venusian dimensional zone, the metal guard launched an attack. However, when the bullets struck the huge turtle's body, not only did they fail to injure it, the bullets even bounced back and penetrated the metal guard's body. Originally, these metal bullets couldn't injure the metal guard, but from ricocheting from the huge turtle, the bullets seemed to be augmented with some strange power that killed the metal guard. Numerous metal guards rushed out and swept at the huge turtle with their submachine guns. The bullets failed to injure the huge turtle at all. The ricocheting bullets killed all of them.
What a powerful ricocheting ability!
Everyone was surprised. Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhang Yuji were watching the live broadcast together. Zhang Yuji's gaze was fixed on the huge turtle as he frowned as though he was thinking about something.
This turtle looks a little familiar,
Zhang Yuji said after watching for a while. When Zhang Chuanqiu heard that, he said,
in ancient times, there was a dragon turtle. Legend has it that it was the son of the dragon god. It carried the chart of the Yellow River and writ of the Lu River and appeared in the world, illustrating the cosmos, and gave clues for its ordering. It possesses infinite mystery. That's right. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. The dragon turtle looks very similar to the pictures in the library at home.
Zhang Yuji thought for a moment and said,
if this is really a dragon turtle, then it's a creature from Earth. Perhaps, perhaps not. Who knows?
Zhang Chuanqiu said meaningfully. The golden battle god appeared, but his bullet also ricocheted from the dragon turtle. A dimensional crystal dropped, a skill crystal. Zhou saw that the huge turtle didn't seem to have any intention of taking the initiative to attack others or pick up the items on the ground. Without any hesitation, he teleported to Venus and headed for the dimensional zone, planning on picking up the items. To his surprise, just as Zhou teleported into the room, he realized that a figure had already picked up the golden battle god's dimensional crystal on the ground. On careful look, it was a person wearing astral armor. He looked familiar. Zhou thought for a moment, and immediately recalled that this person had previously participated in the ranking battle of the cube. He was one of the earlier batch of guardians, and his strength back then was rather impressive. However, he didn't participate in the battle much. Zhou hadn't paid much attention to him either. He couldn't even remember his name, but he remembered the person. At that moment, the people watching the live stream saw that Looter King had been beaten to the chase by someone else. Some gloated, while others watched with relish. There were also people who looked forward to their fight.
Sorry, you're late.
The person put away the skill crystal and picked up the other crystals on the ground. Zhou wasn't slow either. Seeing that the huge turtle had no intention of attacking them, he quickly snatched the dimensional crystals on the ground. However, Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that the other party's teleportation was faster than his. Every time he phased into existence after teleportation, the other party would have already snatched the dimensional crystal. However, this way, Zhou Wen immediately discovered the other party's identity. It wasn't that Zhou Wen's judgment was strong, but that he had cultivated the other party's essence energy art before. The direction the other party cultivated was somewhat different from his. However, their foundations were the same, so it was very easy to tell. Unless there's a third person in the world who cultivates the sky-stealing sun-swapping art, this fellow is undoubtedly eldest senior brother Lu Yun. Zhou Wen had always taken the path of a grand universe for the sky-stealing sun-swapping art. It allowed him to continuously teleport in a short period of time apart from a lack of accuracy. Lu Yun's interstellar teleportation ability was relatively weaker, but it was more accurate than Zhou Wen's. It could also be used for short-distance teleportation. Zhou Wen hadn't developed the potential of the sky-stealing sun-swapping art in this aspect. Instead, he had replaced it with the ability of the God Fiend era. One focused on short range, while the other focused on interstellar teleportation. They went to two extremes. Furthermore, Zhou Wen learned too many things. He wasn't as focused on the sky-stealing sun-swapping art as Lu Yun.
I'm really sorry. From the looks of it, I've made you come here for nothing.
Lu Yun was extremely smug, as he didn't forget to tease Zhou Wen. As Zhou Wen had used the God Fiend era when he teleported, Lu Yun didn't realize that Looter King was Zhou Wen. He was feeling smug that he had stolen Looter King's limelight in front of all of humanity.
You may live to snatch it, but you need to leave alive.
Zhou Wen deliberately changed his voice.
You can scare others, but you can't scare me, the thief's sage.
Lu Yun first reported his name before continuing.
I've already observed and understood that as long as you don't use the cube to teleport over, and don't enter the Venusian dimensional zone through the main entrance, you can teleport out at any time, right?
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Lu Yun could guess the truth, but he was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why Lu Yun had said it in front of all the Earthlings. It looked like he had done it on purpose. With Lu Yun's greed, there was no reason for him not to secretly plunder the fortune and expose this secret.
That's if you can leave alive,
Zhou Wen repeated coldly, as he held the Azura saber in his hand.
I'm so afraid.
Lu Yun patted his chest as though he was a fearful little child, but his eyes were filled with mockery. Without a word, Zhou Wen slashed at Lu Yun. He didn't really want to kill Lu Yun to snatch the dimensional crystal back, but he wanted to see how strong Lu Yun was. Like him, Lu Yun was very good at movement techniques. Zhou Wen guessed that his movement technique wasn't inferior to his. However, to his surprise, Lu Yun didn't dodge his saber. He placed one hand behind his back, as though he was invincible. At the instant the Azura saber arrived in front of him, Zhou Wen saw Lu Yun's right hand flash as his two fingers clamped onto the blade. Not good. Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible for him to use his fingers to clamp down on the Azura saber that was slashing down. Even a peak terror expert who specialized in physical and finger strength couldn't do it, much less Lu Yun. Even though Lu Yun's body wasn't strong, he still had the Star Stealer skill. Chapter 12:33 Collaboration. Zhou Wen had always wanted to have Star Stealer's skill crystal drop, but he didn't know if he was unlucky or if the skill wasn't fated to be his. Although Zhou Wen had never practiced Star Stealer before, he knew from past experiences that Star Stealer had a certain probability of stealing companion beasts. Furthermore, it was a random theft. However, when he saw Lu Yun's present state, Zhou Wen knew that something was amiss. This fellow's Star Stealer had probably undergone a new transformation. With a thought, Zhou Wen instantly retracted the Azura saber. At the same time, a legendary companion beast sword that had dropped from the ancient sword tomb appeared in Zhou Wen's hand, as he continued slashing. The series of actions were completed in an instant. Lu Yun's fingers were fast and accurate. As he gripped the blade, Zhou Wen felt the sword in his hand disappear. Furthermore, the sword-type companion beast had severed its connection with Zhou Wen. Even the tattoo had vanished.
Ha ha. You didn't expect that, right?
Lu Yun laughed out loud as Zhou Wen's sword was in his hand. Lu Yun had been planning this for a long time. He had previously seen Zhou Wen easily slice open the golden battle god's body with the Azura saber. He knew that the Azura saber was definitely the transformation of a terror-grade companion beast. He had plotted meticulously, hoping to steal the Azura saber while Looter King knew nothing about him. Over the years, Lu Yun hadn't been idle. Star Stealer was only a foundation, but now, he had cultivated it to an unprecedented level. He had broken through the level and ability restrictions of Star Stealer. He no longer counted on chance for stealing companion beasts. As long as his fingers touched a companion beast, he could steal it. Of course, there were restrictions. Therefore, Lu Yun planned on stealing the Azura saber while the other party didn't know anything about him. However, halfway through his laughter, Lu Yun realized that something was amiss. The weapon in his hand didn't look like the Azura saber, but a sword. After carefully sensing it, Lu Yun immediately had the urge to vomit blood. How was this a terror-grade companion beast? It was actually a legendary sword. Strange, what's wrong with this fellow? Under such circumstances, why would he suddenly change his weapon? Could it be that he already knows about my Star Stealer's prowess? Who is he? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen in surprise, as he felt that something was amiss. The people watching the livestream didn't have as many thoughts as Lu Yun, nor did they have such good eyesight. They only saw Zhou Wen slash at Lu Yun before the saber in his hand vanished. However, Lu Yun had an additional weapon in his empty hand. They were alarmed.
Thief Sage really lives up to his reputation. He actually snatched away Looter King's weapon in battle. That actually works? How did he do it? To be able to steal the other party's companion beast, isn't this ability too sick? Thief Sage is too terrifying. With such an ability, wouldn't he be able to steal from anyone? Who would dare use a companion beast in front of him?
Lu Yun has indeed cultivated to the point where he can steal companion beasts as he wishes. He's really impressive. Zhou Wen marveled inwardly, but he didn't stop. He secretly circulated his sky-stealing sun swapping technique and instantly exchanged a companion beast with the sword in Lu Yun's hand. Bam! Lu Yun realized that the sword in his hand had suddenly become another sword. He immediately realized that something was amiss, and threw the sword out. The sword exploded in midair, sending Lu Yun flying with a tragic cry. When people realized what was happening, they realized that Lu Yun, who had been blasted away, had vanished. When they looked at Looter King again, he was gone. Only the huge turtle was still fighting the golden battle god. On Venus, two figures constantly blinked in and out of existence. Soon, they left the Venusian Instance dungeon and arrived at a Rift Valley.
Junior brother, how have you been?
Lu Yun had already guessed who Zhou Wen was. Although half of the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique was the God Fiend Era's power, half of it was the sky-stealing sun-swapping art's power.
Give it back,
Zhou Wen said as he extended his hand. Lu Yun said seriously,
Junior brother, these dimensional crystals are limited in value. I have a big transaction that might interest you. If we succeed, the benefits we can obtain will be far more than just a few dimensional crystals. What big transaction?
Zhou Wen knew that this fellow definitely had some plans. Otherwise, why would he expose the secret of entering and exiting the Venusian dimensional zone for no reason? Lu Yun chuckled and said,
We definitely can't defeat the Calamity-grade creature. No matter how many spoils you loot, you can only pick up the Golden Battle God companion eggs. You were already very lucky to have picked up 2 Golden Battle God companion eggs. The chances of you picking up companion eggs in the future will only drop.
Zhou Wen naturally knew that the first dimensional creature to appear in a dimensional zone had a much higher chance of dropping a companion egg. The more he killed, the lower the drop rate.
I've revealed the secret of entering and exiting the Venusian dimensional zone. The League of Guardians and the various factions will definitely not be able to hold back and attempt to conquer the Venusian dimensional zone. At the very least, they will want to kill the Golden Battle Gods first. When the time comes, we can mud them. The benefits we can obtain will be much better than having a companion egg drop,
said Lu Yun.
What if they refuse to give in? We can't just kill them all, right? I don't want to be enemies with the entire world,
Zhou Wen said.
It's fine if they don't offer them up. They're still me,
Lu Yun said with a nasty smile. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback as he realized that Lu Yun was carrying out the theft openly.
If the League of Guardians were to come, there would definitely be more than 1 or 2. Would you be able to gain an advantage from them?
Zhou Wen sized up Lu Yun. He didn't believe that Lu Yun had the ability to fight a crowd alone and rob the fellows from the League of Guardians. Cave Era, Hermit, Great Skyfiend, and Blood Shaman were not people to be trifled with.
That's why I originally wanted to find an opportunity to make a single heist, but since you're here, we can do a bigger one. How about it? Do you want to work together and do something big?
Lu Yun continued trying to rope Zhou Wen in.
Sure, but I'll determine who we are mugging.
Zhou Wen naturally didn't care about benevolence or morality when it came to the League of Guardians.
Alright, no problem. I'll be under your command. How about 50-50 after the matter is done?
Lu Yun said.
Sure. Return the dimensional crystals you just took.
Zhou Wen felt that this was something doable, so he discussed the details with Lu Yun. The risk wasn't high. After all, the 2 humans who were best at spatial dimension were here. Although there were other spatial experts, there weren't many who were stronger than them. Even if the heist failed, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 of them to escape with their lives. As the 2 of them were discussing, the huge turtle had already ricocheted the bullets of the 6 Golden Battle Gods, killing them. No bullets of any attribute could injure it at all. Chapter 1234 Greed. Clang. The gunshot was deafening. It was somewhat different from the usual gunshots. In the past, the bullets that flew out of the door destroyed everything with one shot. Even Grim Reaper number 10 could only revive after being killed. However, this time, the bullet that flew out of the door failed to penetrate the huge turtle's body. A metal bullet struck the spot between the huge turtle's eyebrows, but only appeared as though it had been embedded in a steel plate. The entire bullet didn't penetrate its flesh. One could see that the end of the bullet was red metal, but it was impossible to see the complete appearance of the bullet.
Holy sh*t, it actually failed to penetrate.
Everyone looked at the huge turtle in disbelief. Clang! 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 One gunshot after another rang out as they struck different spots on the huge turtle's body. Every bullet was embedded in its body, but they failed to penetrate its body or kill it. The huge turtle wasn't able to send the bullets ricocheting either. It only walked towards the door while taking the bullets head-on.
That turtle isn't a calamity-grade creature, right? It looks very strong, but it doesn't seem to have a calamity zone. Perhaps it's just not using it. Look at the creature behind the door. It isn't using a domain either.
Everyone discussed spiritedly as Zhou wore a look of surprise. He was also watching this battle, and it was right outside the Venusian dimensional zone. It was very difficult to see directly into the dimensional zone from the outside. Zhou was somewhat envious that Lu Yun had obtained a mirror from somewhere that could project the scenes from inside the dimensional zone. However, with this mirror, it saved him a lot of trouble. Zhou didn't need to return to Earth to use the cube to watch the battle inside.
This dragon turtle's carapace is so hard. It has already blocked 6 consecutive shots. I wonder if it can block the 7th shot.
Lu Yun said in surprise as he looked at the projection in the mirror.
From the looks of it, that turtle should be at the calamity grade. Furthermore, it's a defensive one. However, it's still hard to tell if it can withstand the 7th shot. This is the shield and spear paradox. It depends on who's stronger.
Although Zhou said that, he was thinking of another problem. This turtle was most likely a calamity-grade creature. If it was killed inside, it was unknown if a companion egg or dimensional fruit would drop. If something dropped, it would be too tempting. Zhou had never touched a calamity-grade companion egg before. Although Truth Listener could barely enter the calamity grade, the price it had to pay was too great. Zhou didn't want to do things to repeat itself, considering how he needed Wang Mingyuan's help to get Truth Listener under control again. The Venusian Instance dungeon was clearly different from the dungeons on Earth. Any creature that entered the dungeon could drop a companion egg. The huge turtle was probably no exception. However, even if a companion egg dropped, it was still a question whether he dared to take it. If he entered without any cover, he might suffer a headshot. Many powerful creatures on Earth were also watching the 7th shot.
What a pity!
In a cave on Chess Mountain, a chained woman was watching the live broadcast. She looked at the huge turtle with a look of pity and muttered to herself.
Such a rare creature has to die not long after being born. If it had time to continue growing, I'm afraid the Venusian dimensional zone wouldn't be able to stop it.
Under the attention of everyone, the fatal 7th shot finally sounded. This shot that could even kill Grim Reaper number 10 struck the huge turtle's neck with a bang. This shot wasn't aimed at its head. When the bullet struck the huge turtle's neck, it was as though it had hit a steel plate, producing a plethora of sparks. However, in the midst of the sparks and flashes, the bullet slammed into the huge turtle's body and drilled into its shell. In the next instant, it drilled out from behind its body with sparks. Bam! The huge turtle's body fell to the ground, as turtle blood immediately gushed out from the 2 gun wounds, like spring water.
Even a calamity grade can't block that shot.
Everyone was alarmed as a chill arose in their hearts. Zhou and Lu Yun exchanged looks, and saw the greed in each other's eyes. They had thought of the same thing. Although the huge turtle looked like it was about to die, it wasn't completely dead. It still had a breath of life left. To be able to withstand a terrifying calamity grade attack without being directly killed, the huge turtle's identity as a calamity grade could basically be confirmed. If a companion egg really dropped, they were considering taking the risk to snatch it. The huge turtle struggled to get up, but after struggling a few times, it fell to the ground again. More and more turtle blood flowed out. It was unlikely to live. Death was only a matter of time. The creature behind the door seemed to know that huge turtle wouldn't survive, so it didn't continue shooting. This left Zhou alarmed. In game, the creature would continue shooting until the enemy was completely dead. However, in reality, the other party would stop firing. This action appeared very intelligent. The huge turtle was doomed, so there was no need for him to fire another shot. If he fired another shot, it would expose the fact that only his 7th shot was fatal, making it easier for others to deal with him. After all, he's a creature in real life. It's understandable that he has high intelligence. He's not as inflexible as in game, but this makes it even more difficult to kill him. Furthermore, the method I previously thought of might not work against him. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. In game, this creature first fought the creature with the highest level. Therefore, as long as there was a terror grade present, it wouldn't target a human with a mythical body like Zhou Wen. However, in reality, the other party had high intelligence. He would definitely be able to tell his importance. When the time came, he would be doomed if he was first targeted. As Zhou Wen was thinking, the turtle struggled to crawl towards the door, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The blood in its body was almost drained. There was still some distance from the door. The huge turtle looked like it was on its last breath, and couldn't crawl further. Suddenly, the huge turtle that looked like it could no longer move raised its head, as though it experienced a spurt of strength in its final moments of life, giving everyone watching a fright. In the next second, the huge turtle's actions gave everyone a shock. It opened its dragon mouth and spat out something. After the thing spewed out, all of the huge turtle's essence, vitality, and spirit dissipated. Its final breath was taken as it collapsed to the ground. Most people's eyes were attracted by the thing that the huge turtle spewed out. It was a round jade ball the size of a soccer ball. The jade ball was milky white and translucent. There seemed to be clouds flowing and churning inside. It looked magical. That thing. Don't tell me it's a companion egg. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun exchanged looks. Almost at the same time, the two of them teleported into the dimensional zone. A calamity-grade companion egg was something that could drive anyone crazy. Chapter 1235 Fighting for the Jade Ball. Chapter 1235 Fighting for the Jade Ball. The moment Zhou Wen appeared in the room, he locked onto the soccer-sized jade ball and reached out to grab it. Lu Yun's speed wasn't slower than Zhou Wen's. He also extended his hand to grab the jade ball. Their fingers touched it almost at the same time. The spectators were alarmed when they saw that Looter King and Thief Sage had appeared to snatch the jade ball simultaneously. They shared the same thoughts as Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. They felt that the jade ball was very likely a dragon turtle companion egg. If they could really get it, its value was inestimable. When Zhou Wen saw Lu Yun touch the jade ball, he suddenly sucked at it, hoping to pull it over. To his surprise, Lu Yun had the same thought. The two of them sucked hard at the same time, but they failed to pull the jade ball towards them. 1. Clang. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen's Azura Saber and Lu Yun's dagger slashed at each other, hoping to force the other party back, but they only managed to collide. With this collision, the two of them exerted too much force. The terrifying force forced the two of them to retreat as their fingers left the jade ball. Seeing the jade ball fly out again, everyone's hearts rose to their throats as their gazes involuntarily followed the jade ball. However, in the next moment, everyone felt their vision blur. The jade ball had somehow landed in Lu Yun's hand.
As expected of the Thief Sage. His hands are just too fast,
Zhang Chuanqiu exclaimed. With his eyesight, he failed to see how Lu Yun had taken the jade ball. Bang! A gunshot sounded as Lu Yun's head exploded after obtaining the jade ball. The guardian armor on his body was like paper, completely useless. However, a strange scene happened. Lu Yun, whose head had exploded, turned into quicksand and scattered on the ground. Another Lu Yun held the jade ball and vanished in the blink of an eye. He had likely teleported out of the dimensional zone. Everyone was dumbfounded. This series of actions left everyone flabbergasted. Before anyone could react, Lu Yun had already left with the jade ball. When they turned to look at Looter King, he was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, the live broadcast of the cube had stopped and returned to the scene outside the dimensional zone. Without a doubt, the dragon turtle was already dead.
As expected of the Thief Sage. He's too awesome. His hands are so fast that it makes one's hair stand on end. I didn't see how he took the companion egg. If you could see it, would he still be called the Thief Sage? Thief Sage is really impressive. That's a calamity-grade companion egg. If he really hatches it, won't he be invincible? How can a calamity-grade companion egg be hatched so easily? If he's not careful, he might even lose his life. That's true. If the Thief Sage can't hatch it in a short period of time, I'm afraid he will encounter grave danger. I reckon many powerful fellows have already taken action. As long as it isn't hatched, Thief Sage won't have a moment of peace. It's no longer an issue of peace. I'm just afraid he won't live long enough to hatch the companion egg.
In fact, just as most people guessed, many factions had already begun tracking Lu Yun's whereabouts. They knew that a calamity-grade companion egg wasn't that easy to incubate. As long as they could kill the Thief Sage before he hatched it, the companion egg would be theirs. Who wouldn't be tempted by a calamity-grade companion egg? Even in the dimension, a calamity-grade was already an overlord. Apart from human sovereign, they had never heard of a second human possessing a calamity-grade companion beast. Lu Yun wasn't stupid. Therefore, he immediately used interstellar teleportation to leave Venus. After returning to Earth, he plunged into an uninhabited desert. At that moment, Lu Yun was extremely excited. That was a calamity-grade companion egg. As long as he could hatch it, he, Lu Yun, would be a virtually invincible existence on Earth. The League of Guardians and the Holy Spirit Association had nothing on him. As for the agreement with Zhou Wen, Lu Yun threw it out. He definitely couldn't let Zhou Wen have any chance of coming into contact with such a good item. When I, Lu Yun, appear again, it will be time to change the world. Lu Yun also knew that this wasn't the time to be happy. He had to quickly escape to a safe place. The temptation of a calamity-grade companion egg was just too great. It was likely that the League of Guardians and the Holy Spirit Association had already taken action. Even the 6 families might have sent people to snatch the companion egg from him. He had to find a safe place to think of a way to hatch it. What kind of companion beast will it be? From the looks of the dragon carapace, it should be armor, right? Lu Yun was already imagining himself wearing the dragon turtle armor and facing the experts, who came to hunt him. He would stand steadfast with his hands behind his back. No matter if they hit him until exhaustion, they couldn't injure him at all. Instead, he would rebound any force directed at him back at them until they were dead.
I really do live up to the nickname Thief Sage. In the future, when I wear the calamity armor to mug others, they will obediently hand over their spoils to me. Would I need to be sneaky? As a thief, I should have the demeanor of a thief. I'm a role model among thieves. I'm a gentleman among thieves, the elegant and charming Thief Sage.
Lu Yun was about to drool. He imagined the scene of thousands of beautiful girls falling for him in the future. He could make those beautiful girls faint from excitement with just a look.
With a pen in hand, the world is my.
Lu Yun subconsciously touched the jade ball in his arms. With this touch, his expression changed drastically as he stuttered.
What's going on? Why did it turn into stone?
Lu Yun threw the stone ball in his arms to the ground. 1. The stone ball shattered the moment it landed. It was clearly an ordinary stone, not a companion egg.
What's this? Where's my companion egg? Where's my ball?
Lu Yun was dumbfounded when he saw the shattered stone ball. Soon, Lu Yun came to a realization and immediately knew what had happened.
That bastard Zhou Wen tricked me again.
An extremely furious roar sounded in the wilderness, scaring the surrounding animals into retreating. The wild birds scattered in all directions. He had paid such a huge price to use the only quicksand substitute he had, but he ended up with this crap. Zhou Wen also returned to Earth with a ball in his arms. It was the jade ball spat out by the dragon turtle. When he first touched the jade ball, he had already left a mark on it. The reason he didn't use Sky Stealing Sun Swapping to retrieve it immediately was that he wanted Lu Yun to take it away. He was afraid that the dimensional creatures behind the door would target the person who obtained the jade ball first. The outcome was as he had expected. Lu Yun was first to be hit.
Eldest senior brother, you were the one who wanted to vie for it with me. You can't blame me.
Zhou Wen hugged the jade ball and found it more and more pleasing to the eye. He was just short of kissing it. This was a calamity-grade treasure. Perhaps he would have a true calamity-grade companion beast soon, not a disobedient defective creature like Truth Listener.
Come on, baby. Let me see your stats.
Zhou Wen took out his phone and snapped a picture of the jade ball. Chapter 1236 Strange Jade Ball. Chapter 1236 Strange Jade Ball.
What's going on?
Zhou Wen held his phone and aimed it at the jade ball. He aimed the camera from every angle, but his phone didn't react at all. Zhou Wen immediately realized that something was amiss. If it was a companion egg, the phone would definitely have reacted. It should be able to be stored in-game. Now that there was no reaction from the phone, there was only one possibility. This thing wasn't a companion egg. No way. Zhou Wen looked at the jade ball gloomily. He had taken such a huge risk and taken so much effort to obtain it, but it wasn't a companion egg. What is this? Since it was spat out by the calamity-grade dragon turtle before it died, even if it's not a companion egg, it should be something good, right? Zhou Wen carefully studied it for a while, but failed to figure it out. This thing looked like a ball both from afar and up close. Even after fiddling with it for a long time, it remained a ball. It didn't have the ability to release energy, nor was there any special reaction. It was like a dead object. Could this be a gallstone from the dragon turtle's stomach? It was stuck in its throat before it died, so it spat it out? Zhou Wen wore an odd expression. He was already beginning to wonder if the jade ball was of any use. Looking around, he realized that he was in a mountainous area. There were no creatures around, so he released Ice Maiden, Jade Rabbit, Demonic Neonate, and company.
Ice Maiden, take a look at this.
Zhou Wen pointed at the jade ball. Ice Maiden glanced at the jade ball on the ground, but she ignored Zhou Wen. She looked as though she didn't want to bother with him. It was unknown if she recognized it. Zhou Wen knew that Ice Maiden was pissed. She had been trapped for 5 years, and hadn't had a chance to come out until recently. If it were Zhou Wen, he would definitely be extremely pissed as well.
Don't you want to see the Demon God Bloodline catalog? I can tell you where it is.
Jowen threw out a bait.
Do you think I'll still believe you?
Ice Maiden curled her lips and said disdainfully,
I've always kept my word. I could do nothing about it since I was trapped for 5 years.
Jowen paused before saying,
To show my sincerity, I can tell you that the Demon God Bloodline catalog is in Chess Mountain. If you are confident, you can enter the mountain to take a look now. Chess Mountain? You aren't lying to me.
Ice Maiden sized up Jowen suspiciously. Although she had been enslaved by Jowen ever since she came to Earth, she hadn't been idle. She had used a phone and the internet to gain a good understanding of Earth. Jowen had mentioned Chess Mountain many times. Ice Maiden had a vague sense that Jowen was afraid of it. A place that made Jowen's expression change was definitely abnormally dangerous.
The reason I didn't tell you in the past is that it's too dangerous there. Even if you are at the Terror grade, there's not much chance of you seeing the Demon God Bloodline catalog alive. Therefore, I thought of taking you there only when I have the strength.
Jowen comforted Ice Maiden. Although Ice Maiden didn't believe Jowen's words, she still glanced at the jade ball in his hand and said,
It's useless no matter what you say now. I don't know what it is.
Jowen was slightly disappointed. If even Ice Maiden didn't know what it was, it would be difficult to identify it.
It's fine. I'll keep my word. When I have the strength to enter Chess Mountain, I'll definitely take you to see the Demon God Bloodline catalog.
Jowen said.
What's inside Chess Mountain?
Ice Maiden pressed. Jowen told Ice Maiden some of the Thearch's deeds. As he was speaking the truth, Ice Maiden knew that Jowen wasn't lying after listening to him. Some things weren't something humans at Jowen's level could know. He had definitely seen them before.
You said that the Arch can use the power of wishes to change your body thousands of kilometers away and turn you into another species?
Ice Maiden asked Jowen in shock.
That's right. It completely transformed me into another creature. I didn't have any strength left,
Jowen said with a nod. Ice Maiden fell silent. After a while she said,
If it's really as you said, I'm afraid it's impossible for us to storm in to take a look at the Demon God Bloodline catalog. Why?
Jowen hurriedly asked as he had some guesses.
If the Arch really possesses that power, even the kings of the Octokine might not be able to benefit in there, much less us,
Ice Maiden said with a heavy expression.
Are you saying that the Arch might be at the Apocalypse grade?
Jowen was somewhat alarmed. He originally guessed that the Arch might be at the peak of the Calamity grade. It was unlikely for an Apocalypse grade to appear on Earth. However, from Ice Maiden's expression, she seemed to think so. Ice Maiden shook her head slightly.
It's hard to say, but creatures with that kind of power are definitely not ordinary Calamity grade creatures.
After a pause, Ice Maiden said,
Is there no other way to enter Chess Mountain? I have no other methods now,
Jowen said as he spread out his hands. Seeing that Ice Maiden didn't seem to know what the Jade Ball was, Jowen got Demonic Neonate to summon Grim Demon.
Oh Grim, do you know what this is?
Jowen pointed at the Jade Ball and asked Grim Demon. Grim Demon looked it over and finally shook his head.
I don't know. Do you think this might be a companion egg?
Jowen asked again, unwilling to give up.
Are you crazy? How can such a stone be a companion egg?
Grim Demon looked at Jowen as though he was a lunatic who was crazy about riches. Jowen was greatly disappointed. This thing didn't seem to be as valuable as he imagined. Demonic Neonate wasn't interested in the Jade Ball, nor did Jade Rabbit react. Some of the main companion beasts didn't have any special reaction to the Jade Ball. Jowen didn't give up. He summoned the companion beasts he seldom used to see if there was any reaction to the Jade Ball. This was a last-ditch effort. These companion beasts basically didn't have any evolvable attributes, nor did they need to eat. Even the evolvable companion beasts didn't react, so how could they react? Jowen summoned even the Seven Seas Dragon King, but there was still no reaction. It was as though the Jade Ball was really useless. At this point, Jowen had already given up. He planned on storing the Jade Ball in the Chaos Bead as a possible trump card for the future. However, to his surprise, the summoned Galaxy Shell Dragon suddenly arrived in front of the Jade Ball. Its lobster-like body bent down and hugged the Jade Ball with its many tiny claws. Its body curled up into a ball and wrapped the Jade Ball tightly. Chapter 1237 Assassination. Chapter 1237 Assassination. The way it hugged the ball reminded Jowen of the shrimp ball meal during Ouyang Land's treat. The Galaxy Shell Dragon held the Jade Ball motionless as though it was dead. When Jowen summoned it, it didn't respond. Seeing the Galaxy Shell Dragon in such a state, Jowen decided to put it into the Chaos Bead. In any case, I don't know what use that Jade Ball has. If the Galaxy Shell Dragon can evolve once, it will be quite worth it. Jowen thought to himself that if the Galaxy Shell Dragon could advance to the Calamity grade, he would have made a killing. Although the Galaxy Shell Dragon wasn't as powerful as the Dragon Turtle, its absolute defense was also a very powerful Wheel of Destiny. If its level increased, it would be a very powerful aid. Jowen also knew that it wouldn't be easy to advance to the Calamity grade. However, if it could advance to the Terror grade, it would become very useful. If it could constantly activate absolute defense, its defense would be so strong that it should be ranked at the top of the Terror grade. Jowen looked into the Chaos Bead again, and saw that the Galaxy Shell Dragon was hugging the Jade Ball, as though it was dead. There was still no movement or any special changes. It was unknown if it was evolving. Seeing that the situation wouldn't change anytime soon, Jowen decided to ignore it. He first found a place with a phone signal to study the situation. Jowen was immediately amused. Lu Yun had now become a rat that everyone was hunting. All the major factions were searching for his whereabouts. There were even people who publicly posted a bounty on the internet. Those who could provide clues about Thief Sage could obtain an epic companion egg. If they could lead them to Thief Sage, they could even obtain a mythical companion egg. This was only the provisions of clues that didn't require the informant to take any risks. The generosity of the rewards made it obvious how tempting the Calamity grade companion egg was. The entire population on Earth was probably looking for Lu Yun. If he wasn't careful, Thief Sage's reputation would be ruined. He might even die. This was something Jowen hadn't expected. However, Lu Yun had already advanced to the Terror grade and was good at spatial teleportation. It wouldn't be easy to capture him. As long as he hid in the endless sea of stars, few people would be able to find him. When can I learn eldest senior brother Star Stealer move? It'd be really useful. Jowen was somewhat helpless as he couldn't get the Star Stealer skill crystal to drop. Even if it dropped, Star Stealer's skill level wasn't high. It wasn't easy to cultivate it to Lu Yun's level. In the Yin family's old residence, Yer was squatting in the garden with her head lowered as she watched ants shuttling through the grass.
Monsieur, Overseer wants me to take you to eat something delicious.
A person in officer attire came to Yer's side and said with a smile. Yer ignored the officer and didn't even raise her head. She continued looking at the ants on the ground.
Monsieur, let's leave now. Don't make Overseer wait any longer.
The officer urged again. Only then did Yer stand up and turn to size up the officer. The officer smiled and said,
Overseer has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Let's go! You're lying,
Yer said slowly. The officer's expression changed slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. He said with a smile,
Monsieur, stop joking. Overseer is still waiting for you.
However, Yer said calmly,
Uncle will either deliver the items here or take me there himself. He won't let anyone else do it for him, much less a stranger I don't know. I'm the Overseer's staff officer. Deputy and happened to have something on today, so he got me to pick you up.
The officer explained.
That's even more impossible. If you were really sent by Uncle, you should know that Uncle never rushes me. He will wait quietly until I decide to go,
Yer said. The officer's expression turned nasty, but he still forced a smile and explained.
I already said that today is a special situation. Overseer still has an important meeting later. Time is tight. If that's the case, Uncle wouldn't have let you come. He's the kind of person who's gentle enough to tolerate everything, but he won't make things difficult for others,
Yer said. The officer was already somewhat flustered. He didn't have that much time. While in Tianzhua and in Sheng were out and Ouyang Lan wasn't at home, he had to take Yer with him. He couldn't wait any longer. Gritting his teeth, the officer reached out to grab Yer's arm, hoping to abduct her. However, just as the officer's hand moved, he heard a gunshot. His arm was penetrated and blood spewed out. The officer held his wound and turned his head. The color in his face immediately drained. He saw the slender Tianzhua standing at the entrance of the garden. He was wearing a military uniform and a military coat. He held a pistol in his hand, and smoke was coming out of the muzzle as he looked at him coldly.
Overseer!
The officer's legs were trembling as though all his strength had vanished. He couldn't even stand properly.
Why?
And Tianzhua asked the officer.
Overseer, I'm sorry. I was forced into a corner. If I wasn't at my wit's end, I wouldn't have done anything to let you down. Please give me another chance on account of me risking my life for you in the past.
The officer plopped to his knees.
Will you live if I spare you?
And Tianzhua said expressionlessly. The officer immediately froze. If he was forced into a corner, he would die even if Tianzhua spared him. If Tianzhua spared him, he might still have a way out that meant that he wasn't forced into a corner. And Tianzhua walked towards you. When he passed the officer, he placed the gun in his hand and said indifferently,
It's up to you whether you live or die.
Then, he continued walking towards you. The officer raised his gun and aimed it at his head, but at the instant he pulled the trigger, he aimed the gun at Tianzhua's back. Pa! 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 The officer fired 3 times in a row, but the gun didn't sound. There was only the sound of the hammer hitting. The gun wasn't loaded. At that instant, the officer's face was filled with shock, puzzlement, embarrassment, and other complicated expressions. Without looking back, Tianzua gently carried her and turned to walk towards the garden gate. After walking past the officer, Tianzua said indifferently,
"You've been with me for so long. When have you seen me let you see blood?"
The officer froze. His body and lips trembled. He couldn't even speak. He knew that he had personally given up his final chance. After Tianzua carried her out of the garden, he cupped her ears with his black leather gloves. A gunshot sounded in the garden before everything returned to silence.
"How many times has this happened this month?"
Tianzua lifted his hands from Yer's ears and asked Sheng. Beside him, Sheng answered with a helpless expression.
"It's already the 8th time, and it was also the most dangerous. I never expected that even Staff Officer Zhao, who you nurtured, would be bribed by the enemy. He even attempted to attack you. The enemy has really been unscrupulous. It's time to do something and let them know that I, Tianzua, am still alive."
Tianzua said as he carried Yer.
"Overseer, instruct me."
Sheng stood up as a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes.
"Don't give that fierce look. You will scare you,"
Tianzua said with a smile.
"Killing isn't the goal, nor is it a necessary method. I just want them to be so sad that they can't even cry."
Chapter 1238 Luoyang Storm. Chapter 1238 Luoyang Storm. While everyone was hunting down Thief Sage, a piece of news that resembled the dropping of the atomic bomb suddenly broke out. The Sunset Army had captured Thief Sage and had secretly escorted him to Luoyang. When Zhou heard the news, he couldn't help but be taken aback as he hurriedly rushed back to Luoyang. Although he didn't have a good relationship with Tianzua, his father and many people close to him were in Luoyang. He couldn't let anything happen to them. Zhou knew very well how attractive a calamity-grade companion egg was. Even he had rushed in despite the risk when he first discovered the Jade Ball. Now, Tianzua had actually captured Li Yun, who hadn't obtained anything. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Countless unscrupulous people in the Federation were eyeing the Jade Ball that wasn't a calamity-grade companion egg. Instantly, Luoyang became the target of public scrutiny. If it wasn't handled well, it might even bring disaster to the Yin family. By the time Zhou rushed back to Luoyang, the situation was already very delicate. Foreigners were everywhere on the streets, but the locals were almost nowhere to be seen. The Yin family was being watched by countless people.
"Ah Sheng, what's going on?"
Zhou didn't dare ask Sheng over the phone. After returning to Luoyang, he immediately went to see him.
"Young Master One, let's talk when we get back. It's not safe here."
Sheng took Zhou to the Yin family residence. Along the way, many pairs of eyes were trained on them. Zhou had no choice but to remain silent. When he arrived at the Yin family home, he realized that the entire residence had been fortified like a metal bucket. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in.
"Young Master One, things are rather tricky now. There are all sorts of people outside. The factions with some level of capability have sent people to Luoyang. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome this time,"
Sheng said.
"Where's Tianzua?"
Zhou scanned the area and realized that Ouyang Lan and Yer were there, but there was no sign of Tianzua. As for Zhou Lingfeng, he had left Luoyang due to some work matters and hadn't returned. He wasn't in the Overseer Manor.
"The Overseer isn't here,"
Sheng whispered to Zhou.
"As long as those fellows outside don't see the Overseer and the thing they are looking for, they won't dare act rashly. Didn't he consider the possibility that those people would threaten him with the lives of Sis Lan and you guys? Or did he think of it, but he still did it?"
Zhou frowned.
"Young Master One, Overseer is definitely not that kind of person. He has his reasons for doing so. Please believe in Overseer,"
Sheng said solemnly. Zhou was about to say something when a soldier came in to report that someone was trying to barge into Overseer Manor.
"Young Master One, rest now. I'll go take a look,"
Sheng said as he stood up.
"I'll go with you."
Zhou was somewhat exasperated. Yer and Ouyang Lan were here. How could he stay out if a conflict ensued?
"All right."
Sheng laughed. The two of them arrived at the door and saw a group of officials standing at the entrance. The soldiers guarding Overseer Manor aimed their guns at them. Upon seeing Sheng come out, the leader of the officials said,
"Adjutant, and I'm Director Smith of the Federation's Security Bureau. I've received orders from the Senate to ask Overseer some questions. I hope you can assist in the investigations. Sorry, Overseer isn't in the manor. Please come again another day."
Sheng had already dealt with many similar incidents over the past 2 days and casually dismissed them.
"I wonder when Overseer will return."
Smith's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly,
"As subordinates, we only obey orders. How would we dare probe into matters of our superiors?"
Sheng said patronizingly.
"In that case, let's wait inside for Overseer N's return."
Smith said as he led his men into the residence. The guards immediately raised their guns and undid the safety, ready to shoot at them at any moment.
Mr. Smith, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate,
and Shung said to Smith. Smith faced the black muzzles without showing any signs of panic. He remained calm as he said,
Luo Yang is the Federation's Luo Yang, an overseer, and is also the Federation's overseer. Could it be that you will disobey the orders of the Federal Senate? Sorry, we are only soldiers. We only know how to obey our superior's orders. The overseer ordered us to guard Overseer Manor, so we can't let anyone in, not even a fly. Mr. Smith, if there's anything, please wait for the overseer to return before discussing it with him. Don't make things difficult for ordinary soldiers like us,
and Shung said.
It doesn't matter if he returns or not. This is a warrant from the Senate. Unless you wish to betray the Federation, get out of the way.
After Smith showed the warrant, he prepared to barge in. Zhou Wen could tell that these people were clearly forcing Shung and company to take action. The so-called Senate was basically controlled by the League of Guardians. As for the League of Guardians, they had long viewed the Yan family and Luo Yang as a thorn in their side. It wouldn't be difficult for them to use this opportunity to destroy the Yan family. After all, the Yan family had never accepted the olive branch extended by the League of Guardians. They even became unspoken enemies with the Guardians. Bang! And Shung held a pistol and shot at Smith's toes, causing Smith and company to pause for a moment. Then, he coldly ordered,
All soldiers, heed my command. Anyone who takes another step forward will be executed on the spot.
The soldiers answered loudly without any hesitation. Their eyes were firm, as their fingers were already on the trigger. They were just waiting for someone to take another step forward before they fired immediately.
Everyone says that the Yan family is colluding with the overseas faction and wants to betray the Federation. I didn't believe it at first, but from the looks of it, I have no choice but to believe it,
Smith said coldly. And Shung smiled and said,
Speaking of colluding with overseas, shouldn't you investigate the League of Guardians? I hope you arrest Yusuji now, the famous demoness from overseas, as soon as possible.
A cold glint flashed in Smith's eyes, as he stared at Shung and enunciated each word clearly.
The Yan family must be searched today. If you wish to betray the Federation, feel free to shoot.
With that said, Smith led the way. Zhou Wen looked at Shung. This matter wasn't an ordinary matter. It wasn't something that could be resolved by force. Since it involved the relationship between Luo Yang's Yan family and the Federation, he couldn't casually take action. And Shung seemed to be in a dilemma. Although he aimed the gun at Smith, he didn't immediately fire.
Take them all down.
A cold voice suddenly sounded. On the long street, Tianzua, who was dressed in a military uniform, rode a white Qilin beast that appeared like a jade statue. Behind him were many famous generals of the Sunset Army. Even Qin Wufu was among them. Chapter 1239 Battle of Mount Laojun. Chapter 1239 Battle of Mount Laojun. No one expected Tianzua to be so unyielding. Everyone knew that Smith and company were just pawns sent by the League of Guardians to test them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were cannon fodder. Touching them wouldn't affect the League of Guardians at all, but if that happened, the Yan family would be charged with treason against the Federation. This was clearly not worth it, but Tianzua didn't hesitate to take down everyone. Those who wanted to escape were executed on the spot. Even the spies of the various families weren't spared. After that, the entire Luo Yang was placed on lockdown. None of the foreigners who had come to Luo Yang were able to escape. All the information networks were severed in a short period of time. Instantly, Luo Yang became a blind spot. No one knew what was happening there. Many people were originally wondering if Tianzua had really captured Thief Sage. After all, this news was too sudden, but now, these people came to a realization. Tianzua's actions had made it very likely that he had captured Thief Sage. He was trying to abscond. If he hadn't obtained a calamity-grade companion egg, Tianzua wouldn't have risked being a public enemy or be willing to bear the name of a traitor and become enemies with the entire Federation. This was equivalent to committing suicide, leaving no room for negotiation. Not only would the Yan family not gain any benefits from this, but they would also be targeted by the entire Federation. It was possible that they would be wiped out. This was practically staking his life as a bet. No one would be that foolish. The only reasonable explanation was that Tianzua had really obtained the calamity-grade companion egg, so he had gone all out. Once he hatched the companion egg, he could return as a king. When that happened, no one could do anything to him. He might even rule the world. Hermit, who was in charge of this matter, immediately thought of this possibility. He secretly rushed to Luo Yang to check on the situation and realized that the Yan family residence had long been emptied. Only some commoners and people from Sunset College remained in Luo Yang. As they had left in a hurry, many of the troops belonging to the Sunset Army hadn't been transferred away. However, officers at the level of Qin Wufu had already vanished. No one even cared about the Essence Gold mines. They were without a leader, and Luoyang was in chaos. Damn it, it's actually real. Upon seeing this situation, it was obvious to Hermit, and Tianzua had really obtained the calamity-grade companion egg and escaped. I have to find him as soon as possible. Hermit knew that it was useless even if he caught up to Tianzua. Ignoring the fact that Tianzua was one of the 4 war gods of the new era with unfathomable strength, there were also many experts of the Sunset Army, and Zhou went around him. It was useless even if he caught up to him. Hermit immediately contacted the League of Guardians headquarters. Unfortunately, Immortal wasn't at the headquarters. Cave Era was presently in charge of the League of Guardians.
Cave Era, the possibility of Tianzua obtaining the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg is already very high. It's still not too late for us to chase after him.
Hermit's meaning was obvious. He needed reinforcements. Upon hearing that, Cave Era frowned and said,
"What do you want to do?" "I need your and Blood Shaman's help,"
Hermit said.
"Immortal isn't around. I have to stay at the headquarters. It's impossible for me to leave. Blood Shaman and Yasuji are in charge of the construction of Skysplit Tower. I can't leave,"
said Cave Era.
"Just leave the Skysplit Tower to Yasuji. Blood Shaman has to go. Zhou has too many companion beasts. Together with Tianzua and the Sunset Army, only Blood Shaman can restrict them."
Hermit paused for a moment before continuing.
"The chance to obtain a calamity-grade companion egg again is probably impossible. Even if we don't snatch it, the 6 families won't let it go. I believe you know the consequences of them obtaining it better than me. If the 6 families don't succeed, will Tianzua let us off after hatching a calamity-grade companion beast? Alright, I can get Blood Shaman to help you."
The temptation of a calamity-grade companion beast was just too great. Cave Era finally relented.
"I still need to gather a batch of elites from the Alliance, especially those who are good at tracking and reconnaissance. We have to find Tianzua as soon as possible,"
Hermit said.
"Failure is not an option,"
Cave Era said in a deep voice.
"Just in case, I hope you can leave a time mark on Blood Shaman. It's best if we don't use it, but if there's a need for your help, I hope you will provide me with your help. I must obtain the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg."
Hermit still planned for the worst. And Tianzua's fame was just too resounding. The Federation was huge, and there were countless families. There were very few people who could reach Tianzua's level, or even match the 6 families. If not for Sunset College's Lung Zongjing not escaping with Tianzua, Hermit wouldn't have been able to guarantee that he could snatch the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg even with so many reinforcements. Cave Era knew the significance of this operation, but she didn't dare be careless. Just as Hermit had said, she left a time mark on Blood Shaman. If needed, she could appear beside Blood Shaman at any time. Many of the elites in the Alliance were gathered. Under Blood Shaman's lead, they used the teleportation tunnel established by the Alliance, and quickly arrived near Luoyang to meet Hermit. After Blood Shaman met Hermit, he immediately began tracking Tianzua and company. Many guardians with special abilities quickly found traces that originally didn't exist. The group chased without stopping.
"Your Excellency Hermit, it shouldn't be wrong. Tianzua and company should have fled in the direction of Mount Laojun,"
a guardian said after carefully observing the surroundings.
"Tianzua is indeed cunning. Even if we find them in Mount Laojun, there's a taboo power there. We can't use force to kill him. It won't be easy to capture him,"
said Blood Shaman. Hermit sneered and said,
"That might not be the case. Mount Laojun's taboo power is indeed terrifying, but we don't need to kill on it."
Under Hermit's lead, the group arrived at Mount Laojun.
From the looks of it, Tianzua concealed his tracks very well. The 6 families didn't find his trail.
Blood Shaman looked around Mount Laojun and didn't discover anyone from the other families.
"Are you sure they are on the mountain?"
Hermit asked the guardian beside him.
"There's no mistake. They must be on the mountain. Although they erased their auras and severed all traces, they can't hide from my senses. They have been here,"
the guardian said with certainty.
"Up the mountain."
Hermit had great confidence in the guardian's abilities. He immediately led the way up the mountain, and soon arrived in front of the wordless monument. Without seeing anyone here, everyone continued walking up the mountain. When they were about to reach the Golden Peak, they finally saw many people gathered on the nearby stone steps and stone platforms. It was Tianzua and company. Among them were Smith and the vanished spies from the various families. Chapter 1240 Battle of Mount Laojun 2. Chapter 1240 Battle of Mount Laojun 2.
"Overseer, how have you been?"
Hermit's gaze swept across Zhou Wen's face before landing on Tianzua's face. Although the family had many experts, there were only 2 people he cared about.
"It's my honor to have 2 heavenly kings of the League of Guardians take action together,"
Tianzua said with a smile.
"It's only right. After all, it's Overseer."
Hermit looked at Smith and company. Seeing that they were only chained up and the situation wasn't bad, he continued.
Overseer, it looks like you aren't determined to betray the Federation. Why don't we do this? Return with us and explain things to Congress. There's no need to make a big fuss over a misunderstanding. What do you think, Overseer? Are we going to the Federation's Congress or the Alliance's Congress?
And Tianzua asked.
From the looks of it, Overseer is bent on becoming enemies with the Federation.
Hermit's expression changed slightly. Everyone knew that only the Federation had a Congress. How could there be an Alliance Congress? And Tianzua's words were clearly mocking the League for secretly controlling the Federation Congress.
Didn't you come here for the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg and Thieves Sage? If I were to tell you that I didn't capture Thieves Sage or obtain the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg, would you believe me?
And Tianzua said slowly.
Overseer, you must be joking. If you didn't obtain it, why go through so much trouble? A smart person like you wouldn't joke around with the Yin family's lives, right?
Hermit naturally didn't believe him.
Of course not. I don't like to mess around either. However, you have shown your preference to mess around with me. You always get people I don't like to mess around with me at times I dislike.
And Tianzua looked at Hermit and said,
Therefore, I have to do something to let you know that I'm not someone who likes to mess around. It's to prevent you from having any further misunderstandings.
At this point, Hermit didn't deny anything. He only said indifferently,
Then, Overseer, what do you plan on doing to let those people know that you don't like to mess around? Tell them mildly that I don't like fooling around.
And Tianzua said solemnly,
I'm afraid that just saying it won't work.
Hermit said,
Who knows? It might be useful.
And Tianzua said,
Overseer, if you wish to say something, you can say it in Congress. There are people there who are very willing to listen to you. If you can move them, it might be of some use.
Hermit said,
What if I don't?
And Tianzua said,
That's our duty.
Hermit said solemnly,
I've long heard that the 4 heavenly kings of the League of Guardians are invincible. I've always wanted to verify that.
And Tianzua remained unperturbed.
If Overseer is interested, I'm willing to accompany you down Mount Laojun.
Unless it was a last resort, Hermit didn't wish to take action on Mount Laojun.
Sure.
And Tianzua said as he walked down the steps. Hermit and Blood Shaman were slightly taken aback as they exchanged looks. Seeing that Tianzua had already walked down, they could only retreat down the mountain.
Stay here and wait for me.
And Tianzua instructed. He stopped the Sunset Army from following him down the mountain before walking down alone. Although Hermit and Blood Shaman were somewhat puzzled as to why Tianzua would give up on Mount Laojun and follow them down the mountain alone, it was clearly beneficial to them. There was no reason for them not to accept it. Zhou was somewhat puzzled as well. He didn't know what Tianzua was up to, but since Sheng wasn't around, he couldn't ask anyone. All he could do was whisper to Ouyang Lan, who was carrying him.
Sis Lan, what's going on?
Zhou had already realized that something was amiss. He believed in Tianzua's words. Perhaps Tianzua really hadn't captured Lu Yun. This was because he knew very well that Lu Yun didn't have the Dragon Turtle Companion Egg. Even if Tianzua captured Lu Yun, it was impossible for him to obtain a companion egg. However, he didn't understand why Tianzua would do this. The outcome of his actions was making the entire world believe that he had obtained the companion egg. Could it be that he wants to lure all the members of the League of Guardians over and wipe them out? Zhou felt that Tianzua was crazy enough to carry that out. Ignoring the fact that the League of Guardians was extremely powerful, there were many Terror-grade experts other than the 4 heavenly kings. And Tianzua was the only Terror-grade expert in the Yin family, so they had no chance of winning. Even if they had a chance of winning, the League of Guardians had the Dimension behind them. When the time came, if the Dimension really wanted to destroy the Yin family at all costs, it wouldn't be difficult to gather more Terror-grade Guardians. Zhou had heard from Sheng that not all the Terror-grade Guardians in the League of Guardians came from the Guardian Cocoons. Many Guardians were sent over from the Dimension using special means. The League of Guardians would subsequently choose suitable humans to contract them. After all, Guardians were created from the Dimension. It wasn't difficult to create more. However, the Guardians that were sent directly from the Dimension seemed to possess flaws. Despite being at the same Terror grade, those that were sent from the Dimension couldn't compare to the Guardians that had grown up on Earth. Even so, it was already terrifying. The Terror grade was nothing to scoff at after all. Only a Terror grade could match it. It was already a top combat power on Earth. Just like the Guardians that came with Blood Shaman and Hermit, there were 7 to 8 at the Terror grade. Even Zhou didn't dare underestimate such terrifying combat strength.
I don't know. Littleswood didn't say, but you don't have to worry. Littleswood knows his limits. He naturally has his plans.
Ouyang Lan said.
Why would I be worried about him? I'm worried about you.
Zhou said. Ouyang Lan smiled and said.
It's all the same.
Blood Shaman and Hermit found it unbelievable that Tianzua followed them down the mountain alone. Even Zhou hadn't come down with him.
Overseer, You have such boldness and magnanimity. I'll warm up with you.
Hermit glanced at Blood Shaman, signaling him to attack at any time.
Attack together, all of you.
As Ntienzwa spoke, he had already summoned his strange life soul to fuse with him. His slender figure was wrapped in white metal armor. A blood-colored cape fluttered behind him, like a blood-colored rainbow. He held a huge sword over his shoulder, and a gatling in his other hand. His appearance was indescribably domineering. Zhou Wen was also watching Ntienzwa. He had yet to see Ntienzwa's true strength. The last time Ntienzwa fought Xiao, he had already lost an arm. His combat strength had been greatly affected, so it hadn't been his true strength.
Since Overseer wishes so, we can only agree.
Hermit didn't stand on ceremony, as he called for Blood Shaman to attack with him. He vaguely felt that something was amiss, and began to worry. He planned on ending the battle quickly, and taking down Ntienzwa first. Chapter 1241 Battle of Mount Laojun 3. Chapter 1241 Battle of Mount Laojun 3. Blood Shaman underwent terror transformation, and used the strength he was best at. Nobody within the blood-colored halo's envelopment could summon their companion beasts for battle. Hermit condensed a micro-crystal, and prepared to join forces with Blood Shaman to attack Ntienzwa. Hermit had even secretly sent out a signal for all the guardians to attack together. However, while they were still formulating their plan of attack, the gatling in Ntienzwa's hand had already begun firing crazily. Terrifying blue flames spewed out from the muzzle. Ta! 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 The bullets were like a roaring meteor shower that instantly enveloped everyone. The firing was very fast. Hermit's figure blinked in and out of existence like a ghost as he dodged the bullets. However, Blood Shaman wasn't that fast. His body emitted a sanguine glow as he punched at the bullets, hoping to send them flying. Clang! Clang! The bullets struck Blood Shaman's fist and shattered the armor over his fist. At the same time, it sent the Blood Shaman retreating as he raised his arms uncontrollably. The bullets rained down on him, causing Blood Shaman to retreat step by step. His feet cracked the ground as his armor shattered, revealing charred bullet holes. Some of the guardians behind him dodged in a panic, while others used their own strength to block. Some guardians used their shields to block the bullets, and were sent retreating. Some ducked the sweeping bullets, but there were also guardians who failed to dodge. Their bodies were torn apart by the bullets as their blood and organs exploded and spewed to the ground. The mythical guardian's armor shattered. The humans inside had no chance of survival. Their lives were as fragile as paper. In just an instant, all the mythical guardians were killed. One of the Terror Grade guardians was killed and 3 or 4 were injured. The rest were more or less in a sorry state. What domineering offensive power! Zhou Wen was slightly surprised by Ntienzwa's destructive power. Ntienzwa, who now had both hands, was much stronger than the one-handed Ntienzwa. The destructive power of the Gatling was something ordinary weapons could not contend with. Hermit appeared behind Ntienzwa like a ghost. At the same time, he flicked out an indiscernible micro-crystal. The micro-crystal was as tiny as bacteria, but it contained the full strength of a terror-grade power. If one didn't sense it and accidentally touched it, or had it invade their bodies, even a terror-grade creature would be blasted to death. However, as Ntienzwa fired the bullets crazily, it was as though he had eyes at the back of his head. He dodged the hermit's micro-crystal while the gatling in his hand continued firing. The bullets rained down on a guardian like a volcanic eruption, blasting the terror-grade guardian's body apart in midair. Elsewhere, Blood Shaman rushed to Ntienzwa's other side and punched at the back of his head with a strange blood beam. Ntienzwa didn't even turn his head as he struck out with a huge sword in his other hand, slashing at Blood Shaman's fist. He forcefully shattered Blood Shaman's violent fist and repelled him. The constantly rumbling gatling sent a terror-grade guardian, who was charging at him, into a retreat. Its shield was filled with circular indentations formed by the bullets. The other terror-grade guardians spread out and attacked Ntienzwa from different directions. Ntienzwa's expression was cold, but his body moved rapidly. At the same time, he slashed with his broadsword, unleashing all his gatling firepower. Despite being surrounded, his powerful firepower suppressed Hermit and Blood Shaman's attacks.
Overseer, kill those bastards!
An officer, who wore his heart on his sleeve, shouted excitedly. However, most people couldn't see the battle. They didn't even have the ability to see terror-grade power. Zhou Wen naturally saw it clearly. Although he didn't like Ntienzwa, he had to admit that Ntienzwa was almost inhuman. He looked more like a combat mecha. His every move seemed to be calculated by a computer. There was no sign of him making mistakes in battle. Even in such a high-intensity battle, there was nothing wrong with his actions. Hermit and Blood Shaman were alarmed and furious. They had so many guardians attacking Ntienzwa together, but they couldn't even touch his clothes. Now, only the two of them, and the 5 Terror Grade Guardians were left. Furthermore, they looked even more pathetic than in Tianzua. Blood Shaman was the most depressed. He was best at restraining humans who relied on companion beasts, but in Tianzua didn't use any companion beasts from beginning to end. He purely relied on his destructive power to suppress them. Hermit was also secretly alarmed. Although he had long known that Tianzua was very strong, or he wouldn't have been named one of the 4 war gods, he never expected him to be this strong. In terms of offensive strength, there weren't many at the Terror Grade who could fight him. Worse still, not only was Tianzua's offensive strength off the charts, but his movement techniques were as powerful as his melee abilities. Hermit had tried to sneak an attack on Tianzua several times, but he failed. Blood Shaman's melee attacks were repelled by Tianzua's broadsword again and again.
Blood Shaman, get Cave Era over. Her ability can restrain Tianzua.
Hermit couldn't care less. He had to capture Tianzua as soon as possible. Blood Shaman also knew that they had underestimated the horror of the 4 war gods. Without any hesitation, he activated the time mark that Cave Era had left on him. A clock mark lit up on Blood Shaman's forehead. At the instant the clock mark peeled off his forehead, it strangely transformed into Cave Era's figure. Cave Era's expression turned nasty. She was about to ask Blood Shaman why he had used the time mark. She had clearly told him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, before she could ask, the bullets that swept over made Cave Era realize what had happened. Without any hesitation, Cave Era used her temporal powers. The rampaging bullets seemed to slow down as Cave Era slowly dodged the slow-moving bullets.
Kill him!
Cave Era was equally alarmed when she saw the situation. Killing intent flashed in her eyes as she activated the temporal power. Her speed increased to an unbelievable level as she arrived in front of Tianzua and pointed at his forehead. Cave Era's ability was indeed somewhat effective against Tianzua. At such speeds, Tianzua was unable to control the Gatling's sweeping fire. All he could do was retreat, while using his broadsword to block the finger strike. However, Cave Era's fingers didn't touch the sword at all. With another acceleration of time, she circled behind Tianzua and tapped at the back of his head again. Tianzua threw the Gatling in his other hand back and smashed the gun barrel at Cave Era's head, hoping to exchange a devastating blow. How could Cave Era let him do as he wished? With a flash, she appeared on the other side of Tianzua with the temporal acceleration. Hermit and Blood Shaman also surrounded him. Tianzua was immediately thrown into danger. The situation had gone south.
Uncle is in danger.
Yor looked eagerly at Zhou, clearly asking Zhou to save him. Chapter 1242 Battle of Mount Laojun 4. Chapter 1242 Battle of Mount Laojun 4.
Little one.
Although Ouyang Lan couldn't see the situation in the arena, she looked eagerly at Zhou when she heard you. Zhou thought for a moment and said,
I'll give it a try.
If Tianzua was killed, it would be their turn next. Zhou felt that it was better to take action now. At the very least, things would be easier. He only needed to deal with Cave Era. The abilities of the other guardians weren't much of a threat to Tianzua. It was best to let Tianzua deal with them himself. Zhou had never liked to kill. Zhou walked down Mount Laojun and was about to enter the battlefield when he suddenly frowned and quickly retreated. A ghost-like arrow flew past Zhou's hair and vanished mid-flight. Zhou turned his head and saw Xiao holding a bow in one hand and casually grabbing the air with the other. An arrow appeared in his hand and he knocked it. He aimed at Zhou and said,
Little brother, don't interrupt such an exciting performance, all right? Xiao!
Ouyang Lan exclaimed. She naturally knew how powerful Xiao was. Back when Zhou and Tianzua were present and had the upper hand, they had failed to keep Xiao. Beside Xiao were 2 people. From their attitude, they were likely not Zhao's subordinates. They were probably saints from the holy temple like Xiao. Zhou said nothing as he summoned Sword Pill and held it in his hand.
Why are you in such a rush to leave?
The arrow in Zhao's hand flew out like a ghost, forcing Zhou to dodge it. From different directions, the other 2 saints also blocked the path Zhou needed to take to help Tianzua.
Let me do the introductions. This is Thunderstorm, a saint from the Khanate Holy Temple,
Xiao said with a smile as he pointed at a fellow wearing guardian armor. He wasn't tall, but his figure was wide like a tank. Thunderstorm snorted coldly and remained silent. Xiao then pointed at another saint who had a relatively normal figure, but was wearing gorgeous golden armor. He looked like an emperor out on an inspection.
This is the Divine Emperor Holy Temple Saint, Yellowright.
Yellowright looked down at Zhou from above like an emperor looking at a slave. He said coldly,
Xiao, I'm here to kill Tianzua. It's best if you deal with such a fellow yourself.
However, Xiao said seriously,
Brother Yellowright, you mustn't underestimate the enemy. His strength isn't inferior to Tianzua's. I'm not his match alone. It's safer for the 3 of us to attack together.
Yellowright and Thunderstorm revealed looks of contempt when they heard Xiao.
The saints of your trajectory holy temple are best at avoiding the important and making light of the trivial. To deal with such a person, you even need 3 of us saints to join forces. Aren't you embarrassed?
Yellowright said disdainfully.
It's better to be embarrassed than lose your life.
Xiao thought nothing of it. From the looks of it, if Yellowright and Thunderstorm left, he would immediately flee. He definitely wouldn't fight Zhou head-on.
Fine. It won't be much of a waste of time to deal with an inferior fellow. And Tianzi won't be able to escape anyway. It won't be too late to kill him after taking this guy down,
Yellowright said as he walked towards Zhou. With every step he took, the golden light on his body intensified. Although the light was intense, it wasn't scorching hot. It only emitted an indescribable pressure. The Sunset Army officers watching the battle on the mountain seemed to be affected by some force despite being so far away. They had the urge to kneel down and worship him. Thankfully, the officers who came with Tianzi were all military bigwigs. All of them had reached the mythical stage, and their willpower had been tempered to an extremely tenacious level during the wars they were involved in. This allowed them to resist the urge to kneel.
Holy Emperor body. Isn't that a power unique to the Cape family? Could this person be from the Cape family? It doesn't look like it. He should be from the East District, right?
An officer who wasn't in the know was secretly surprised. Zhou naturally knew that Yellowright was definitely not from the Cape family, but from the Divine Emperor Holy Temple. Zhou had always suspected that the secrets he had heard from the Dugu family seemed to be related to these saints. He also suspected that some of the orphans nurtured by Dugu Qianqiu had later entered the Holy Temple and become saints. Otherwise, the spots to enter the Holy Land were in the hands of the 6 families every year. Ordinary people couldn't enter, so the Holy Temples had no chance of finding suitable candidates. As for the orphans, they were different. If there was an existence among the orphans, who looked identical to the youths of the 6 families, they could replace them without anyone noticing and enter the Holy Land. Otherwise, saints like Xiao and Blaze definitely couldn't be nurtured overnight. It was also impossible for the Holy Temple to randomly make someone a saint. However, this was only Zhou's guess. He wasn't sure if the saints were related to the orphans nurtured by Dugu Qianqiu. Now, what Zhou wanted to know was the relationship between the Holy Temples and the League of Guardians. It didn't seem like they were in cahoots. Cave Era and the others were also somewhat surprised by the arrival of the 3 saints. However, from Cave Era and company's reaction, Zhou felt that they didn't treat Xiao and company as enemies. There wasn't much animosity. This also meant that things weren't that simple between them. At the very least, they weren't strangers. Yellowright walked towards Zhou step by step. Not only was his power of imperial authority rising from his body, but golden chains also began to appear around Zhou's body. The golden chains gradually materialized and bound Zhou's body. Like shackles, they bound him tightly.
Thunder, let's attack together,
Xiao said to Thunderstorm.
That's not necessary. I alone am enough.
Yellowright rejected him arrogantly. As he got closer and closer to Zhou, the shackles on Zhou's body became more and more corporeal. The restrictions on his body also became stronger. Zhou increasingly felt that these saints resembled the orphans. They were indeed very powerful, but they also seemed to be lacking in character. They were somewhat different from ordinary people. Zhou felt that it was very likely the result of growing up in that special environment. He originally wanted to observe for a while longer, but Yellowright had already walked in front of him and raised the golden sword condensed from golden light in his hand. The mighty power of imperial authority emitted by the golden sword was much stronger than when Xiao used the Holy Emperor body. Perhaps this is the difference between professionals and amateurs. As Zhou was thinking, Yellowright slashed down. He wasn't in the mood to waste his breath on Zhou. And Tianzi, one of the 4 war gods, was his desired opponent. Naive child. Zhou sighed inwardly as he gripped the sword pill in his hand. 1. Chapter 1243 Battle of Mount Laojun 5. Chapter 1243 Battle of Mount Laojun 5. Just as the golden sword was about to slash at Zhou, he finally moved. The golden chains that bound him were like rotting ropes. As Zhou slashed, they shattered one by one and turned to dust. The sword formed by Sword Pill drew a beautiful arc, but it was so fast that no one could react. Sword Pill collided with the golden sword, but the blade didn't stop. It didn't even pause as it continued slashing forward. Clang! When Zhou retracted his sword, everyone heard the hum of the sword. They couldn't help but look at Yellowright. As the strike was too fast, they failed to see if the strike had hit him. Yellowright stood there, looking uninjured. He still maintained the stance of slashing forward, and the sword of imperial authority also appeared unharmed. However, for some reason, Yellowright stood there motionless as his eyes were filled with horror. Suddenly he moved. No, it shouldn't be said that Yellowright moved. More accurately, Yellowright's body was sliding apart. Like a fractured iceberg, the upper half of Yellowright's body and the lower half slowly slid away. It was the same for his golden sword. The sword broke from the middle.
Yellowright!
Thunderstorm watched Yellowright's corpse collapse with a look of shock. Although Yellowright wasn't the strongest among the Saints, he wasn't weak either. Despite him attacking first, he was killed by a human with a single strike. This was unimaginable.
Sigh, why was he sick of living? Why were you so disobedient?
Xiao sighed. Among the many officers of the Sunset Army, the officers who had been to Netherworld City had better reactions. However, those who hadn't seen Zhou Wen showcase his might, they were in a daze. Zhou Wen's strike gave off a unique sense of shock when compared to Tianzuo's powerful firepower. Although it wasn't as ferocious as the full-powered firepower, it sent chills down one's spine and gave one goosebumps. Most people failed to see Zhou Wen's strike, but after Yellowright was killed, his body appeared. The scene of half Yellowright's body slowly sliding down made it difficult to forget. Zhou Wen glanced at Tianzuo and saw that although Tianzuo's situation was dire, he wasn't in immediate danger of death. He didn't rush over immediately. As for Cave Era and company, they were alarmed when they saw Zhou Wen kill Yellowright with one strike. Their attacks became even crazier. They originally imagined that Tianzuo was already very terrifying, but they never expected another person to be even more terrifying than him. If they couldn't finish off Tianzuo before Zhou Wen rushed over, how terrifying would it be to have the two of them join forces? They didn't dare imagine it, nor were they willing to think about it. The pressure on Tianzuo increased exponentially. The armor on his body suffered some injuries as blood seeped out. However, Tianzuo's eyes remained calm the entire time. Despite being on the brink of death, he still looked at his watch. He was actually wearing a watch on his wrist. While looking at the time, Tianzuo dodged Cave Era's attack at the critical moment and said,
10!
Nobody knew what Tianzuo meant. Why did he suddenly say such a number?
9!
Tianzuo continued as he fought. Only then did everyone realize that Tianzuo was counting down. 8. Tianzuo continued counting. Hermit and Blood Shaman didn't know why Tianzuo was counting down, but as Tianzuo counted down, they couldn't help but become nervous. Their attacks became even more ferocious. Zhou Wen had already realized something, so he wasn't in a rush to join the battle. Instead, he aimed his sword at Xiao and Thunderstorm.
Will you be escaping this time as well?
Zhou Wen asked Xiao. Although his movement technique was excellent, it was still very difficult for him to retain Xiao if he was desperate to escape.
Escape? How is that possible?
After Xiao said that, his figure suddenly drew a strange trajectory and flew backward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Only his voice still echoed in place.
This is called a tactical retreat.
Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised, but Thunderstorm was already dumbfounded. The three saints had besieged a young man, and one of them was killed with a single strike. The other fled without fighting, leaving him rooted to the ground. Before he came here, he never expected such a huge change to happen in less than 20 seconds. The officers of the Sunset Army looked at Zhou Wen with odd expressions. Tianzuo's strength was shocking, but Zhou Wen left their hearts chilling. They had previously believed that Zhou Wen had been besieged by 3 people, but now, they suddenly realized that it was Zhou Wen besieging the 3 saints alone. 1. They were still worried for Zhou Wen, worried that he would die from the siege, but now, they suddenly felt that it was a pity that Xiao had escaped. Thunderstorm gritted his teeth as the Kane aura on his body transformed into the power of lightning. His surroundings were instantly drowned by lightning. He didn't have Zhao's speed, nor was he good at escaping. Therefore, he could only fight with his life. Just as Thunderstorm raised his fist, Zhou Wen's sword pill arrived in front of him. Wherever the blade passed, the lightning dissipated and Thunderstorm's corpse collapsed.
Was the Saint Young Master when killed really at the Terra Grade?
An officer asked in puzzlement. Many officers were puzzled. Thunderstorm and Yellowright looked too weak. They didn't look like they were at the Terra Grade. Qin Wufu sighed and said,
It's not that those 2 saints aren't at the Terra Grade, but that Zhou Wen seems inhuman.
Everyone agreed with him. Many officers subconsciously nodded. Qin Wufu's words had hit the nail on the head.
Governor Qin, why are you cursing?
Ouyang Lan was displeased. If Zhou Wen was inhuman, what was she as a mother? 1. Although Zhou Wen didn't participate in Tianzuo's battle, everything that happened here had a huge impact on the battle. Cave Era and company originally wanted to finish off Tianzuo before Zhou Wen rushed over. However, no one expected that everything would happen so quickly. The sudden appearance of the 3 saints only resulted in 2 deaths and 1 escape. Everything happened so quickly that they couldn't react in time. They found it unbelievable. However, at the instant Thunderstorm collapsed, their fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. They knew very well that there was no chance. Zhou Wen, who had been hiding in the Yan family, was even more terrifying than Tianzuo.
3.
And Tianzuo's countdown continued like a haunting spell. Now, Cave Era and company were beginning to regret chasing after Tianzuo. However, who would have expected such a situation? They wanted to retreat, but under Tianzuo's terrifying firepower, it wasn't that easy. Cave Era and Hermit might have a way to retreat immediately, but once they did, doom was a certainty for the other Terror Grade Guardians.
2.
Cave Era had already made plans to retreat, but she didn't immediately implement them. She wanted to know what Tianzuo's countdown meant.
1.
Finally, Tianzuo spat out the last number. 1. Chapter 1244 Aurora. Chapter 1244 Aurora. With Tianzuo saying that, Blood Shaman and the other guardians subconsciously retreated. No one attacked again. If it were anyone else counting down, they probably wouldn't have bothered. However, it was Tianzuo. That made things completely different. They still felt a little afraid deep down. The moment they retreated, Tianzuo attacked with all his might. At the same time he said, 0. Holy sh*t, isn't this a scam? Zhou Wen was also waiting for the outcome, but to his surprise, there was a 0 after 1. As no one attacked Tianzuo again, Tianzuo no longer needed to be restrained. He aimed all his firepower at a Terror Grade Guardian and riddled it with holes before blasting it in midair. Cave Era and company were furious, but since 0 had already been said, they didn't dare charge forward. What was even more infuriating was that after 0 was said, everyone was waiting for something to happen, but nothing happened. It only gave Tianzuo the opportunity to kill 2 more guardians. 2.
Tianzuo.
Cave Era was infuriated. If they hadn't been fooled by him, they wouldn't have been thrown into a panic. They might have already forced Tianzuo into a corner.
The legendary 4 Great War Gods are only this and nothing more. They are just treacherous people,
Hermit said coldly. Tianzuo's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently,
Did you hear that? Hear what?
When Cave Era realized that Tianzuo didn't look like he was joking, she felt that something was amiss.
My voice,
Tianzuo said.
What about your voice?
Hermit's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked. Tianzuo said indifferently,
There's nothing to be heard yet. However, I can only say that only the 4 heavenly kings of the League of Guardians are only this and nothing more.
Many officers of the Sunset Army found it odd. They didn't hear anything special. Tianzuo was speaking, but the voice he was referring to clearly wasn't his. Zhou Wen could roughly guess what Tianzuo had done, but he couldn't tell the exact location. When Cave Era and Hermit heard that, their expressions changed drastically. Hermit shouted,
Not good. Cave Era, quickly return and take a look.
Cave Era reacted faster than Hermit. She had already grabbed Blood Shaman and vanished under the effects of temporal powers, returning to the headquarters of the League of Guardians. Hermit also escaped without any hesitation. Tianzuo knew that Hermit's strength was strange. If he was focused on escaping, it would probably be difficult to stop him. Therefore, he didn't try. However, the remaining Terror Grade Guardians were doomed. Tianzuo unleashed a massacre as he killed all the guardians that were fleeing in all directions. In the end, not a single one of them escaped. Cave Era used temporal powers to bring Blood Shaman back to the headquarters of the League of Guardians. When she saw that the headquarters was safe and sound, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, her expression turned extremely ugly the next moment. A strange sound spread in the air and pierced her eardrums, causing them to hurt. 1. Cave Era instantly flew into the air and looked in the direction of Skysplit Tower. This glance made her shiver from head to toe as she hovered there in a daze. The so-called Skysplit Tower was an unfinished spatial teleportation station that the League of Guardians had spent a huge price and a massive amount of resources to build with the help of the Dimension. Up to now, it had yet to be completed. However, in recent years, some basic functions had been usable. Many Guardians of the League of Guardians had teleported here using the Skysplit Tower. It could be said that the Skysplit Tower was the greatest capital of the League of Guardians. Without the Skysplit Tower, there were no dimensional resources, so the foundation that allowed the League of Guardians to dominate the other factions was gone. The Skysplit Tower was near the headquarters of the League of Guardians. It was like a huge cylinder that passed through the clouds and into the sky. Due to the importance of the Skysplit Tower, Blood Shaman and Yasuji now would take turns guarding it. In addition, there were many Terror Grade Guardians nearby. With Cave Era guarding the headquarters, it was impossible for anyone to approach Skysplit Tower. However, for this excursion, most of the Guardians, who were good at reconnaissance and tracking, had been deployed to pursue Tianzuo. Blood Shaman had also been deployed. Apart from Yasuji now, who was left in Skysplit Tower, Cave Era had also left the headquarters. Without a doubt, this was the period when Skysplit Tower's defense was at its weakest. But even so, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could approach. Indeed, no one approached Skysplit Tower. However, an aurora-like beam streaked across the sky from the south, turning the night into day. When the aurora struck Skysplit Tower, it seemed to pierce through the huge Skysplit Tower like a drill. It had already fractured and collapsed. The tilting tower fell to the ground. Boom! Amidst the strange rumbling, the ground trembled like an earthquake. The shockwave stirred up rocks and mud, sweeping out like a tsunami. Everything within dozens of kilometers was reduced to ruins, as though the end of the world had arrived. Cave Era watched as the aurora streaked across the sky like a rainbow. It lasted for nearly 30 seconds before it completely vanished. The sky turned dark again. Cave Era rushed to the ruins of Skysplit Tower, and saw that the originally 1,000-meter tall Skysplit Tower was now less than 100 meters tall. The other parts had already collapsed. And in Skysplit Tower, there were no signs of life. There should have been many members of the League of Guardians inside, but now, not a single person could be seen. Even the signatures of life remained pathetic dozens of kilometers away. Very few of the Guardians situated along the lines of defense were left. Many alarmed Guardians crawled out of the rubble with ashen faces. They still didn't know what had happened. They no longer had their usual arrogance. Their faces were filled with confusion and horror. Looking at the scene in front of her, Cave Era could only feel a bone-chilling coldness spreading in her heart.
This is his voice?
Cave Era muttered to herself as her body involuntarily trembled. Thinking of the man's casual words, Cave Era found it akin to a devil's curse.
Cough.
Yusuji now, who was wearing the great Skyfiend armor, crawled out of the Skysplit Tower's base. Her Terra Grey Guardian armor was covered in cracks. Filthy blood mixed with mud stained her body and messy hair. Even standing up from the ground looked very difficult.
Cave Era, what happened?
Yusuji now asked in agitation. She had nearly died in the Skysplit Tower.
I also want to know what happened.
Although Yusuji now wasn't dead, Cave Era couldn't bring herself to feel happy. The coldness in her heart continued spreading. The cost of building the Skysplit Tower was great. The damage was too much for them to bear. Furthermore, no one knew if there would be a second aurora, nor did they know where it would descend next. The humans and beasts within a few hundred kilometers saw the aurora that penetrated the sky and the destruction of the towering Skysplit Tower. Instantly, the entire Federation was in an uproar. All sorts of videos instantly filled the internet. The aurora shocked the entire world. Chapter 1245 Intimidating the Federation. Chapter 1245 Intimidating the Federation. All the major factions were studying the aurora's recording. Someone had recorded it clearly. A beam of the aurora streaked across the sky and penetrated Skysplit Tower. Then, Skysplit Tower seemed to instantly heat up, producing terrifyingly high temperatures that turned the entire tower into a red-hot piece of metal. Then, the tower shattered and collapsed, the explosion producing a powerful shockwave that destroyed everything in a radius of nearly 15 kilometers. It was as though the end of the world had arrived.
That's Skysplit Tower. How many people have designs on Skysplit Tower? Even a Terra-grade powerhouse can't return on a trip there. It was destroyed with just one shot?
Xiao Luchuan was dumbfounded. It was a while before he could speak.
The intensity of that aurora beam should be comparable to a calamity-grade strength. However, it doesn't seem to be a skill of a calamity-grade creature. It's more like a laser weapon fired by humans.
Zhang Junqiu said with a strange expression.
That can't be. Can humans create weapons of that magnitude?
Xiao Luchuan found it incredulous.
Who knows?
Zhang Junqiu wasn't sure either. The entire world was discussing the aurora's origins. At the same time, many people cast suspicious gazes at Luo Yang's and family. The League of Guardians chased after Tianzhou with all their might, but at that moment, Skysplit Tower had been blasted apart. This was too much of a coincidence. However, people were very suspicious if Tianzhou really had that much power. Even someone as powerful as the four war gods couldn't possess such potent strength. Furthermore, Tianzhou hadn't been near Skysplit Tower then. He was far away at Mount Laojun. However, soon, more suspicious points appeared. As Luo Yang was closely monitored by various factions, someone discovered that Ensheng had brought a group of men and escorted a behemoth into Luo Yang. It wasn't strange to escort something into Luo Yang, but at the critical moment of the Yin family's life and death, Ensheng, a loyalist of the Yin family, hadn't been at Mount Laojun. Furthermore, after investigations, they discovered that the path he had used to return was likely in the direction of the Skysplit Tower. What was even more suspicious was that someone had discovered traces of Thief Sage in the desert. The Yin family didn't seem to have caught him at all. All the evidence pointed at the Yin family, but no one dared to touch them. The League of Guardians, who had suffered greatly, didn't act rashly. Even the spies of the various factions in Luoyang were ordered to temporarily evacuate. Many of their plans for the Yin family were temporarily put on hold. No one wanted such a terrifying strike to land on their home. If a place like Skysplit Tower could be destroyed, no one dared to imagine the consequences if the target was their lair. Instantly, the Yin family turned into a ferocious beast. Everyone's expression changed at the mention of it. Before confirming if the Yin family could still use such terrifying power, it was unlikely anyone would dare to attack them. However, many people tried to investigate the Yin family and figure out the Aurora's origins. This was the best outcome Tianzua wanted. At the very least, no one dared to harm his family. And Sheng returned to Tianzua's side at the Yin family residence.
Overseer, I didn't let you down and successfully completed the mission.
And Sheng led the soldiers to report to Tianzua.
Did you enjoy it?
And Tianzua asked with a smile.
Yes.
And Sheng answered.
Did it give you a kick?
And Tianzua asked again.
Yes.
All the soldiers who participated in this operation answered loudly.
That's good. In the future, if anyone makes us unhappy, we'll have a kicking good time. All members participating in this operation will be awarded the Sunset Tri-Star Medal. All of you will be promoted by a rank.
And Tianzua rewarded the participating members and all the members of the Sunset Army. During the period Tianzua had strategically evacuated Luoyang, there hadn't been any unrest. All the troops who had stayed behind without knowing the situation carried out their duties, preventing any major upheavals in Luoyang. Li Mobai, who had always given Tianzua a headache, had helped stabilize the situation in Luoyang. This surprised Tianzua. And Tianzua originally wanted to take this opportunity to clean up Luoyang. Li Mobai was his greatest threat, but he never expected that Li Mobai had no intention of occupying Luoyang during the chaos.
It was really close this time.
Li Xian had been staying in the Li family the entire time. After hearing the news of Tianzua's return, he felt relieved. He wasn't worried about Tianzua, but he was glad that Li Mobai hadn't taken the opportunity to forcefully occupy Luoyang. Li Mobai glanced at Li Xian in contempt.
To think you're so close to the Yin family. You can't even see through such a trivial trick from Tianzua. What else can you do? I'm not someone who does big things.
Li Xian shrugged indifferently. However, he was truly impressed by Li Mobai. He knew very well how much Li Mobai wanted the Li family to replace the Yin family as the kings of Luoyang. But in the face of such a huge temptation, Li Mobai had actually seen through Tianzua's intentions. Furthermore, he firmly believed that Tianzua could return. This was indeed something no ordinary person dared to do. Not long after Sheng returned, he went to look for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had also seen the video online. He had long guessed that it was Sheng's doing. Furthermore, he had already guessed what had produced the Aurora. 2. Back then, Sheng had taken him to see the huge compression accelerator. However, Zhou Wen never expected it to be so terrifying. Even Zhou Wen didn't dare withstand the might of the strike. It was probably comparable to the Calamity Grade. And Sheng didn't hide anything from Zhou Wen and told him the entire story.
Young Master One, Overseer didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that this operation was too risky. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. If people noticed something amiss, we wouldn't have been able to lure Cave Era and the rest over. It's actually very difficult to power up the accelerator at that distance without being discovered by Cave Era.
And Sheng explained. Zhou Wen didn't mind this matter and nodded.
It's indeed very risky. Not only did you lure Cave Era over, but you even lured the people from the Holy Temple over too.
And Sheng smiled and said,
Actually, Chancellor Lung was nearby. As long as Overseer gave the signal, he would rescue us.
Zhou Wen wasn't surprised. This was in Tianzua's style. There was no reason for him to take such a huge risk without any preparations.
However, although Overseer won't say it, I can tell that he's very touched that you helped him at the critical moment.
And Sheng said,
I just don't want anything to happen to Sis Lan and company. It has nothing to do with him.
Zhou Wen said. And Sheng smiled and said,
We're family. There's no need to draw the line so cleanly.
After a pause, Sheng said with a bitter expression,
However, this blast wiped out years of the Yin family's savings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that we have returned to a state of poverty overnight. We will have to tighten our belts in the future.
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback.
That thing consumes so many resources? It's not just a huge amount. It should be called a terrifying amount. If we don't chance upon a large number of unexpected resources, it will be impossible for a second shot to happen in the next few years.
And Sheng said,
Aren't you afraid that the League of Guardians will seek revenge?
Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile.
That depends on whether they have the guts to take the bet. Overseer said that they don't have the guts.
And Sheng looked very relaxed as he said to Zhou Wen.
However, Overseer said that we can't let anyone other than our family know about this. Otherwise, it will be terrible. I can only guarantee that the news won't leak from me.
Zhou Wen said solemnly. And Sheng laughed.
If he didn't trust you, Overseer wouldn't have tacitly allowed me to tell you.
As the two of them were talking, Sheng suddenly received news that another creature had entered the Venusian dimensional zone. Chapter 1246 Moon Goddess? Zhou hurriedly took out his phone and opened a mainstream livestream app. Soon, he saw the scene of the cube. Zhou was stunned the moment he saw it. The creature in the scene was dressed in a white muslin robe. On the scorching Venus, the sleeves fluttered slightly. Its body emitted a faint luster, making one feel cool and peaceful for some reason. Tsukuyumi. Although ordinary people couldn't discern Tsukuyumi's true appearance due to the veil that covered her face and the light that blurred her figure, Zhou still recognized her at a glance. Tsukuyumi's temperament was unique. After spending a long time with her, it was easy to recognize her. Is Tsukuyumi really going in? Zhou sighed. He finally understood why Tsukuyumi was unwilling to leave Earth. However, Tsukuyumi had rejected his help in the end and had chosen to leave Earth. This puzzled Zhou. Tsukuyumi landed on the platform of the hemispherical metal building. She didn't drip her blood onto the platform. Instead, she took a step and arrived inside the room.
Is this a fairy from myths? She's so beautiful. She can't be a human, right? I can't tell if she's a dimensional creature. It's too blurry. I can't see clearly. Perhaps her face is extremely ugly. With that figure and temperament, she can't be ugly.
Everyone discussed spiritedly. The focus was actually Tsukuyumi's looks. Tsukuyumi's clothes fluttered as she floated in the room. The metal guard's bullets immediately shot over. Tsukuyumi slowly landed on the ground and ignored the bullets. However, the bullets gradually vanished as they flew, like snowflakes melting in the sunlight. What was even more terrifying was that it wasn't just the bullets. Even the metal guard's body was slowly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the metal guard had vanished like the bullet. The 6 doors opened at the same time. Groups of metal guards rushed out of the 6 doors and kept firing at Tsukuyumi. When the rain of bullets flew towards her, they strangely vanished again. The metal guards' bodies were the same. In just a while, more than 100 metal guards vanished one by one, leaving nothing on the ground. There were no dimensional crystals or companion eggs. The room was spotless. The spectating humans didn't dare say a word. Ever since the live broadcast of the cube, everyone's horizons had gradually broadened. They had also seen many powerful creatures. An existence as powerful as the dragon turtle still needed to reflect the enemy's attack, but this was the first time they had seen an existence standing there without moving. What humans were most afraid of wasn't the terrifying power they could see, but the fear of the unknown. They couldn't understand how Tsukuyumi had killed the metal guards, so the fear in their hearts would subconsciously multiply.
Professor Gu, what do you think of this new mysterious creature? Who do you think is stronger when compared to the dragon turtle?
The host of the Federation Freedom Investigation Bureau interviewed an old professor for his opinion. Professor Gu was a permanent guest on the cube's live broadcast. He was quite powerful and was knowledgeable. His previous analyses were accurate, and the audience thought highly of him. Professor Gu thought for a moment and said,
"The dragon turtle's level in East District mythology is rather high. It's very difficult for ordinary dimensional creatures to compare with it. Professor Gu, do you think that this mysterious woman's ability is inferior to the dragon turtle?"
The host wanted to further confirm what Professor Gu meant. To his surprise, Professor Gu shook his head and said,
"On the contrary, I think this mysterious woman is stronger."
The host asked in puzzlement.
"Professor Gu, I don't quite understand. You just said that Dragon Turtle has a rather high status in East District mythology, but now you are saying that the mysterious woman is stronger than Dragon Turtle. Could it be that you have already recognized the mysterious woman's origins? Is her level in mythology above Dragon Turtle?"
Professor Gu said.
"You could say that. According to my judgment, this mysterious woman might be a famous figure in the myths and legends of the East District. She's the kind that everyone knows. I'm just too curious. I believe the viewers are also very curious. Professor Gu, can you announce the answer now?"
The host said.
"Of course. If my judgment is correct, this mysterious woman might very well be the one on the moon in myths and legends,"
Professor Gu said with certainty.
Could it be that mysterious woman is the legendary fairy Chang'e?"
The host said in surprise. It wasn't just the host. Many spectators in the East District were already excited when they heard Professor Gu.
"Holy **T, with that figure and aura, it's really possible. No way, even Fairy Chang'e has appeared. If it's really Fairy Chang'e, I'd rather live an hour less just to see her true appearance."
Fairy Chang'e was just too famous in the East District. The audience's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He was a man who had seen the real Chang'e. He wondered what they would think if they saw the real Chang'e. Although Professor Gu wasn't right about Tsukuyumi's identity, his train of thought was correct. He had only guessed the wrong pantheon. As people were discussing, the golden battle god Mark, I had already rushed out and shot at Tsukuyumi. Unfortunately, his bullets didn't have a better effect than the metal guard's bullets. They gradually vanished as he flew. The Golden Battle God shot a few more times, but the outcome was the same. Not only did the bullets disappear, but even the Golden Battle God's body vanished. The next Golden Battle Gods that appeared were basically the same. Tsukuyomi just stood there without doing anything. The Golden Battle Gods vanished one after another.
She's too amazing. As expected of the Moon Goddess,
an uncultured man shouted at the top of his lungs.
Is Fairy Changi that strong? I don't think she's that strong in myths and legends, right? From the myths of the East District, although Changi is very famous, her status is far inferior to Dragon Turtle.
Isn't it too arbitrary to say that she's Changi now? Even if she's really Changi, I don't think she's stronger than the Dragon Turtle.
The women were more rational. Most of them insisted that the Dragon Turtle was stronger. When the host saw that many people were doubting Professor Gu, he continued asking,
Professor Gu, many people in the audience believe that the Dragon Turtle's status in mythology is higher than Changi's. What do you think?
Professor Gu nodded and said,
Just from its mythological status and contributions, the Dragon Turtle is indeed higher. However, you can't just look at one aspect.
While Professor Gu was explaining, the alarms at the 6 doors had already sounded. The sound drowned Professor Gu's voice, so he had no choice but to stop explaining. In fact, no one was listening to his explanation. Everyone wanted to know if this fairy-like figure from the Moon Palace could withstand the fatal 7th strike. Of course, there were also people who suspected that Tsukuyomi might not even be able to withstand the first shot. Bang! Only after a gunshot did the humans realize that the creature behind the door had shot its first bullet. Chapter 1247 Blocking Bullets. Everyone's eyes were trained on Tsukuyomi. Basically, no one could see the trajectory of the bullet. They could only see the outcome. Tsukuyomi was still standing there as before. Her figure hadn't moved at all, but her left hand was raised. Her slender middle finger and index finger held a long, sharp bullet. The sides of the bullet were dented by her fingers. Clang! Tsukuyomi released her finger and allowed the bullet to fall to the ground. Her gaze remained calm as she looked at the door that the bullet came from. She actually caught it. Everyone was alarmed. After watching the battles for so long, this was the first time they had seen what the bullet looked like. Although the bullet had already been deformed, one could still roughly tell that it was a bullet made of black metal, and there were some strange patterns on its surface. However, the patterns couldn't be identified due to the bullet's deformity. Bang! Bang! Gunshots sounded one after another. As Tsukuyomi walked towards the door, she gently waved her jade-like palm and bullets were caught between her fingers. In an instant, the first 6 shots had been fired, but the 7th shot didn't immediately sound. Tsukuyomi had already walked to the door and extended her palm. 5 bullets fell to the ground like the previous bullets.
Too powerful. Professor Gu is right. This fairy is much stronger than Dragon Turtle. Such a beautiful creature, and at the Calamity grade. Do you think a companion egg will appear if she's killed? If a companion egg appears, I'll be the first to snatch it. What right do you have to snatch it? If anyone wants to snatch it, it can only be Thief Sage and Looter King. Zhou wasn't in the mood to read the comments, nor did he want to hear Professor Gu and the host's analysis. All his attention was on Tsukuyomi. He was somewhat nervous, unsure if Tsukuyomi could withstand the fatal 7th strike. No creature had been able to survive the 7th shot to date. Be it Grim Reaper number 10, who possessed an undying body and immortality, or the Calamity Grade Dragon Turtle, all of them died when hit. Tsukuyomi walked to the door, and was about to enter, when the 7th shot rang. Upon hearing the gunshot, everyone shuddered before looking at Tsukuyomi. Some people didn't even dare to look at Tsukuyomi, afraid that they would see her head explode. Zhou kept staring at her. After the gunshot, he couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw her situation. Tsukuyomi's fingers had already clamped onto the 7th bullet, but the bullet didn't lose its strength because of Tsukuyomi's clamp. The bullet spun violently between Tsukuyomi's fingers and rubbed against Tsukuyomi's moonlight force. The head of the bullet lit up due to the excessive heat. From afar, it looked like Tsukuyomi's fingers were clamping a constantly changing light shuttle. Her moonlight force constantly collided with the bullet, and Tsukuyomi couldn't completely control the bullet, nor could the bullet continue its trajectory. Clang! Tsukuyomi raised her fingers slightly, and forcefully changed the trajectory of the bullet, allowing it to fly past her. As it was too fast, most people couldn't see clearly after the bullet left Tsukuyomi's finger. They thought that Tsukuyomi had successfully blocked the fatal 7th shot. However, Zhou saw that after the bullet flew over, it circled in the air like a living creature and shot at the back of Tsukuyomi's head at an even faster speed. Bang! Almost at the same time, the 8th shot sounded. Not only did this shot have powerful offensive power, but it also concealed the 7th bullet that had circled back, throwing Tsukuyomi into a pincer attack situation. Almost at the moment Zhou discovered the turning bullet, He had already used spatial teleportation to arrive on Venus. Bang! Clang! After 2 gunshots, the spectators realized that Tsukuyomi's fingers had clamped the 8th bullet. And behind Tsukuyomi, an ancient sword blocked the 7th bullet that circled back. Strangely, when the bullet that could blast apart everything struck the ancient sword's scabbard, it failed to shatter it. It only sent the ancient sword flying, and the bullet changed its trajectory. The ancient sword flew out and landed in someone's hand. When everyone took a closer look, they realized that the person holding the ancient sword was none other than Luther King.
Holy sh*T, what's that ancient sword in Luther King's hand? It can actually block a calamity-grade bullet? That's not an ordinary bullet, but the sure kill 7th bullet. Could that be a calamity-grade sword? That's impossible, right? Holy sh*T, what background does Luther King have? He can withstand a calamity-grade bullet, so why is he looting the spoils of others? Wouldn't it be fine for him to clear the dimensional zone himself? Everyone looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. Zhou Wen was also somewhat surprised. He knew that he couldn't block the bullet, and had originally planned on using a harder piece of equipment to block it for Tsukuyomi. The so-called blocking was only to stall for time. He didn't expect the sword to really block the bullet. All he needed to do was give Tsukuyomi a little extra time. However, to his surprise, the Son of Heaven's 3 swords, which Zhou Wen had treated as a sacrifice, surprisingly didn't shatter. It managed to take on the brunt of the 7th bullet. Is the Son of Heaven's 3 swords that hard? Zhou Wen was alarmed and delighted. Ever since he fused the Son of Heaven's 3 swords, Zhou Wen hadn't been able to pull it out. He didn't know how to use it, so he hadn't used it. Now, using it as cannon fodder had a miraculous effect. Tsukuyomi glanced at Zhou Wen and nodded at him with a smile. Zhou Wen knew that Tsukuyomi had likely recognized him, but in the next second, Tsukuyomi turned around and rushed through the door. She was too fast. Zhou Wen wanted to follow her, but there were already several gunshots inside before it suddenly fell silent. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. There was dead silence behind the door. Zhou Wen knew that it was probably too late for him to rush in, but he still wanted to take a look and use teleportation to rush in. However, there were tunnels that extended in all directions. The 6 doors were connected. Zhou Wen had also rushed in previously in game. However, he was killed not long after charging in. He failed to find the dimensional creature that shot the bullets. This time, Zhou Wen stuck a substitute talisman on himself. If he was shot, he would immediately escape. However, after he rushed into the tunnel and searched for a while, no one attacked him. When Zhou Wen passed through the crisscrossing corridors and arrived in front of a metal palace, he realized that Tsukuyomi was standing there. She didn't look injured, but Zhou Wen didn't see the corpse of the dimensional creature. Just as Zhou Wen was feeling puzzled, the metal palace's door opened with a bang, emitting a resplendent glow. The people on Earth also saw this scene through the cube. They were as puzzled as Zhou Wen, unsure what had happened. Zhou Wen retreated into the tunnel, afraid to be illuminated by the light from the palace. As for Tsukuyomi, she stood there without any intention of dodging. Chapter 1248, the only name on the rankings. The light shone on Tsukuyomi's body, but nothing abnormal happened. The fiery red light didn't seem to have any lethality. Just as all sorts of questions arose in everyone's minds, they saw something fly out of the metal palace amidst the crimson red light, and slowly land in front of Tsukuyomi. It was a metal ball. What was surprising was that the metal ball looked very similar to Venus. The moment Tsukuyomi obtained it, the screen of cube began to change. People couldn't see the scene in the dimensional zone, nor could they see the scene outside Venus. The scene that appeared on the cube wasn't unfamiliar to everyone. It was the cube ranking that they had often seen in the past. From the rankings of 1 to 100, there was only one name. Tsukuyomi. People couldn't help but recite the name. Only then did they realize that it wasn't the Chang'e they thought. Few people in the Federation knew this name, but many people overseas knew it. After all, she was a top deity in a particular pantheon. As long as one knew of this pantheon, there was a high chance that they had heard of her name. Behind Tsukuyomi, 5 shiny golden stars appeared. No one knew what the golden stars meant, nor did anyone know what the situation was. However, most people had already guessed that the cube ranking still existed. However, only creatures who had cleared the Venusian dimensional zone had the right to appear on the rankings. Such a requirement frightened many people. What was even more infuriating was that they didn't see the situation after Tsukuyomi entered. This was because after Zhou Wen entered the Venusian dimensional zone, the cube's camera followed him, so they saw as much as Zhou Wen did. After Tsukuyomi obtained the metal ball, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a strange force. Then, he found himself at the entrance of the Venusian dimensional zone. Tsukuyomi also appeared there, still holding the metal ball in her hand. Follow me!
Before Zhou Wen could say a word, Tsukuyomi walked over and grabbed his hand, teleporting him away. However, Tsukuyomi didn't teleport back to Earth. Instead, she arrived on an asteroid. Zhou Wen's knowledge of astronomy was ordinary, so he didn't know which asteroid it was. However, after using the Singularity Universe to compare, Zhou Wen already knew where he was. They were still in the solar system and hadn't left.
Thank you for saving me,
Tsukuyomi said with a smile, her eyes curving into crescents as she released her hand.
Even without me, you could still have caught that bullet, right?
When the Son of Heaven's three swords blocked the bullet, Zhou Wen saw Tsukuyomi's other hand move. If his guess was right, Tsukuyomi had actually discovered the bullet that had circled back. Even if Zhou Wen hadn't saved her, she could have caught it with her strength.
Without you, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been that easy to reach the Golden Palace. You've been a great help,
Tsukuyomi said with a smile. Zhou Wen thought nothing of it, but from Tsukuyomi's tone, she didn't seem to be able to kill the dimensional creature.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought.
Naturally not others, but if you want to know, sure.
Tsukuyomi recounted the matter regarding the Venusian dimensional zone. Just as Zhou Wen had imagined, Tsukuyomi hadn't killed the dimensional creature. In fact, there was no need to kill it. As long as one could reach the Golden Palace like Tsukuyomi, they would be considered as clearing the Venusian dimensional zone. The dimensional creature wouldn't hunt them down any further. As for the metal ball, it was indeed a reward for passing the Venusian dimensional zone.
Is that metal ball a companion egg?
Zhou Wen asked as he looked at the metal ball in Tsukuyomi's hand. Tsukuyomi threw the metal ball to Zhou Wen.
Take a look.
Zhou Wen caught the metal ball and realized that the tiny metal ball was shockingly heavy. Furthermore, it had a scorching heat. It was unlikely anyone below the mythical stage could lift it. Even if one forcefully picked it up, they would be scalded by the high temperature. Although the metal ball looked very strange, Zhou Wen didn't sense any vital signs from it. He only saw 5 golden star-shaped symbols on the metal ball.
It doesn't look like a companion egg. What is it?
Zhou Wen returned the metal ball to Tsukuyomi.
It can be said to be a companion egg, but also not one,
Tsukuyomi said as she played with the metal ball.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen was somewhat puzzled, unsure what Tsukuyomi meant. Tsukuyomi explained.
This metal ball is a product of the Venusian dimensional zone, but it's not the only one. All creatures who can reach the Golden Palace can obtain a similar ball.
After a pause, Tsukuyomi looked at Zhou Wen with a faint smile and said,
If you can reach the Golden Palace, you will also be able to obtain such a ball. When the time comes, many creatures will obtain the same metal ball. After everything ends, most of the metal balls will become useless. Only a few of them will become companion eggs, but there's only one true companion egg. There's only one true companion egg. Could it be?
Zhou Wen realized something as his expression changed slightly. Tsukuyomi saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts.
From the looks of it, you've probably figured it out. That's right. The Venusian dimensional zone's appearance isn't for killing, but to find a home for the companion beast inside Venus. Only the strongest creature has the right to obtain its recognition and become its host. What will happen to Venus when that companion beast has an owner?
Zhou Wen asked with a heavy expression.
What do you think will happen if a companion beast breaks out of its shell?
Tsukuyomi said.
Well, Venus will be destroyed?
Zhou Wen knew that he had guessed correctly. Tsukuyomi nodded.
Perhaps this is a path that every planet has to experience. The billions of planets in the universe are actually huge companion eggs, but brute force is insufficient to obtain them. Every planet has its own unique way of survival. When the companion beasts inside them are about to hatch, they will find an owner for themselves. Is it the same for Earth?
Although Zhou Wen already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask.
In theory, all the planets in the universe are the same. However, Earth seems to be somewhat special because there are too many dimensional zones there. Up to now, no one knows which dimensional zone is the one to obtain Earth's companion beast,
Tsukuyomi said after some thought. Zhou Wen finally had a clear idea in mind. If Earth was like Venus, a huge companion egg, then the dimensional zones on Earth might be the same as the Venusian dimensional zone. They were produced to select the ownership of Earth's companion beast. However, for some reason, there were too many dimensional zones on Earth. There were so many that it was unknown which dimensional zone was the true test for Earth's companion beast. The dimension kept searching, but they clearly failed to find it.
What's the level of the true Venusian companion beast? A calamity grade?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought. He was very curious about this matter. Chapter 1249 Sword of Unkilling.
Who knows? I just came out and don't know much,
Tsukuyomi said.
Previously, those creatures seemed to know that they were doomed, but they still rushed into the Venusian dimensional zone. Do you know why?
Zhou Wen had always been concerned about this matter.
I don't know. Perhaps they weren't happy and had a death wish,
Tsukuyomi said with a smile. Zhou Wen looked at Tsukuyomi for a while without saying a word. He felt that Tsukuyomi definitely knew something, but was unwilling to tell him. He didn't have the ability to read minds, so all he could do was give up.
Thank you for saving me. I'm very happy, but this place isn't suitable for you. Go back,
Tsukuyomi said as she stood up.
What dangers are there in the universe?
Joe pressed.
You will naturally know when you obtain calamity-grade power.
Tsukuyomi turned around and flew away from the asteroid. Only her cold voice passed through the vacuum and entered Joe-Win's ears.
Don't leave Earth unless it's really necessary.
Joe-Win wanted to ask why, but Tsukuyomi had already vanished. What's in the universe that can make a powerful calamity-grade existence so afraid, to the point of being terrified? Joe-Win looked up at the cosmos, but he couldn't see anything from the asteroid. After entering the universe more times, Joe-Win learned something. The stars that he could see on Earth were invisible on many other planets. After teleporting back to Earth, Joe-Win was lucky to appear near Luoyang and quickly returned. Perhaps it was Joe-Win's imagination, but Luoyang seemed to have become more prosperous than before. People came and went as shops lined the streets. Joe-Win quickly realized that it wasn't an illusion. Many shops were newly opened, ones he had never seen before. After some thought, he roughly gathered what was going on. The various factions were definitely trying their best to figure out what the Unfamily's Aurora was. If tough tactics didn't work, they would have to think of other ways. Now, in the massive Luoyang, there were countless people from all walks of life who were spies of other factions. After returning to his room, Joe-Win couldn't wait to summon the Son of Heaven's 3 swords. He wanted to figure out why the Son of Heaven's 3 swords could block the fatal 7th bullet. In theory, it was impossible for the Terror-grade Son of Heaven's 3 swords to withstand a calamity strike without suffering any damage. Furthermore, the bullet wasn't an ordinary calamity strike. Even so, the Son of Heaven's 3 swords hadn't been damaged. Joe-Win studied the various abilities and skills of the Son of Heaven's 3 swords one by one, hoping to find the reason why it hadn't shattered. This also meant that he could reverse engineer the 7th bullet's ability. In fact, Joe-Win wasn't the only one studying the matter. The various factions were also studying how Looter King could block the 7th bullet. Through Tsukuyomi's battle, many people realized that the 7th bullet was especially powerful. The 8th bullet she subsequently caught wasn't as potent. Yet, a bullet as strong as the 7th had been blocked by the ancient sword. They wanted to know what companion beast the ancient sword was, what abilities it had, and if they could find a replacement. The various factions were studying this aspect, but no one recognized the Son of Heaven's 3 swords in Joe-Win's hand. In fact, there was no such thing as the Son of Heaven's 3 swords in reality. Even if they went to the ancient sword tomb and had heaven-defying luck, they would, at most, obtain the light concealment, shadow concealment, or the night immaculate sword. Joe-Win obtained the Son of Heaven's 3 swords through fusion, so it was impossible for it to drop. Unable to figure out the origins of the ancient sword, the various factions attempted to find Looter King, even if they had to cooperate with him. Unfortunately, no one knew who Looter King was. The members of the media were guessing, but no one guessed Joe-Win. The information regarding the Son of Heaven's 3 swords was very vague and had little value for reference. Joe-Win studied it for hours and felt that it might have something to do with its Wheel of Destiny, Sword of Unkilling. Could it be that this Sword of Unkilling doesn't mean that it can't kill, but that it can't be killed? After some thought, Joe-Win realized that this was the most likely possibility. In fact, its Life Providence, Life Soul, and Terror Transformation were all abilities related to the Son of Heaven. He didn't know what they were for, but they didn't seem to have anything to do with immortality. If it's really as I guessed, this sword can't be killed. It's not that I can't use it to kill, so why can't I pull it out? Joe-Win thought for a moment, and felt that something was amiss. Unable to figure it out, and it being the time for the Venusian Instance dungeon to respawn, Joe-Win took the Son of Heaven's 3 swords into the Venusian Instance dungeon to see if he could use it to block the calamity-grade bullet and thereby rush to the Golden Palace. He had already learned the route to the Golden Palace from Tsukuyomi. As long as he could block a few bullets, he could rush in. As for killing the dimensional creature that was firing, Joe-Win no longer held any hope. Even Tsukuyomi couldn't kill it, so Joe-Win could forget about it. After all, he wasn't even at the Terror grade. Using the Son of Heaven's 3 swords to kill the metal guard was the same as before. He couldn't pull it out, and could only use it as a pole. With Joe-Win's strength, he had to use it to whack the metal guard. One thing was certain. This sword could kill. It wasn't a sword that couldn't kill as Joe-Win had previously imagined. However, other than being hard, the Son of Heaven's 3 swords didn't have any other augmented abilities. It was difficult for Joe-Win to even kill the Golden Battle God with it. He failed to kill the Golden Battle God despite slashing at it several times. Despite both being at the Terror grade, the destructive power of the Son of Heaven's 3 swords was much weaker than the Azura saber formed by Deva Azura. Thankfully, Joe-Win didn't expect to use it for killing. He only hoped to use its strength to block the calamity-grade existence's bullets. Although the Son of Heaven's 3 swords was hard enough, Zhou still needed to be able to hit the bullet to block the Calamity Grade Existence's bullets. Due to the difference in speed, Zhou would be killed by a single shot when he accurately teleported or phased into existence from a teleportation. It wasn't easy to use the Son of Heaven's 3 swords to block the bullets. I have to focus and use all means to determine the trajectory of the bullet. I have to prepare to block the bullet in advance. Otherwise, it will definitely be too late by the time I see it. After some thought, Zhou realized that there was only one way to block the Calamity Grade Existence's bullets. When fighting the Golden Battle Gods, Zhou didn't use all his strength to quickly kill them. Instead, he used their shots to practice blocking bullets. Zhou engraved all the Terra Great powers that could strengthen his perceptive abilities. Great Brahma and Human Sovereign appeared at the same time. One protected the blood-colored avatar, while the other fused with its body. Chapter 1250 Practice Method. Although the bullets shot by the Golden Battle God were very fast and powerful, they had different attributes. However, such attacks didn't pose much of a threat to Zhou. His reaction and speed could keep up with the bullet's speed, so after practicing for a while, Zhou knew that there was no point in continuing. There wouldn't be any improvement. After using the Son of Heaven's 3 swords to block all sorts of bullets, he was very certain that the sword was hard. When bullets of different attributes hit the ancient sword, even the scabbard wasn't damaged. From the looks of it, I could only get an effect by receiving the Calamity Grade bullets. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort no matter how much I train. After thinking through everything, Zhou killed the Golden Battle Gods one by one, prepared to see if he could block the Calamity Grade bullet. Now, Zhou really wished that he had the Eye of Odin. That way, he could have recorded the firing process and slowly replayed it. Unfortunately, Zhou didn't have that ability, so he had to figure it out during the process. Zhou had already tried quite a number of times, but he was killed every time. None of it was an accident. Not only could he not block it, but he couldn't even keep up with its speed. He couldn't even dodge. Now that he had the tough Son of Heaven's 3 swords, he should be able to block it, but it was a problem if he could get the Son of Heaven's 3 swords to make contact with the bullet. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to touch it, but Zhou didn't plan on giving up. Before finishing off the last Golden Battle God, Zhou summoned his Terra Grade companion beasts. After Banana Fairy, the 3 Golden Battle Gods, Deva Azura, and Grim Reaper No. 10 were summoned. Zhou started carving marks. Terror power immediately surged through Zhou. No, to be precise, it surged into the armor formed by the limitless Demon Dragon King. The black crystal-like armor emitted a terrifying glow due to the immense energy. It was as though the black crystal was burning. The limitless Demon Dragon King's functions played a role, sharing their powers with Zhou. Now, he had an additional 6 Terror Grade powers. Together with his Terror Transformation powers, Zhou now grasped unprecedented power. With this power, Zhou held the Son of Heaven's 3 swords tightly, and welcomed the Calamity Grade bullets. Bang! Although Zhou's reaction was very fast, the shot blasted his head apart before he could swing his sword. Furthermore, because the Dragon King armor had gathered immense strength, the Calamity creature treated him as its first target. After one shot, nothing was left. It still doesn't work? Zhou deeply understood the difference between a Calamity and a Terror Grade existence. He had obtained the augmentation of 6 Terror Grade powers, but he couldn't even block an ordinary bullet, much less the sure kill 7th bullet. However, it wasn't as though Zhou had gained nothing. With the augmentation of powerful strength and the enhancement of Great Brahma and Human Sovereign's perception, Zhou could roughly see the trajectory of the bullet, but he couldn't dodge it. Strange. Previously, when I used the Son of Heaven's 3 swords to block the bullet for Tsukuyomi, I could clearly do it. Why don't I have time to block an ordinary bullet for myself? Zhou thought for a moment, and understood why he couldn't block it. Previously, helping Tsukuyomi block the bullet was actually a form of prediction. When he saw the bullet turn, he had already predicted that the bullet would shoot towards the back of Tsukuyomi's head. Therefore, he could throw the Son of Heaven's 3 swords ahead of time. However, when it was his turn to block the bullet, although he knew that the bullet would definitely shoot at him, he didn't know where it would go. The Son of Heaven's 3 swords couldn't block his entire body. Without any predictions, it was impossible for him to block a Calamity Grade bullet by relying on reaction alone. The limitless Demon Dragon King armor allows me to draw upon the powers of 8 creatures. This time, I only use 6. I'll try getting 8 next time. Perhaps I can block it then. Zhou was considering what companion beast to use. As Zhou grinded the dungeons, he thought about the trajectory of the bullet he had seen today, as well as his prediction when helping Tsukuyomi block the bullet. That bullet appears and disappears unpredictably. I can't even see the shooter, making it difficult to predict the trajectory. Is there no way to predict the trajectory of the bullet without seeing the shooter? Zhou practiced in game as he thought.
Young Master One, What are you doing?
When Ensheng came to find Zhou Wen, he saw him gesturing with his bare hands. He did not know what he was doing, so he asked.
I'm practicing my swordplay,
Zhou Wen said.
How can you train like that? What's the point of gesturing with your fingers? How can it compare with real weapon practice?
Ensheng said.
I also want to practice with something real, but no one has such a fast attack speed that can pressure me.
Zhou Wen was telling the truth, but it sounded arrogant to others. Ensheng understood Zhou Wen's character, and knew that he wasn't an arrogant person. He asked in puzzlement.
How fast do you want it? It's about the same as the bullet fired by the Calamity-grade creature in the Venusian dimensional zone,
Zhou Wen said casually. He didn't believe that Ensheng could help him find a Calamity-grade sparring partner.
You only want speed, and have no other requirements on strength?
Ensheng asked again.
No, as long as it's fast enough. However, with such speed, it's definitely at the Calamity grade. It's impossible for creatures below the Calamity grade to have such speed,
Zhou Wen said.
There's no need to use humans for this matter. Just machines can resolve it. Humans definitely can't reach such speeds, but machines can. If you only need speed and not strength or other requirements, you don't need complicated machinery. Just a torchlight will do,
Ensheng said. Zhou Wen shook his head and said.
I've thought of that as well. The speed of light is naturally fast, but it's impossible for the person using the flashlight to be that fast. As long as I see him use a flashlight to illuminate me, I can easily dodge the beam from determining his actions. There's a model of the compressed accelerator in the military laboratory. Although it's a model, the principle is the same as the real deal. As long as you input the procedure properly ahead of time, it will shoot out light according to that procedure. You can't tell what the machine is doing, right?
Ensheng said.
Is it convenient for you to lend me that thing?
After Zhou Wen listened to Ensheng's detailed description of the model's principle, he felt that this method might really work. He followed Ensheng to the military laboratory of the Sunset Army and began a new round of practice.